fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
fight for ultimate glory starts now.
モバイルレジェンド M6 スイスウォッチ。
starts now.
M6 スイスウォッチ。
ultimate glory starts now.
모바일 레전드 M6 スイスウォッチ
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. I'm forced to behold any way to unfold. I always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to behold any way to unfold. I always come back lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the ride. Make it, break it, hate it, I shine. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back down. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around, always come back around. Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every push with all our might, for we have only one goal, the ultimate prize when hope seems so far. I'll reach for the stars in the heart of the storm. I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits till we fall. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the right, make it, break it, hit it, I shine. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back down.
Day number one, a lot of teams have already set the bar, set the standard for the wildcards. Teams such as Ulhanar, Incilio, RRQ Akira, as well as Tianfeng Yaoguai has really showed their strength here. And for all the teams that have lost, now they're at a very critical point of their wildcard journey, because the teams that have 2 loses run a chance of getting eliminated. Welcome to the wildcard stage here at M6. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Adin. How are you feeling, Adin?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling excited as well. But to be fair, it's a very mixed emotion kind of day today, because of course I would want to see great matches, exciting matches, but I don't want to bid farewell to all the teams here in the wildcards because they have been given their best. To be fair, it's a very tough competition, and we do have to bid farewell to few of the teams who won't make it to the main stage.
Yes, for all of you, just to let you guys freshen up, we have 8 teams here. 8 teams competing, but only 1 team will get a final ticket to go to the M6. We have Group A, Group B. We'll be showing you guys the graphics a little bit later, where again, the top of each group will face against each other. For the grand finals, winner goes to M6. And for now, experience the thrill of gaming in real life at Kadia Gaming's and Esport District. Every detail is a celebration of play and entertainment. Thank you very much, Kadia Gaming, for supporting the wildcard as well as M6. And again, just like Adin has talked about, and well, me as well, teams, there's only 1 spot for each group, and then afterwards, grand final team goes to the M6. So teams that loses any game, honestly, has very little chance of actually making it to the next round.
I think that this is the fun part. This is the beauty of MLBB as well. It can be very punishing, but at the same time, it can be very exciting as well. I mean, of course, in the next future or in the near future, we do have that Swiss round stage that is going to be very interesting. But for the wildcard stage, I feel like you cannot hold anything back. You have to let everything go. You have to bring out the best, your ace cards as well, to be able to qualify for M6.
Right now, we got to look at the standings to really show everyone where everyone is sitting at. And of course, looking at Group A, Ulhanar as well as Tianfeng Yaoguai is looking good with victories. However, Ulhanar looks a little bit better with no losses. When Tianfeng Yaoguai, they won, but they won with a 2-1. For Group B, Incilio as well as RRQ Akira are looking very strong, but between those two, personally for me, Incilio look a little bit better. The way that they play is very calculated. It doesn't look like they make mistakes. Heck, they make opponents make mistakes.
I think that's the best part about Incilio, right? To be able to make or force your opponent to make that mistakes and being an advantage to you as well. Being the top of the group with 1 more win could qualify them to the next stage, to the grand stage for the wildcard. But the Mongols have their work cut out for them.
Oh yeah, for sure. Right now, we got to look at the schedule. We have 4 best of 3s for today. We're starting off with the Mongols going up against Incilio. Afterwards, Tianfeng Yaoguai going up against GK Esports. And in the final 2 matches, Uhanar going up against Nightmare. And the final match, it is going to be RRQ Akira going up against Legion Esports. And again, if you guys are looking at the schedule, we have teams like Mongols, GK, Nightmare, and Legion Esports that has lost yesterday. Losing one more time kind of solidifies that they won't be able to go to M6. If they win, they might be able to force a tiebreaker.
That's why today is considered as elimination day as well, because for those teams who did not or were not able to get any points in the first day, right now it's a very I would say a mountain of a battle for them. Got a lot to do. Got to lock in as well to be able to get at least a victory, to be able to create that momentum. But then again, as I mentioned, momentum is a real thing. The first day, if you lost 2 games, your momentum is way down right now.
Yeah, right now, honestly, I want to talk about the 2 teams starting off. We got Mongols going up against Incilio. We want to talk about Mongolia as a region. Honestly, MLBB scene there is growing. But the thing is, what I heard is that the players do have nervousness when they're on stage, and I can't blame them. Out of all the regions here, Mongolia definitely does not have a lot of experience, especially the boys here representing the Mongols, where I get it. Going up against all these big teams, you got to keep your emotions in check, and they haven't done that just yet.
I mean, being good at the game is part of the battle as well, but mentally preparing for the offline stage, a big event such as M6 wildcard, is another different thing. And I hope the Mongolian region take this as a big opportunity for them to even grow even further, right? Right now, yes, there might not be a lot of tournaments within the country, but I do hope this could be a massive stepping stone for the Mongolian region to be able to improve further.
And I'm talking about EECA. They just finished Season 4 of MCC, and the scene is growing steadily. And looking at how they play, I really feel like they can compete against most Southeast Asian teams because, again, the way that they play, micro, their mechanics is absolutely amazing, but the way they move around the map, it looks like they have a better fundamental idea of what is really important in the game. Because every single time they look like they're starting a fight, they're not really starting a fight. They're just having false engages and then hoping for enemy to take the bait. So honestly, Incilio is one of those teams that does well against teams that's very aggro. So I really like their playstyle, and I wonder if they have anything else instead of just false engages all the time.
We talk about meta all the time, right? And we talk about how the Southeast Asian teams are following the current metas. And I like how Incilio, I wouldn't necessarily breaking the meta, but playing a bit of a different style. As you mentioned, punishing fast-moving team or fast-tempo team. That could be one of their styles. And honestly, if let's say they make it to M6, they could be the dark horse.
Right now, we got to talk about heroes here because here in the wild card, so far, it hasn't been all that wild yet. But this is a report for you guys. Cho is definitely a hot pick here. 6 wins in 6 games, 100% win rate. Same can be said about Lu Yi, though it's half the games. Aurora, Harif, as well as Suyo. Suyo has been nerfed. And personally for me, the nerf, you can definitely feel it when you're going into the neutral objectives because the burst damage from the second skill is not as high as before, but still looking very good with 62.5% win rate, Harif 66, and Aurora, crazy. 5 wins in 6 games, 83% win rate.
I like to talk about the Cho, right? I mean, 6 wins out of 6 games, and 2 of them have been used on the EXP side.
Yeah.
4 of them has been used on the Roam side. How flexible Cho is in any available metas out there.
Yeah.
Cho could be a very, I would say, it's like a plug and play, right? No matter what kind of style you want to play, what kind of momentum you want to use, Cho would always fit in any kind of draft and in any kind of situation.
Yeah, honestly, like whoever designed Cho, props to you, man. Like I did said, he can survive anything. He can be in any situation. He can be played as a tank. He can be played as a damage dealer.
Yep.
Honestly, split pusher as well. Other than that, Lu Yi definitely showed that in terms of macro play, absolutely amazing. And Aurora, even though not a lot of people are all that big on Aurora, but looking at the control that she is able to dish out, honestly amazing. In fact, yesterday we had a play of the day where Reaper was the one with the Aurora able to steal away the Lord, and that was an amazing play by the guy. Definitely game winning. So we got to see. Maybe Incilio will pick that up again today, but of course, it all depends on the draft.
I would like to see more mages out there. As we know, Cyclops has been quite good of recent. Veil is quite good as well. All these kind of burst capability of mages. We haven't seen Farsa as much of
no,
yet,
Farsa.
Eve as much of yet. So I would like to see more
Oh,
variety.
to be fair, Eve gets banned. So
Oh, yeah,
Eve is
yep.
for sure pretty
Yep.
strong. It's just that she always gets banned, you know. Like
Alongside with Chip as well.
yeah, no. No.
Oh.
People are letting go of the chip.
Oh, okay.
And people are not picking up the chip. I mean, like, okay, I get it. Okay. I tried out chip in rank. Very strong hero. A lot of damage. The only problem with chip is that you can't front line with the chip anymore. You kind of have to go around the map. You got to flank and then use your teleport to bring people to the mages or the marksmen. So the way that you play the chip is a little bit more different now. Now that
Yeah.
the tankiness is not there.
I think it's similar to how you're gonna play like a Louis, very macro as
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
You need to
very
rely
macro.
on your team, the communication as well. How would you want to set up your fights? It's either you're gonna play from front to back or back to front. But most likely with a chip, similar to a Louis, you would want to play back to front.
Yeah. Something like you want to play at an off angle. But now, again, talking about the games here today, first game of the day, we got to look at Encilio going up against their team. Now, the ideal preparation. We got a quote here from Coach G. What I like about the players is their willingness to admit mistakes and adapt. Even when there's negative feedback, they use it to improve. Everyone knows how to play now. What sets a team apart is how one gives them ideas. That's why I would like to thank those who help us scrim, especially the M6 representatives from the Philippines. And honestly, we can see in their gameplay, it makes a lot of sense if they take a lot of inspiration from the Philippines because they rarely make mistakes and they know how to force mistakes from everyone else.
I like to point out the willingness to admit mistakes. Not everyone are able to admit when they did anything wrong.
Yeah.
To be able to admit it and to be able to recover from it is definitely a big thing. And as you mentioned, Lafel, taking inspiration as well from the M6 representative, especially from Philippines, is a big factor for them. How they improve themselves as a player, as a team as well, being able to perform at the highest level for now. And I really, really would like, of course, honestly, I would like two teams to be able to make it to M6 from wildcard, but there's only one. If it happens to be Encilio, I would like to see more from them. What is in store by this team?
No, honestly, like they have a very good chance here because you just watched the play of the day, which is Reaper on that Aurora, able to steal away the Lord, swap the items very fast and make sure that he survived the engagement. Look at this. It looks like they want a fight, but while they're moving forward, they're moving backwards as well. They're putting they're putting enemy team into their own box. And I was actually watching a different clip there. But anyways, they know how to manipulate the team fight.
Yep.
They set something up so that everyone gets inside a box. They immediately form a box around the opponent. And then once they're trapped, there's nowhere for you to run, and you just got to take free damage. So honestly, Encilio, props to the coach. The coach is doing an amazing job because the team is playing like a fine oil machine.
I agree. I mean, would you say that they take kiting to a next level?
Oh yeah, for sure.
How they be able to manipulate those team fights, as you mentioned. They look like they want to start a fight, but somehow backing off, but at the same time dishing out good amount of damage as well. It's not easy to be able to teach as well as to practice those kind of team fights.
I have it. The wins of Encilio.
That could be the that
Like,
one.
like again,
That could be.
they play like water. They play like the wind. They're very fluid. They move the opponents into a direction where they can have an advantage. I love how they play that way. Like the macro is so incredible. But that is on Encilio. Right now we gotta move on because now we gotta talk about the lineups for both teams, and we gotta talk about the Mongols here. Rinix K, Shinlin, Mikey, Zetsu, as well as Bang Kai. Again, these players are amazing when it comes to the mechanics. They understand the macro as well. They just have to calm themselves down. They got to play on stage with a lot of confidence.
I agree. I mean, a bit more experience within these players, I think they could go far, but what have they shown so far? I think it's a good foundation. It's a good momentum to build upon for the Mongols. And right now, it's a do or die match for them. Just let everything out and no regrets.
Yeah. Rinix K really needs to step up for this one because yesterday, a lot of mistakes. But now we got to talk about Encilio. Don't, Lovely, Reaper, Justinian, as well as Maniac. And again, in terms of outstanding plays, I got to say everyone on this squad is outstanding. Don't Lovely, Reaper, Main Agustin, every single one. I don't have a single person that's saying, oh yeah, this guy is scary. No, everyone is doing their jobs.
I mean, with Reaper getting the play of the day yesterday, could get another one today. Depends on the momentum, depends on how the team plays together, synergize well together. But yeah, props to the coach as well to be able to bring all these 5 soldiers onto the battlefield and to be able to give out good results so far in the wildcard stage.
Yeah, again, shout outs to Coach G. But now I want to talk about the Mongols here, because for them to go up against Incilio, there's a lot of adjustments that they need to do, because in terms of, like I said, Incilio, the wins of Incilio, they force the enemy to be in a position where they want them to be. And the Mongols, they play very aggressive, but to their own detriment. Like, they put themselves in tough situations where I feel like Incilio will punish a lot.
Yeah, I mean, a lot to improve further, of course, but you can only take what's in front of you. And right now, Incilio is in front of them. So whatever they have done for yesterday's matches or scrims, they have to let it out now on the battleground. Just now you did mention about the wins of Incilio, right?
Yeah.
A bit of fun fact. Incilio literally means to leap upon in Latin.
Leap upon?
Or to attack in Latin. So, I mean, it's mentioned here, are they going to be a hyper-aggressive team? Not necessarily.
Like, yes and no. They're aggressive, but not hyper, not unnecessary.
I agree.
I think that's the one. They're not unnecessarily aggressive. But now we jump into the first draft of the day here in the wild card. It looks like Incilio will be on the first pick. Mongols will be on the second pick, which for now, fun fact, here in the wild cards, team in the second pick, 66% win rate. We'll see how that translates later when we go to the Swiss stage. But now let's look at the bans here. Eve, Fanny has been banned out by Coach G, and Coach Buyo has banned out the Jushin as well as Gato Kacha, where both Jushin as well as Fanny, 100% ban rate.
I mean, again, we can't see both of these heroes on the wildcard stage. To be fair, I would want to see a Farsa could be picked up here as one of the first few pickups, but
I love Farsa, but I don't know, man. so far, the wildcard teams haven't been that wild just yet. You know, they're like, whatever the matter was a few weeks ago, we're sticking with it, because once you see the once you see the picks, a lot of the nerfed heroes are still being picked up, and you know, to be fair, they do good.
It could be day one nerfs.
Yeah, it could be day one nerfs. Yeah,
just trying to pick up something much more comfortable for them to be able to play with. So that's why the Chow, the Auroras, you've been seeing quite a lot and doing quite well as well. I mean, 100% win rate so far in the wildcard stage. For the side of the Mongols right now, the last ban before we move on to the first pick, the Chow is gonna get banned out. I mean, they also know the stats. They also know the numbers right now.
Yeah, Incilio, they were amazing yesterday with the Matilda, but looks like they're picking up the, oh my god, how can I forget about the Hilda? Hilda picked up, and now Coach Buyo picking up the Khalid as well. Again, very flex. You can put in Rome, you can put in EXP, but if he's in the EXP, let me tell you, this Hilda is not going to allow him to move around the map.
From an amateur standpoint, in ranked games, I played Hilda against Khalid.
Yeah.
I bullied the Khalid.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Hilda is 2+.
It's too strong.
Too strong.
You can out-heal the quicksand guard just by staying in the bush. And you can kind of out-damage the quicksand guard as well. So if this Khalid is going to go up against the Hilda, it's going to be a tough battle for the Khalid, man.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with you there. Something that has been buffed recently, that a lot of teams are experimenting to deal with the Hilda is Fredrin in the EXP.
Okay.
So far, no one has picked it up just yet. And there you go, the fun fact that you mentioned. Incilio literally means to leap upon or attack in Latin. It's the sign that it will be hyper-aggressive. Not hyper-aggressive, but it's enough. But now, moving into the draft here, Coach Buyo has picked up the Khalid as well as the Alpha. Very strong front lines, maybe able to deal with the Hilda, but again, it's maybe. Incilio, Coach G picking up the Beatrix quite early. However, you know, I can respect that. Beatrix is amazingly strong right now.
I don't mind at all, especially pairing up with the Loui as well. Could teleport her back onto the back line to be able to dish out a good amount of damage and to be able to avoid confrontation against the Alpha as well as the Khalid right now. Yes, Mongols have good frontliners, but they need to be able to dish out tons amount of damage, especially against the Hilda with the heal, with the shield that she has as well. So I'm not too sure. I'm looking somewhere along the lines of a Nathan right now, or maybe is it too early?
I'm even thinking of something to punish the Hilda. Maybe possibly something like a Tigreal, picking up the Tigreal early, because if not, then it's most probably going to get banned out. Honestly, for Mongols, they don't have an answer for the Hilda. In terms of damage, they can damage the Hilda with the Alpha, but someone has to keep the Hilda there, because very experienced Hilda players, they don't use their first skill to charge in and deal damage and to chase someone. They use it to escape. So they need some kind of lockdown, and they have it with this Aurora. I can see the logic behind the draft coming in from Mongols, looking very good. I would say between them and Incilio looks like more of a specialized draft where the Mongols is following the meta.
I'm just worrying about pacing right now, because looking at the Mongols lineup, right, you have Alpha, you have Khalid, you have Aurora, and you need to be able to land your skills. And to be able to land your skill, you would hope that the opponent has very low mobility kind of hero. Hilda is not that low mobility. She has her own dash. Loey, again, can be able to teleport from front to back, and she can hide in the bushes really, really well. She won't show her face too much, and the positioning of Loey will be at the back line. So Mongols would definitely have to bait out the positioning of Incilio, and that could be quite hard, because we've seen in the first day how Incilio plays. Back and front, kiting is very good. Just manipulating the team fight is so, I would say, a specialty of Incilio. So Mongols right now, it's a bit tough. It's doable, but it's a bit tough.
Right now, looking at the bans here, Suyo has been banned out, same as the Bruno. Looks like the Mongols, they are targeting Justinian in the jungle. However, knowing Justinian, he has a lot. His hero pool is very deep. He can still go for the Nolan, he can still go for the Joy, and the like. So a lot of options still for Incilio. Mongols right now, they got a ban out. In my personal opinion, I kind of feel like the Nolan is a pretty good ban here, and they're the ones that ban out the Tigreal. So now it's on Incilio. If they want to get rid of long-range marksmen here, honestly, the Natan is not a bad shot at him.
Yeah, I mean, the Natan, again, in general, there aren't many magical defense items to be able to withstand, to be able to, you know, protect against a Natan. So that's why I would opt to go for the Natan up against this Incilio's lineup. To be fair, I don't know if they are comfortable enough to play that. You could go somewhat of a safer pick. Something like a Curry could be an option. A bit slow, but I think you would be able to follow up against an Alpha or a Khalid as well.
Yeah, Tilda, pretty solid pickup here as well. Looking at the Mongols, they're still hiding where this Khalid is going. It could go to the EXP, could go in roam position. Like you said, Adine, if it goes to the EXP, it's not going to have a good time going up against the Hilda. The Mongols can still hide it by picking up their marksman here. Honestly, still quite a bit of picture. They used the 1-1 as well as Melissa yesterday. But they're picking up the Granger. This is a debut pick. Has been buffed, has been revamped, in fact. But so far, no teams has picked it. Mongols will be the first one.
Nice. You did mention about a long range damage, right? I mean, Granger fits that to a T right now to be able to deal at a very maximum range. Doesn't need to come near with them, so it really depends. But Granger, one thing that I've noticed, is a very momentum-based kind of a hero. You need to be able to get that momentum early on to be able to use Granger effectively. And looking at Incilio, good shout out with the Joy pick. Something much more comfortable for them to be able to use. Again, a lot of dashes, very hard to catch. So this is what I'm afraid for the Mongols. Can the Aurora catch the Joy? Can the Khalid catch the Loyi? Can the Alpha catch the Hilda?
They need some kind of catcher, someone to stop the Joy, because the Joy is going to be very difficult for both Aurora as well as Granger to deal by themselves. I'm not even against the Kaja here. Something to slow them down, someone to catch, because they have the damage. They just need some kind of catch. And their final pick here is going to be the Barat. So this Khalid is going to the wrong position. So their playmaker is going to be Bankai. Bankai is going to be the one to numb them up and then push them somewhere else and hoping to get a kill.
I like this. I like this pickup. The last pick for the Barats, because yes, you can't catch them all, but you can catch at least one of them, right? And with Barats, you could punish the Joy, you could punish the Hilda, just straight up if you see Hilda up front, eat her up, and then just kill her. And then immediately it's going to be a 5 versus 4 in the team fight.
There you go, folks. This is going to be the first game of the day. And Cilio going up against the Mongols. Now we have a debut by Renex K with the Granger. This is going to be the first Granger in the wild card. Will it be able to actually knock down Incilio to the ground, or will Incilio keep on with their aggression, showing attack? This is our welcome to the Land of Dawn.
Welcome to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gents. This is gonna be the first match of Day 2 wildcard stage. The Mongols up against Incilio. It's a do or die match for the Mongols right now, and the Bharat is gonna go up against the Hilda. Should be able to, I would say 50-50, but I'm still leaning towards Hilda because I mean, such a good hero nowadays.
Oh yeah, honestly, very good hero. However, I have not been using the Bharats at the EXP for quite a while now, so I'm not incredibly sure about the movements here. But now, for you guys at home, the M6 Pass is available from the 18th of November all the way to the 29th of December. Complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free. Get amazing rewards, including Claude's Battle Emote, MC's Glory Avatar Border, Boxia's Battle Emote, and the new special skin, Boxia Dauntless Shield, for free. Claude's MC exclusive skin, Challenger Spark, Prime Skin, Cosmic Blaze, M6 exclusive, Claude figurine, Claude Sacred Statue. Everything there is for you guys. Just make sure you guys get to level 75.
Correct, right there. So, back into the game right now. First minute mark, of course, there aren't going to be a lot of aggressive gameplay by both of these teams. Both of these teams need to be able to get level 4, the first item as well, and of course, the first turtle.
Very interesting here. I'm looking at 2 war cries coming in from the Edith as well as the Louis. So looking like they want to do a little bit more damage here. And looking at the Granger. So the Granger is going for Trail, Weapon Master, and yeah, looks like he's just wanting full-on damage. He's not looking for a movement speed or a defense. With the Impure Rage as well.
I mean, this could go back to their own name, right? Being hyper-aggressive. This could be the playstyle of Incilio right now for this particular match. They know that they do have the upper hand in terms of their draft, but Reaper right now taking a good amount of damage. That is not what you want from the Louis.
Yeah, so far Shenlin is doing quite good at actually harassing the Louis. The Louis is stuck at level 3, and the Louis has to go back, so probably going to miss an entire minion wave. The Mongols, the mid duo, is doing quite good, and now they are controlling the turtle here.
I mean, this could be a free turtle for Mongols with the crowd control that they have, but Maniac is trying to make a move right now.
Oh, Justinian looks on to Zetsu. Zetsu secures the turtle, and right now Maniac is in the front line. Shillings immediately goes on to Reaper, and now Lovely wants to continue the fight, but looks like the Mongols are escaping. They're happy with just the turtle.
I like how they play that. The Mongols, they know that they do have the upper hand in terms of team fight with the ultimate that they have, but for now, Shenlin.
Yeah, Shenlin is all alone going up against Reeve, but the flicker makes sure that Shenlin doesn't actually get executed there.
Okay, good by the Mongols. Good start by them. Winning those fights, winning the neutral objective is good for them because they are very strong in terms of team fight, right? I mean, they do have the Aurora, they have the Alpha, they have the Khalid. 3 crowd control skills that be able to lock down Maniac or to lock down Justinian just now. But as I mentioned, and the Bharats did that as well. You see the Hilda up front, just use the Detona's Welcome, eliminate her immediately, and then you can win the next team fight because you have the upper hand in terms of 5 versus 4, and that is what they did. Although they did not get the kill, but the idea is there by the Mongols.
Yeah, right now, honestly, the Mongols are playing quite well. They're playing very passively, but in a controlled way. They're not overextending. They're not making any silly mistakes. Looks like first item priority is going to be the Malefic Gun instead of the Blade of Despair. So looking like the matchup against the Granger here, probably a losing matchup, opting for more range.
I don't mind that at all. I mean, to be able to play safe at a distance, right? That could be the idea for Dawn. Not wanting to confront immediately because, I mean, Granger do smack upon anyone on that lane as well with their skill set. So right now, Dawn is just being able to survive. I mean, mitigating any particular risk so far.
Yeah, the Rhapsody is nasty from Renex K. But now looking at a turtle, so far it does look like the Mongols. They're positioned a little bit better around the turtle here. Zetsu, Bankai, as well as Meiki is there to make sure that if anyone wants to challenge this, they can fight back. Bankai, first item priority is the Thunderbelt, and he's going to be stacking that real soon. Turtle has been started up by Zetsu here.
No contest at all right now. I mean, yes, Maniac and Lovely is there, but they aren't able to do anything. They just have to witness Zetsu again in getting that second turtle so far. I mean, right now they are kind of like focusing on Justinian as well as Dawn to be able for them to get the itemization for the Beatrix as well as the Joy, and waiting for the right opportunity to be able to pounce on the Mongols. So far from the Mongols, playing it quite passive, just focusing on the neutral objective so far is the idea for them, but
Diversion onto Redex K, and there's nothing he can do. First blood for Dawn.
being patient is not punishing, right? Being patient can be a bless, can be a virtue as well. But Daytona's welcome.
Yep, Daytona's welcome onto one member of Incilia, but looks like Justinian is able to run away with the electrifying beats. And right now, Makey trying to get the kill with the basic attack. He gets it, and now they're able to get Maniac as well.
I mean, 2 for 1, that could go the side of Mongols right now. Yes, their marksman was being taken care of on the top side, but the reaction, the timing for them to be able to counter-engage back on the bot side, making them, I would say, a bit on top right now for the Mongols.
Yeah, honestly, very good reactions coming in from the Mongols, able to take down Justinian as well as Maniac is looking very good for them. 1.3k gold lead ahead. They were able to get the bottom turret. In the meantime, Incilio as well, taking advantage of taking down Renex K, they were able to take top. So for now, sure, Mongols have more kills, but in terms of trade, it looks pretty even now.
Yeah, I mean, at the 6-minute mark, Renexki just gonna focus on the top side, manage to get the top side, and right now they're gonna rotate back to the mid. I think that would be the next focus. But Incilia right now, a bit too passive for my liking, right? I mean, they're not using their ultimate as well yet. I mean, yes, they used once by Reaper and they got a kill at top. But I would like to see more, a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, no, I hear you for now, Incilio. Again, they're being very passive, but now Diversion, no one is going to take it. The turtle has spawned. It looks like the Mongols, they're going to be getting this turtle. Lovely as well as Reaper is down in front. Looking like they want to catch Bankai. But Lovely flickered in onto Zetsu. Zetsu is taking a little bit of damage, but Renex K able to get a kill, but Justinian grabs the turtle. Bankai able to take down a Lovely. And now Justinian is going to run away from Bankai. Overall, right now, Mongols, even with their loss, they want to move forward. They want to get this mid lane turret. And they're going to get it.
Yeah, they don't mind at all. Losing that turtle, it doesn't matter to them.
What?
But whoa, whoa,
What?
whoa! What was that rage?
Dude, that was good from Zetsu. He caught Justinian sleeping. It's like Justinian tried to get a kill onto the Alpha, but the Alpha charge just pulled him all the way to his team.
I had a big question on how the Mongols gonna catch Justinian, and I guess my question was answered right there with the Alpha charge. Right on point, as they were about to take that mid turret, they also got the life of Justinian. 5 for 1 at the 7-minute mark. 2k gold lead by the Mongols. This is quite surprising by the Mongols right now. Again, do or die, it doesn't matter for them. They are stepping up.
Yeah, right now, Lovely being in the front lines. Bankai still having the flicker. He used it on the Hilda. And right now they're dealing the damage. Maniac's gonna get taken down by Bankai. Zetsu misses the spear of Alpha. And it looks like that's all they're gonna get. So far, Bankai has been the playmaker for the Mongols.
I like the flicker, I like the aggression as well, both by Bankai as well as Shenlin right there. They know the targets are clumped up in one particular area and they all dove in and managed to get a kill. And right now the Mongols are kind of in the driving seat right now. 2.7k gold lead, almost reaching 3k. Incilio, I would say they are caught off guard somehow.
Oh yeah, they were.
Yeah, I mean, a bit too passive so far. Yes, the Divergent have came in from Reaper, but so far only 1 kill in what, 8 minutes of gameplay.
I would say it's because of Shenlin, right? Shenlin so far as this Khalid roam is able to move around the map and actually spotting out Incilio, always understanding where Lovely is, where Reaper is, so that nothing is really a big surprise for them. So I kind of feel like shoutouts to the roamer from the Mongols actually making this macro play from the Mongols possible. Looks like Incilio wants that bottom turret, and look at that. Look at the roamer. Look at Shenlin. He's having eyes on the movement of Incilio. I'm not so sure how he understands how Incilio moves around the map, but he's doing a good job. He's always there, knowing where they are.
Yeah, at least gives out the vision, having the information as well. Is the diversion have been used or not? That could be a vital key point for the Mongols to plan out their next move. Maniac, first item priority would be the anti-Keras right now. Yes, a good item, but Renek.
Justinian, electrifying beat, trying to get him, but Zetsu is there. Zetsu saves him, killing spree with the spear of Alpha. That was so surprising. Renex K has no HP left.
With a slither of health, Renek K be able to survive right there. And to be fair, Justinian had to do that. He had to take that opportunity to try and get a kill. And unfortunately, just not his day right now. 7-1. 10-minute mark. Yes, the first slot was taken care of on the top side, but look at the map control the Mongols have right now.
Let me just say, this might be the Caster Curse or whatever, man. Like, we were talking about Celia, but look at the Mongols. The Mongols are showing up. They're looking like the ones that can win game number 1 against Incilio. Incilio is the one that looks like they're trying to look for opportunities to fight back, but they don't have the opportunity just yet.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the item build as well, Granger 1 item ahead of the Beatrix, the Khalid having the Radiant armor to be able to withstand the Loyi as well as the Edith. Looking at the Alpha, very tanky as well with the Winter Crown to be able to use it very effectively, very aggressively. And honestly, for the side of Incilio, other than Dawn, Justinian only would have the good amount of damage to be able to deal upon the Mongols and to be able to survive. But hey, I mean,
yeah, look at the goal difference here. Look at the goal difference for the EXP. That's the biggest goal gap so far among all the players here. Looking at the goal gap in gold, it's pretty big as well, but the biggest is definitely the EXP. 4,000 gold for Maniac. First item in 9 minutes. I understand he wants to build components first, but that's a pretty late first item priority by Maniac.
And normally you would want to prioritize the Thunderbelt and to be able to stack it up immediately, right? And if this game goes until 20-25 minutes, that could be good. But right now, the diversion not showing themselves yet. They know.
Oh, and then he charges in, finds 3, and now Lovely trying to escape. Reaper is so low, Lovely as well. Shannon is in front line. Renex K gets the kill. Setsu goes in with Alpha Charge, and now goes on to Don. Don moves back in, and Don gets taken out. Triple kill for Renex K, and now Bankai with the killing spree. Justinian is the only one alive for Incilio. The Mongols are gonna look for him. You know what? It's only Shenlin. Shenlin is making sure that he delays his recall.
Oh, no. Justinian is going to have a very hard time to get back, and this could allow the Mongols to take the first inhibited turret on the mid side. But can we just rewind back on how they knew Incilio was in that particular bush? The instinct that they have, like something is not right. All the lanes, everyone is missing right now.
It's too quiet.
It's too quiet.
It's too quiet here. And yeah, like Renex K, like you can actually say it's his discipline, and this is one of the things that make Granger such a good gold laner nowadays. When you get the stacks, you can spam your Death Sonata, you can spam your Rhapsody. He can open up the map, and once you see him there, Shenlin dives in, grabs 4. That was an amazing way for you to use a Granger, using the utility come late game. Looking at itemization here as well, looks like Renex K is building this Granger, because Granger again is skill-based hero, so pumping all those basic stats here, making sure that there's a lot of physical attack.
Yeah, right now a lot is on the mid side, and the Mongols is gonna focus on both inhibited turrets on top as well on the bot side. But right now the bot side, there's no minion. Incilio would have not much of a difficult time to be able to clear that Lord, but the next wave is gonna come immediately after. The Mongols are gonna focus on the bot side, having the next item for Miki just now. Wishing Lantern is just gonna pump up even more magical damage against Incilio. 1-0-8 for this Aurora. So far, has been outstanding.
Dean, it's been about, like, look at the Mongols. Right now, hovering around 9,000. 9,000 gold difference for the Mongols here. And what is this? A War Axe on Renex K. I haven't been playing a lot of Granger, man, but I have not seen a War Axe. Like, this could be the item build for a Granger now. I don't know, but this is very interesting. Like, I feel like all the Granger players are watching, and they're asking questions like, is this the new build? Is this the meta build? Or is this just a Renex K thing?
It could be both. It could be both. It could also be an item that you just pick up once you're well up ahead, right? To be able to pump up even more basic attack. You know, there's a bit of movement speed on that item as well to be able to run away from Joy, Justinian just now, focusing on Granger himself. So Not too sure. We shall see how does it affect. But honestly, at this point of time, having 8.5k gold lead, 11 kill to 1, good map control. Any item I wouldn't be, questioning about whatever he builds right now.
Right now, Renex K, the only defensive item that he really has is the Rose Gold Meteor because his only threat is Justinian. Looking at the stacks here, 678 stacks. He killed like, I don't know how many minions at this point with 678 stacks. He can use Rhapsody, or like, look at his energy. It barely goes down. And this is why I'm seeing themes going for gold lane instead of the jungle, because in the jungle you get the stacks slowly, but as a gold laner you saw that 15 minutes in, almost 700 stacks.
That could be a very good case on why you should put Granger on the gold lane right now to be able to farm those stacks as efficiently as possible. 15-minute mark. The third Lord, if I'm not mistaken, right now is up upon us on the top side. Incilio not moving an inch, but right now moving forward is lovely. Bankai just gonna flicker away from the onward use by the ED.
Yeah, he's gonna be very careful there. Renan Dope with the Renner snipe not hitting onto anyone, checking the bushes here. Looking at the Mongols as well, they're not forcing the Lord, they're still controlling the waves. In Celio, they're in a bit of a trouble because the top side and mid. Oh, look at Renex K just pumping damage with the Rhapsody, and Shenlin is trying to get an angle. And Renex K with the Death Sonata as well. What is Incilio gonna do? How are they gonna come in? Looking at the flanks area, they were able to get down Bankai, and now Miki at the back, Maniac, trying to split them up. Incilio, they're winning this matchup around the Lord. The Mongols are still on it, looking at Maniac. Maniac goes in, looking at the Lord. Zetsu still gets it. Zetsu able to control the Lord. And now, using the Witch of Crown, Maniac gets taken down by Shenlin. The Mongols win it all. Zetsu had to use his immortality, but it's still fine. Renex K flickers forward, not gonna get anyone with the Rhapsody.
If he flickered forward with energy as well right there, could be able to use the Death Sonata, the Rhapsody as well, to get at least one more kill from the side of Mongols right there. But honestly, that was a very, very good timing of retribution by Zetsu, and also not getting caught up by the Hilda or any particular stunts that is available for Incilio to be able to get that Lord was very, very good by Zetsu. But right now, how are they going to use this Lord? Or is it just going to be, again, another defensive capability by Incilio?
Well, Death Sonata all the way, just trying to pump as much damage as he can. The Lord has been taken care of. Incilio has made sure that the Lord doesn't enter the base. Justinian tried to get onto Renex K. However, unable to really stick on him and really use the electrifying beats. Bankai eats one member, and looks like Lovely is the one that got caught. Lovely is gonna get taken down, but no, he actually went for it. No! Gets a shutdown, but Bankai gets Lovely. Maniac is taken down as well, and now the Mongols, they're still looking at the base. The base is hovering around half HP. 4 members here, but looks like they can't force it. And Celio clears out the minion waves.
I like how the Mongols play that. Very disciplined, very good communication. But right now, Shenlin, gotta be careful.
Taking a lot of damage. The Justinian isn't gonna force it. Renex K flanks to the side and able to help double kill for Miyaki. And now they've ended the game. Mongols wins against Incilio.
When their backs up against the wall, they bounce back. They pounce back with aggression, with their own dignity as well, right there. And that Granger pickup, honestly, that is the difference maker right there. Being able to farm up really, really well, effectively, efficiently as well. And look at the damage that he pumped out at the last moment of the game.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the reactions coming in from Incilio, they look stunned. They are not sure what they were supposed to do in that matchup. I gotta say, props to the Khalid, because he's able to slow down the rotation so much. But yeah, the poking damage from the Rhapsody, from the Death Sonata, like, that's annoying to deal with.
I mean, we talk about how the Hilda could have a very good advantage up against the Barats, but what Barats did is very, very good. he ignored the Hilda. I'm just gonna clear my lanes and I'm gonna group up with my team. Whoever is in front, I'm gonna use my Detona's Welcome, and I know that my Green Jay have the damage, my Aurora have the damage, and no one can get out because again, with the Spear of Alpha, with the Aurora as well, no one can get out once I've used my Detona's Welcome.
Yeah, the only thing is I saw that in Celio, they didn't have an angle to go in,
Yeah.
right? They want to start a fight. They do. But where? The moment they use the diversion, they all know. Like, the Granger can open the map a mile away, and then grabbing Bankai on the barrage, you can't instantly kill the guy. And even the Shenlin on that Khalid.
The Khalid, man.
Is always around. Nothing is a surprise.
I mean, the Khalid could be the MVP, the hidden MVP as well, as you mentioned. Being able to roam a lot more well and to be able to give out good information. Okay, we have Loyi over here. We have Justinians over there. The diversion has not been used yet. The diversion has been used, so be careful. All of this kind of information are being used well by the Mongols to be able to come up, okay, what's our next move?
Yeah, right now we got to look at itemization for both teams, and honestly, I immediately want to look at its Granger build because everyone is wondering how you build a Granger. I didn't thought that the Granger needs a Malefic gun because I thought the Rhapsody and the
It's a long range.
and the Desperata is already long range, but maybe he just wants more reliable basic attacks here. But again, we have to see what other gold laners will use on their Granger. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the build that RinXK has been using. Looks like he prioritized the Malefic Gun, the Blade of Despair, and then afterwards going for the Hunter Strike for defense, going up against Justinian, picking up the Rose Gold Meteor, and interestingly enough, the War Axe.
That is
Interesting.
quite very interesting, to be fair, and I would hope we can get somewhat of an answer from him or even from the coaches why the War X was built. Is it a very crucial item, or is it a snowball item for Granger once you're up ahead quite a lot, right? And again, Immortality just a Leo of defense. He knows that not necessarily nobody can catch him on the backside, but even if Justinian gets away into him, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure Justinian have to deal with a good amount of damage by Aurora, by Alpha, by Khalid as well. And speaking of Khalid, just a good all-around defensive item to be able to withstand a good amount of damage and also to stay alive for him to be able to roam as much as he did.
Maniac as well. Look at him, 0, 6, and 0. Very low gold. Like, I don't know how they shut down Maniac, but they were able to do it. And because of that, he wasn't able to really have that big of an impact in the game. Maybe that's the build. Maybe just, I don't know. Like, I feel like the damage is good, but what I really like that RinXK brought to the table was vision. Extra vision. Just Death Sonata on every single bush, and then you'll figure out if someone's there or not.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Granger...
Maybe that's why you pick up the War Axe, because if you hit someone, you get War Axe stack. So when you see a stack go up, then you know someone's there. Maybe. I'm just,
Yeah, that could be a good shout as well. That could be bushes without entering the bush is a very, very advantageous stuff that you would have on your side up against, again, a Louis with diversion. And honestly, from the get-go, it's, I would say, one-way traffic for the Mongols, securing the neutral objective, 3 Lords, and also 2 Turtles from the get-go. Again, having Aurora, having Khalid, and having Alpha. I question a lot on how they're gonna catch Justinian, on how they're gonna catch the Hilda with the mobility that she has. But it's proven that's not a problem. We just play with our own strength. We group up together, we are very strong in team fight, and we layer our ultimates one and another.
Yeah, RinXK dealing the most amount of damage there. 67,000 damage. Again, most of it is probably just poking around, but again, we can see that his build definitely did a lot of damage here. Shenli took a lot of damage. Bankai as well, being very strong frontliners. Maniac, 134,000 damage taken. He took a beating in this game, and someone has to, right? Someone has to. Lovely tries to set up for those engages, but unable to. For now, we got to look at the MVP for this game. And honestly, for Mongols, it could go on to anyone. Everyone performed extremely well, but we got to give it to RinXK. 67.7 total damage dealt for 1 and 11. And again, if you guys want to know the build, that's the build.
I mean, this could be the next sort of item for any Granger users out there who are gonna be using Granger on the gold lane side. And one good point that Lafell did mention on how the gold laner Granger is very effective, on how he can collect all the stacks really fast and effective, efficient as well, and to be able to just spam the Death Sonata as well as the Rhapsody, and also with the War X, you get more stacks with every single hit from the Rhapsody or the Death Sonata.
Yeah, again, looking at the highlights, man. Renesky is so good. So good. But yeah, the Granger, look at him just poking around. One of the, I would say, weaknesses of a Granger compared to most marksmen is that he is skill-based.
Yep.
Skill shot-based. So you can miss your skill shots and someone can body block your skill shots. So he's amazing going up against front lines, but going up against back lines is going to be more and more difficult. This is amazing by the team. Everyone just jumped in, Raging Sandstorm, and look, he opened up the map. It's like, oh, someone's there. But no, the reaction is so fast. Maybe they know.
They know.
They know.
They know. This is somehow they know. She knows.
She knows.
Because immediately the Khalid opened up the
Raging
Sandstorm without knowing someone was there. Or that timing could be very much similar with the Death Sonata. So honestly, I would like to feel, or I would like to think that they know. They know that somebody is there in that particular bush, and at the end of the day, honestly, it was a very good all-around gameplay by the Mongols. And yes, it was a bit of a shock kind of a performance by Incilio. Maybe they were shocked as well, not expecting this kind of gameplay, this kind of aggression coming from the Mongols. But hey, this is the wild card.
She knows. She knows. And I know she knows. By the way, Granger might be a thing. Granger might legit be a thing. Day number 1, we didn't see any Granger, but after what RenXK has been showing, it could be good. Yeah. And you know what is good? You know what is good, Adin?
What is good? Tell me.
Hello Panda, something like that. This is Hello Panda. Fill your game with Hello Panda crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, or in our case, this is strawberry. The ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. Hello Panda, Hello Panda.
It's
I'll figure out the rest of the verse sooner or later.
Cause
give me one more day. Give me one more day. One more day. I'll get it.
You look so manly with the suit and all, right? I mean, you look stunning as well. But when you sing the Hello Panda, it's just it doesn't.
Hey yo, what's the shade? What's the shade?
Use
a
that
real man.
use
a
that
real
voice.
man.
Use that voice and sing the song.
A real man eats Hello Panda. Hello Panda, enough but not
But
something like that.
Honestly, it's a
like
very
that.
good snack. Very quick, very easy to eat as well. And yes, it does keep us energized for the next game, because it's gonna be very important. Imagine a world where the Mongols
Imagine a world
where Mongols win 2-0.
where Mongols win 2-0.
What would happen?
What would happen? You have to try it. You gotta have a cinematic voice.
Yeah, I can't.
You know, okay. For example, for RenXK, we asked, after boot camping in the Philippines and MY, what do you think about each region? And this is his voice. Philippines ranked games are harder. MY ranked games feel easier. Wow. The scrims, on the other hand, are hard in both countries. But overall, I like Malaysia more.
I don't like the emoji. It doesn't feel like he's
it doesn't
serious.
feel authentic.
It doesn't feel like he was serious about it.
Yeah.
I like Malaysia, you know.
Shout out to Nice, by the way. Nice who probably likes the cinematic.
Hey,
voice.
no.
In a world. All right, go ahead.
Wait, we have one more. You can use it again.
We have one more. All right, this night is from Coach G. How did you end up coaching for Incilio? Hey, all right. Before this, I joined IHC as a temporary coach. It was in Almaty that I met Incilio. IHC and Incilio were scream buddies then. Coach Ren, head coach for Team Spirit, also recommended me to them. Most of the coaching was done online and due to the time zone difference. Practice sessions for me ran from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m.
8
Damn.
p.m. to 4 a.m.
Damn. Sounds like a gamer's life.
Such a gamer's life that
I gotta stop using this voice.
I cannot relate at all, honestly. 8 p.m.
I need water.
4. That is almost 12 hours of practice/training session. That's crazy, but hey, that is the sacrifice that you have to make to be the best, to be one of the best as well. So props to Coach G right there, and I'm happy that he has his opportunity right now with Insidio.
Shout out to Trex. Apparently he wants me to do a cowboy voice.
Oh.
I don't know, partner. Yeehaw all the way. All right, we're going to draft. No. I'm not gonna get myself into trouble.
Yeah.
We're going into the draft here, Adi. We're going into the draft.
Okay, I'm glad you did not continue down that path, that road. Okay, drafting phase for game number 2 right now.
Sir,
How will Insilio bounce back, or how will Insilio respond to the aggression that the Mongols have provided in game number 1? We started with Mongols will be on the first pick, as well as Insilio will have the benefit of the second pick. And to be fair, again, 66 win rate for second pick teams. This could be good for Insilio, but
Yeah.
if Gatot and Chow has been banned out, meanwhile Insilio banning out the Jushin again, 100% ban rate, as well as the Fanny.
Yep. Fanny, Jushin banned out. Still leaving quite a lot of things here open. I wonder if Insilio wants to take away the alpha, because so far, Zetsu. Oh, now I'm starting to see the theme. Zetsu, Bankai, they like Bleach.
Ah.
Oh, they like Bleach.
I mean, that is the most easiest way for you to pick out an IGN, right? Just pick whatever you like to watch. You know, it could be a TV show or a movie. And just pick one of the main characters, or one of the characters within that particular movie or that show.
I was talking about the alpha, but I was thinking Insil would pick it up, but it looks like they're batting it out themselves. So I wonder if Mongols, they pick up an essential jungler here. What else is open?
Hilda still...
Oh, Hilda is still open, but they're taking their time. They're wondering, is it worth it though? High loss, they prefer the high loss over the Hilda. Or maybe they're just like, Maniac Hilda. What's the big deal?
I don't like the win rate of High Loss just now. 29% win rate. 7 times being picked up. That's not good. I would hope that that number increases even further right now. Insilio again doubling down on the Hilda once again with the Suyo.
Yeah, okay, so the CEO, he can be a little bit more aggressive, hopefully, because so far we saw the Joy didn't really have a good time actually going for a lot of early trades. I wonder if he will change that up. Now the Mongols still with the high loss, they can switch it up. It can be XP, it can be roam. They were able to take down the Hilda by picking up the Barats. If they don't pick it up now, then it could get banned out. But it looks like they're not picking it up at all, because they're gonna opt for the Khalid as well as the Aurora. So this, actually no, they can swap. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, I like the saying that goes, you know, if it's not broken, why would you want to fix it? So again, the Khalid and the Aurora did well in the first game, proven that how they played, they could get a very good result out of it. So again, using it for game number 2. Could be the same job desk, could be the same responsibility by the Khalid. Roam around, give information, provide vision as well, to be able to plan out your next movement, especially when it comes to those total team fights or even the Lord team fights right now.
No, actually, I was corrected. I was thinking of Ichigo's sword, but Zetsu could also be Naruto.
Of the villain.
Yeah,
black,
the guy, the black and white guy.
Yeah.
The yin yang guy.
But then
Kaguya,
again,
I don't like Kaguya.
But then again, you have Bankai over there, so like, it's
I
more
think
towards-
Zetsu's in Bleach too.
I think so as well. I don't
Okay,
know.
Granger
Okay,
band.
yeah,
Granger band. Right?
Good band.
Granger band.
I like the band. Don't give anything comfortable for
Wait.
Renek's key.
But okay, so Renek's case so far, he hasn't used the same hero twice, if I believe. He used the 1-1, and then he used the Melissa,
Okay.
and then he used the Granger. If he wants to... I mean, he doesn't need a hero like Granger, because again, the Louis is not there. It's always good to open up the map, but it's not necessary now, because you're not going up against the Louis.
I mean, you're going up against a Hilda as well, who likes bushes a lot. You know, you're just gonna hide in there and just come out at any given point of time to be able to catch any particular members of the opposing side off guard. So, yes, it would nice to have someone with a long range kind of skill. Leela could do that as well. Mia could do that.
Honestly, Mia is an okay shout. However, I kind of feel like going up against Hilda might still be a problem. Because the
I
Hilda
agree.
can just chase after the Mia.
But you could pick up again a Nathan, you know, be safe.
Honestly, like I don't doubt that Renex K has such a big hero pool because so far he has not picked the same hero twice. So he might surprise us again here today. We talk about the Clint, maybe the Clint. I'm not so sure Clint is a good matchup here with the current 3 heroes that Coach G pick up for Encilio, but still, it's an option.
I do agree.
Maybe he can pick up the Beatrix.
I mean, not you. I would say me myself doubted the possibility of their draft in game number 1, and I was proven wrong. So I would be happy to be proven wrong once again right now by the Mongols.
Matilda is open
with whatever they pick up. I mean, Matilda is open if they do want to pick it up. Are they gonna pick it up?
Well, they're
not
still
yet, not
hiding.
yet.
I mean, like, what are the chances that Mongols pick up the Matilda, right?
Yeah,
they already have a Khalid, they already have a
True.
Hyla, so yeah.
What kind of a jungle are we thinking right now for the side of the Mongols? Fedrin is still there. Yes, Alpha has been banned out. You could go for a Nolan if you want to go for an assassin. I can hear a Beatrix right there. Okay, consistent BC damage, consistent gold laner. A very safe pick, I would say, for Renex K. But the jungle side right now, I think it's gonna be an assassin.
Okay, you know what? People are fighting about enemy. I'm not going to be a part of it. And yeah, we were talking about Beatrix, and there you go. Beatrix has been picked up. Again, you can do the same thing as a Granger. You can open up the map and long range as well. Does relatively well against Bruno.
Ooh.
And Julian. We haven't seen the pick so far. Looks like the Mongols are the real wild cards here. They're picking up heroes that so far hasn't been used. Oh, never mind. Akai. Akai's here. Hello, Panda. Hello, Panda. Betul disco niya. I think I'm wrong, but the jingle is there. It is correct. All right, there you go.
Good job. Good job right there. So 2 heroes that we have not seen so far in wildcard, Julian as well as the Akai getting picked up for both of these teams right now. I am much more interested in Akai. I mean, I'm biased of a tag hero, so I would like to say how the Akai does well or not up against the lineup of the Mongols.
You gotta believe, Adin. You gotta believe, because the start of yesterday went all 3 games. This one, I'm looking forward to go all 3 games as well. Right now, Zetsu with the Julian, and now seeing the Akai on the hands of lovely Encilio coming in as the favorites, losing game number 1. Can they redeem themselves? Can they push us to game number 3? Welcome to the land of dawn.
Pushing for greatness right now for both of these teams. The Mongols, they do have a lifeline somehow right now. Being able to win the first game gives them a boost of momentum for this game number 2. But Encilio, as we all know, they won't go down without a fight. They have to take a leap of faith, being a bit more aggressive in game number 2. And that could all change with the Akai, with the heavy spin as well, being able to catch out the Mongols offside. But let's take a look at the emblem. Anything interesting so
Oh yeah,
far?
for sure. Looking more aggressive here coming in from the Mongols.
The Mongols, yeah. I mean, I would say that the lineup that they have right now, I would say they would want to go aggressive, right? With the Julian. Again, kind of similar as game number 1. But game number 1, they had Alpha, Aurora, Khalid. Right now, they have Julian, Aurora, Khalid. Same ideas, same kind of responsibility as well as job desk. But does that mean same result? That is the bigger question right now.
Well, we have to see if Encilio can be a little bit more aggressive with this one, because the big change is the jungler from a Joy now to a Suyo. And as well with this Akai, because we don't know whether this Akai, the Akai can be played multiple ways. Number 1, it can be more aggressive, catching people out by the heavy spin, or using the heavy spin to peel for your backline. So that's the question that we need to see. How is Lovely going to be using this one? Is it going to be pinning people down or pushing people away?
But what I like about Encilio between this game and game number 1 right now, they do have a way to start team fight with Lovely, right? Game number 1, they would have to react what the Mongols use upon them. But right now, they could be in the upper hand, or they could be the one who would start the move first. And as we take a look right now, Turtle has been started by Justinian, but on the backside, Shenlin.
Oh, first blood by Renex K. Unsure how that happened, but Justinian still able to secure the turtle. And now Justinian able to catch Zetsu. Looks like Maniac is trying to run away. It looks like the rest of Encilio wants to disengage. Lovely, able to get out of that. Shenlin, without the level 4, unable to re-engage with the Raging Sandstorm.
Regardless what happened on the top side or the turtle team fight, bigger question is what happened on the bot side just now. Dawn getting first blood by Renex K and immediately picking up the Malefic Gun as the first item. So, you know, same old by Renex K.
Hey, Renex K is redeeming himself, man. Yesterday, he did good, but he made a game-losing mistakes. And this day, he's like, nah, fam, I'm going to be the one. I'm going to be getting those MVPs. We're going to win against Cecilio, and he's doing well.
I'm kind of afraid as this game progresses. But hold on.
Yes, Flicker.
Shotgun.
No. He's not doing it.
You're pressuring him. You're pressuring him.
I'll shut up.
Okay. So right now, Renex, I mean, okay, so far he's not like sacrificing his life for nothing right there. Yes, being aggressive is quite good because not allowing the Bruno or Dawn to be able to farm up well could be a very, very good point for the Mongols right now. On the top side, Bankai have to use the Glorious Pathway defensively right now.
For now, it does look like in Steelers, they're not being all that active. They're not proactive, they're being more reactive. Even though they were able to grab the turtle earlier, but I don't know. So far, they're not really using Lovely to start a fight. Yeah. It's more about, I guess, pushing people away.
I'm kind of afraid a little bit because you have a very, very good early game hero with Suyo as well as Lovely being able to pin anyone down. But as you mentioned, they're not using that at all in these early stages. They're just farming up, you know, allowing Justinian to get a few more levels, a few more items, as well as Bruno. So this could bite them back when we enter the mid-game stage where the Mongols are much more superior.
To be fair, it's going to be hard to pin them down. The only way that they can do it if Zetsu goes in and then he pins him down with the heavy spin. Maniac is on the back line. So right now, Mongols, they're actually trapped on both ends, but it looks like they're the ones being a little bit more uncomfortable. On left and right, you got Lovely as well as Maniac. So they're actually caught in some sort of a semicircle here. It looks like they're not going to get baited in. They're not going to be taking free damage from either side.
I mean, the fact that both EXP laners are just ignoring their own lanes right now, focusing on this turtle, and neither of them are, you know, brave enough to start this fight. They're just hovering around, waiting for the right moment, waiting for the right timing as well, or one of these members slips up or make a mistake. That is the time they could pounce. So I'm not too sure how long can they be patient about this. They need to start a fight. They need to do something right now, or else it's just going to be a back and forth fight.
Well, Justinian try. Oh, Mickey flickers forward, unable to catch anyone with the Frigid Glacier. So far, no one is caught by Incilio. Incilio is looking very safe. It looks like no one is going to start something. You were right. You were right, Adine. Mongols, they tried to start something, but Incilio was able to escape. So no aggression is going to come from Mongols.
Nope. Justinian, yeah. That was a... I don't blame him trying to get a kill, but you still have to remember Aurora have the passive, and right now, Lovely
flickers in, able to catch one, taking a bit of time, but Zetsu eventually falls. Shenlin, is he gonna try and get this turtle? It's not gonna be worth it, buddy. Reaper secures the turtle for the team. Bankai flanks, but no fight is gonna continue. They're just gonna protect the mid lane.
I was gonna like give credits and props to the Mongols right there. Being able to catch Justinian out was really, really good. And I thought that, okay, this could be an easy turtle for the Mongols, but Lovely had other plans right there. Being able to pin down Zetsu right there and immediately kill him. But in the mid side,
looks like Lovely has been caught. Miki will secure the kill. Not really catching with the Frigid Glacier, but still caught nonetheless. Oh, Renex K! Oh, he's too far forward. He's going to get taken down by Dawn. But no, Shenlin goes on to Dawn as well as Maniac. But looks like the Mongols, they don't want to overstay their welcome. Now even the Suyo is there. Bankai gets caught by the Frigid Glacier. And now he's going to get taken down as well by Justinian.
But very good macro gameplay by Zetsu, knowing that fights are happening on the bot side, so focusing on the top side is the decision that was made by Zetsu to be able to balance it out so far. But Mongols, Renex K, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful being too aggressive without having the knowledge of is anyone there on my left hand side, and that punish him really, really bad right there. Or else, I mean, it could be a free kill for him to be able to get that Bruno.
Yeah, in game number 1, showing some sort of spider sense. This game, not really there. Justinian now having the War Axe. So 2 items on, well, Justinian. So far, Zetsu is still waiting on the second item. Looks like he is going to build that Feather of Heaven. So far, yeah, in terms of the items, everyone is basically equal. No big goal difference by either team. And Silu is ahead by 500, but it's more or less just one component.
Okay, right now it's much more closer comparing to the first game just now on the 8th minute mark. Insilio have the lead, but only by so much, 300 gold on their side. But Lovely, gotta be careful right there. Yes, you are tanky, but if RenXK gets a few more items, those basic attack is gonna deal a good amount of damage against that Panda.
Yeah, Justinian finds RenXK, so RenXK has to be a little bit more careful here, making sure he doesn't get caught again. Definitely Zetsu. Because, yeah, Zetsu has to be careful as well because he's been caught once by Lovely, and maybe that's the goal of the game. Lovely, you just look at Zetsu, everyone else, just let someone else handle.
And Zetsu gotta be careful as well if he wants to try to get this retribution off, but Glorious Pathway has been opened up.
Now looks like Maniac tries to find an angle, unable to get it. So far, Bankai hasn't gotten anyone with his ult. Same as Lovely. Lovely still holding on to his heavy spin. Now don't having that Malefic gun, he can start poking from afar. Oh, he flickers forward. Frigid Glacier onto 2. And now RenXK able to take down Reaper. Lovely trying to pin them down, but Zetsu grabs the kill. Doesn't have enough damage. Justinian as well, trying to find an angle. Maniac. All 3 members of Insilio looking for a way to actually engage into a fight because the Mongols, they're only at half HP, but no one can move forward.
I know that yesterday's play of the game is an Aurora. Today could be another Aurora as well. That 2-3-man Frigid Glacier was super on point to start out those team fight, but right now, Insilio!
Yeah, Maniac was able to get a kill. Shenden went a little bit too far forward because looking at the HPs here, Insilio, they're very healthy. The Mongols, they gotta be careful. Even Reaper is here now. Can they make that miracle play again?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Insilio would have this lot covered as well. Maniac gonna fall down to the Frigid Glacier. But honestly, that was very, very good by Insilio. Yes, they were caught up by the Frigid Glacier earlier on, but as you mentioned, they were much more healthier when that fight progresses even further. And the Mongols right there, they loses out that team fight just because their HP just wasn't there. And also, on the bot side, was pushing in on their next turret. So, Insilio, having the first slot, they need to be able to get back the momentum, especially the map control on the 10-minute mark.
That was the wins of Insilio. They forced the Mongols to engage, and then once they've used all their skills, they can start and they can actually win the fight. And that's what they did just now. They were being very patient and they were able to find an angle. Now Justinian is able to get away from Zetsu as well, but he has to be careful because they're chasing after him. But again, Suyo has a lot of dashes. He'll be fine.
That was very, very calculated by Justinian, being able to know that I do have one more set of skill to run away from any kind of crowd control, and he used that to a T, I would say. But let's take a look at the damage dealt right now. Justinian is going to be on the top charts with 35,000, and follow up by RenXK by 32,000. I mean, it's not a lot, but yes, still, it is something, I would say so.
Yeah, 11 minutes in the game, not bad. RenXK now having the Demon Hunter Sword, probably for Maniac, just in case if he starts being a bigger nuisance. I would say Maniac is already doing a lot. Same can be said from Lovely as well. So yeah, I can respect the early Demon Hunter Sword here because the front lines is causing so much problems. The back lines they can deal with. It's just the front lines that's becoming an issue here.
Yeah, I'm more focusing towards on this mid to late game right now. Who would have the better, I would say, kind of lineups and heroes? And honestly, the answer to that is quite 50-50. It all depends on how they use the advantage that they have to be able to start team fight or to be able to catch anyone off guard. Because on the side of Insilio, Valentina on the late game could poses a good amount of magical damage, and with whatever spell that she steals, that could be another bonus advantage. Yes, Suyo falls off a bit on the league game stage, but with Akai being able to pin anyone down, with Hilda posing threat on the back line, Insilio does have pretty good league game. In comparison to Mongols, they do have to rely upon the raw damage of Beatrix being a true marksman. Miki, Aurora, you would always want to rely on the crowd control, but right now, teamfight has begun. Shenlin,
Glorious pathway, but Reaper is able to get out of there. Lovely using the heavy spin, trying to separate Shenlin, but he's able to get out of there. So far, the Mongols started the fight, but Insilio is able to escape from it, and now the Lord has spawned. Most members have used their ultimate, so this is probably just going to be a dance, waiting for their skills to come back online, and then probably try to start a fight again.
a dance with the rhythm of Insilio, but oh, hold on, Miki!
Another flicker into Frigid Glacier. They're able to get a Lovely. So far, that's the only casualty, and looks like Insilio, they don't mind losing Lovely for that trade.
But the bot side right now, as well as the top side, is pushing against the Mongols right now. So the Mongols have to take care of their wave. The wave management is very, very important, and Insilio could use this to just buy time for Lovely to be able to respond back and join back the team fight on this top side. So Mongols, if they want to do, they have to do it quick, and they have to do it now.
Yeah, looks like Reaper had to use the flicker to get out of the engage coming in from the Mongols. Shenlin now having the Raging Sandstorm, probably waiting for Insilio to group up for him to use it.
I would want to see the Mongols, once they won that small skirmishes, being able to get one out. Just push the bot side. Don't focus on the Lord!
Oh, the Lord is getting focused on. And Justinian tilts it away. Shut down Makey. Maniac grabs a double kill. The Mongols made a mistake. And Insilio capitalizes on it. Bankai gets taken down by the Reaper. Only Shenlin survives. Insilio wins it all.
The imposter, the Lord was the imposter right there, knocking up 3 men of the Mongols and allowing Insilio to just move forward. Fluidity on their side, and with that one movement, with that one mistake by the Mongols, it cost them game number 2, and we are heading to game number 3.
We got a match on our hands here, folks. Yesterday we started with 3 games, and today we'll be continuing the first game, the first match of the day, with 3 games as well. Insilio able to take down the Mongols, and now it's match point for both teams.
I want to take a look at the replay, especially that last Lord, because that one Insilio had to do nothing. They just had to wait it out, and the fact that the Mongols had to take upon the crowd control from the Lord again, 3-man knockup. It wasn't what they wanted right there. I mean, being able to stay quite long was quite good, but once the Lord knocked them up, I would say it was over for them. Such an easy way for Insilio to just go in, dish out the damage, and just the icing on the cake was the Lord steal. I wouldn't say Lord steal, but the Lord 50-50 was able to be won by Insilio.
You know what, that's just RNG, man. Like, I honestly, even I didn't notice the Lord knocked them up, but if that really happened, then, you know what, GG's Lord. You made this game 3 possible for Insilio. But I gotta say, Makey was very proactive.
Yeah,
a lot of times, like the moment the flicker is up, use the flicker, Frigid Glacier. Sometimes you're able to get multiple members, but in the final moments, only able to get Lovely. And again, Insilio, they're okay playing without Lovely on that. Like, their draft doesn't depend on Lovely. They can still play around without him being there.
Yeah, I mean, for the Mongols right there, I did mention about once they get at least 1 kill, 2 kills, I would want them to focus on the bot side, because their bot side was losing. They hadn't had the chance to get at least the tier 1 turrets yet. And they lost because of the wave management on the top side. On the bot side was pushing against them. So they had a lot of things to cover. They have the Lord to be able to, you know, carry around. They need to handle their top side. They need to handle their bot side. So all of these things crumble upon the Mongols, and they couldn't come up with a good result, especially when it comes to those Lord team fights or even the Turtle team fights.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but even when you're playing games, you have chores to do. You got to do some house cleaning there, and they weren't ticking the boxes. I do agree, like, they don't have to force the Lord. someone has to keep an eye on the Lord, but everyone else, they can start moving the map around. But now let's look at the itemizations here. And again, looking at the draft, I would say it's pretty equal. We have new pickups here in the wild card, both the Julian as well as the Akai. I would say neither really had that flashy of a showing. 132 and 135, but again, they served their purpose. They were like, we can see Lovely. If you have an opportunity, catch Zetsu. If you don't, just push people away. Make sure that Don't doesn't get caught. Make sure that Reaper doesn't get caught.
Now, Lovely did have one good moment early on the game where he managed to catch Zetsu, and everyone from the Insular side just dish damage upon him and kill him off, and that made Insilio get the first turtle earlier in the game. But taking a look at the item, I like how the Malefic Gun is, becoming much more of the priority item right now. Even the Bruno as well as the Beatrix pick it up early on the stage to be able to withstand or to be able to survive the laning phase even much more efficiently. Looking at Justinian, of course, you would want to go for the Blade of Despair, the Hunter Stride, as well as the Malefic Roar. Not much complaint by me so far by how Insilio played. Just stick with your own gameplay, wait for the right timing, and wait for Lovely to be able to catch anyone out. If no, it's okay. We just have to kite around because again, that is Insilio's specialty.
Folks, put your votes in. Do we put the play of the day over to the Lord, knocking 3 people up? We've seen Zetsu on the Julian couldn't get a 3-man knockup. Even Minotaurs, we don't see a lot of Minotaurs nowadays, but
Akai could get a 3-man heavy speed.
Yeah. But the Lord, man, Lord got a 3-man knockup. Shout out to the Lord. Shout out to the Lord. And now both Mongols as well as Insilio, they got to prepare for game number 3, where we have to see if they have more surprises. It looks like Shenlin on this Khalid, they roughly understand how to work with it. And maybe the Khalid is strong against the Luyi that they were trying to use. Maybe against Reaper on the Valentina. He kind of doesn't care.
I mean, also having the knowledge of the first game, Insilio adapted well on how Shannon plays and how well that he roams around the map and just, I wouldn't say necessarily hard counter the Khalid roam, but just play much more better, not giving too much information. Also, the reaction time by Insilio was much more faster now. That the fact that, okay, we lose one side, we gain on the other hand.
So this game for Mongols, it's unfortunate, but look at Zetsu. Only 14,000 damage dealt. To put that into perspective, Bankai did 11,000 and Shenlin did 16,000.
Yeah.
When the roamer does more damage than your jungler, and your jungler isn't like a Fredrin, it's a Julian. Yeah. Julian can deal damage, but this does show that he does not have a lot of angles for him to actually go in and fight against Insilio. So maybe that's something that they need to adjust. Unsure whether Zetsu is not comfortable on the Julian or just with this draft, it's very difficult.
Yeah. Honestly, that's quite surprising as well. But right now, let's take a look at our MVP for game number 2. It's gonna be the Hilda used by Maniac 3, 1, and 5 in terms of KDA right now. Not much, I would say not much, sorry. He doesn't need to be flashy, he doesn't need to be fancy, just do a good amount of job.
Dude, he glow up. This is a glow up. He went from 0, 6, and 0 to now 3, 1, and 5.
I agree.
Yeah, so this
with
time,
the same hero, right?
Yeah, same hero, hero on the Hilda, except this time he wasn't against the Barats.
Yep.
So
true.
maybe the Mongols was trying to be a little bit too fancy here. And ladies and gentlemen, let me be clear here. The Mongols need to win. Because if Mongols lose here, high chance they will be eliminated.
Agree.
So whether they want to or not, if they want to go to M6, they got to win against Insilio.
They have to bring back that game 1 performance and how they played really well.
Oh, this is a mistake by ReNextK.
Yeah, being too overconfident, I would say, not knowing where the teammates of Insilio are would be the death of them. Yeah, that was the 3-man knockup right there. That was very unfortunate for the Mongols. The fact that they stood next to each other, got knocked out between one and another, and again, easy pathway for Insilio to start a team fight and to end that team fight as well as end the game immediately.
So that was Maniac's highlight, but let me bring up something.
Sorry, yep.
Do you remember high loss win rate and you were sad with the fact that high loss win rate seems a bit low? Yeah, well, that game didn't help it out. Another loss for the high loss.
No! such a good hero.
It is a good hero,
I
yeah.
really like Hylos with the Thunderbolt, so good. But I mean, those are in ranked games. You know, in competition level, it's much more different. Of course, I do understand that. But you know, as a tank player, just a bit sad.
Yeah, but yeah, maybe the Barats is a better answer because Ban Kai is such a playmaker. He starts the fights, and he can start fights with Hylos for sure. But when he's in the Barats, he's able to actually catch someone, put it in his tummy, and then able to get almost a confirmed kill. With a Hylos, you don't get a confirmed kill. It's hard for you to be a Hylos and be like, Ban Kai! Is Chip no longer a priority pick? Apparently no. Not pick it or ban.
I mean, now that you know Yves has been buffed, is super strong. Fanny is gonna always be one of the priority ban. Yuxin surprisingly is a priority ban in wildcard.
She's so strong.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I don't want to fight against a Jushin.
Like you have so many others hero that are much more, I would say, important and much more.
No, you know what?
It
You know
takes
what?
the priority of the banning list.
Chip is not that great.
Seriously?
Biscuits are better.
I agree.
All right, there you go. That's another elevator shout out.
I
you know?
agree. I agree.
I'm overdoing it, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I love snacks. I love snacks.
Or is it because
Biscuits are better. Biscuits are better. Okay, zoom in again. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go.
specifically Hello Panda?
We'll eat this in game number 2.
I'm so hungry right now. But anyways, or maybe we haven't seen teams who are, you know, well synchronized between one another use chip yet.
I mean, honestly, people can be hiding it. Now that we brought it up, it's probably going to come out in game number 3.
Yeah.
Knowing how everything has been in motion, it could happen. It could happen.
It could happen. I would like to see more Granger maybe for Renex Cape. Played really, really well in game number 1 just now. I still want to see Farsa in the wildcard stage. I think she can dish a good amount of damage with the burst that she has. But of course, the positioning would be the main worrying thing about a Farsa. Well, Chip could be another discussion as well. So far, we have not seen any presence of Chip yet, except for being banned. 6 out of 9 games, 66%. Other than that, in terms of hero, yeah, I mean, there are a few, but that one is a bit of an outlier, I would say.
I think we have a high chance to see it in Swiss stage because I feel like Philippine teams and Malaysian teams,
Especially
they like
best of one. Especially in best of one.
I mean, I don't know. I legit don't know because Chip can be that X factor. Like once you see it, then there's nothing you can do about it in game number 2. So yeah, maybe in game number 1. Heck, Vamos could bring it up.
Yeah, the thing about like MLBB professional stage are like, okay, for example, Chip. Yes, we haven't seen Chip for so
another
long.
thing.
Sorry?
The chip is not about the user. You can be an amazing chip player, but if your team doesn't know how to use chip, it doesn't matter. So
true.
it's like a team. It's like a team thing as well.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. But the thing about this whole MLBB professional scene, right? When we have not seen a hero for so long, and suddenly one particular team brings it up, and let's say that team wins by a landslide. The domino effect on the next day, you get to see a lot more teams picking up that particular hero.
Yep.
And this could be another a whole thing for Chip. Yep, we have not seen for a long time. We just need that one team use Chip and wins by a landslide. You will see the next following days, Chip, 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 and again Chip.
It's not here, but shout outs to Beloyski, man. He always brings out all these old heroes and then it just works.
Yeah.
The Gato Kacha was great. Which, by the way, no one has used it so far, but I think has been banned. Looking at the pick and bans here, Insilo will be first picked. Coach G banning out the Eve, the Fanny, as well as the Alpha. Coach Buyo banning out Jushin, the Cho. Are they maybe Hilda?
Her Hilda or Granger? I mean, Mongols used the
They
Granger
want a
just now.
Granger.
Yeah, they want a Granger.
Yeah,
right.
if they don't pick up the Granger in the first 3 picks, probably gonna get banned out.
I agree. I definitely agree. So Hilda could be banned out here. What else? What was the problem in game number 2 for them? Aurora could be a problem for both sides because both sides can use it really, really well, honestly. But is it worthy of a ban in the early stages? I do not think so. Suyo could be banned out here.
One chose me to vanquish the shadow.
Yeah, Suyo banned.
Plague this world.
So Insilo probably gonna pick up that Hilda. And the Mongols, they need an answer because looks like in game number 1, the Alpha was able to deal with the Hilda. Now that the Alpha is not here, how do you deal with a Hilda? You need some kind of hero that can deal true damage here.
what's the current state of Gatot Kaca? Because
He's alright.
I have not seen, of course, this is my first day of working, but in terms of in general, because every time I see a high loss, I will see a Gatot Kaca as well. But so far, we have not seen him as of yet in the number 2. But Hilda, again, being picked up by Incilio. Again, I would think that is going to be given onto Maniac for the EXP side.
Yeah. Answering your Gatot Kaca question as well, I kind of feel like it's a regional thing. Not every region prioritizes the Gatot. I mean, like here in Malaysia, we like it, but
Not necessarily, you know.
not necessarily everyone else.
Agree. Point taken.
Mongols now, I feel like they should understand, because they didn't ban the Hilda. They will have some kind of answer. Someone that can shred this Hilda down. Traditionally, you like carry to deal with this kind of heroes, but carry is so not in the meta right now. I like the Barats, but they pick up the high loss again. High loss Khalid. No flexibility here, showing their hand immediately.
Yep.
Valentina picked up. They could pick up something like a Nolan. And yeah, they pick up the Nolan.
I don't mind the heroes, I just mind the order that they pick it up, right? As you mentioned, no flexibility. They are showing their hands right now by the Mongols, and I also have a question, why don't they go back to game number 1, right? Give the Barats to their EXP side, give it to Bankai. I think he can play a very, very good Barats. His positioning, his patience is very, very good, but maybe just not for game number 3 right now. Nolan as well as Valentina up against the last pick before we move on to the next stage of banning phase is gonna be the Bruno. So that is gonna be their consistent damage dealer going up against a Hilda.
Now we have to see if the Mongols have done their homework, because right now they pick up the gold laner, which Incilio does not have. They can easily ban out gold laners. But the thing about Don is extremely flexible, where he can use mages and fighters as well. Having the Nolan makes it so that you don't really necessarily need a marksman, I would say. Like, pick up something like even a Lunox and he will be fine. Having a Nolan gives you that ability to be more flexible with your draft.
I agree. I mean, talking about flexibility, talking about a wide range of hero pool for Don't. For all the 2 games previously, he used different heroes, right? So I wouldn't be surprised.
Every game so far.
I wouldn't be surprised if a fighter gold laner shows up, if a mage gold laner shows up for Don't in game number 3. As you mentioned, the damage part has been covered by the Nolan. So Edith being banned out, Angela being banned out.
Interesting Angela ban. I'm not so sure why the Angela's been banned, but
you know, just to double down on Hylos or Khalid, I guess. Not necessarily a good mid laner, but maybe not good results when Incilio faces up against an Angela. Maybe that's just a thought to be thrown out there. Nathan as well as Aurora being banned out. So the side of Mongols in terms of mages, what else is there?
I mean, Lu Yi is there. Not so sure if Mongols will be using the Lu Yi.
Matilda mid, I don't think that is quite good. Doesn't deal.
Vexana is still there.
Oh yeah, Vexana, I like it. I like it a lot. I mean, it allows the Nolan to think twice before dashing in. Again, Farsight is there, but I don't think it's quite good here. You know, there's a Hilda, there's a Nolan again. You would want a mobile kind of mage. Lilia? I would say so.
Lilia is okay actually.
Mobile, you know, burst damage as well. Of course, needs itemization. I mean, every mage needs itemization, but we shall see.
Yes, they pick up the Vexana so far. No surprises here in the draft. Incilio gotta pick up a marksman here. The Beatrix is open, so they can go for there. But looks like they're picking up the Harif. Again, very flexible so far. And now the Tigreal is here. Gotta be careful, because now you have to start considering the Purify. And when you're considering the Purify, you're not going to be able to run away from a Nolan. This is going to be a predicament for Mongols. This is very important. Flicker or Purify? Are you worried about the Tigreal? Are you worried about the Nolan?
Oh, that is such a tough question to answer. But honestly, if I were the gold laners of Mongols, I would bring Purify. I just don't want to get caught up by the Implosion, because Implosion, if you get caught up by Implosion, that is 100% you're gonna die. You're definitely gonna die. Especially with Harith, with a Valentina as well, who can just immediately burst you down. So Purify should be the answer for the side of Mongols in terms of the last pick right now. Ling!
All right. This is very interesting. The Mongols have to win this one if they want to survive the wild card. If they want to go to M6, picking up the Ling is a risk because now you have a scaling jungler, which is good, but he needs the farm, which is bad, which we have to see. If Incilio can slow them down, then Incilio will probably win this game. If the game pacing is slow enough, then this Ling might take over.
I did mention about the Mongols, leave nothing behind, no regrets. You want to give your best, you want to give your all right now because this is a do or die match for the Mongols right now, sitting last in their own grouping. So we shall see how the Ling fares up against Incilio.
Right now, it's going to be the match between both junglers here. The Nolan going up against the Ling. One that has a strong early game going up against one that is very dominant in the late game. Welcome to the Land of Dawn, where the Mongols have to win this one for them to survive the wild card and for Incilio to win this one, making their chances to win the groups much more brighter.
Ladies and gents, boys and girls, welcome to match of game number 3. For this particular group stage right now, the score is currently tied 1-1 between Incilio and the Mongols. And as you can see on your left and right hand of the screen, yes, it's going to be a Link up against a Nolan. Assassin classic battle, you know, each tale as time, but right now we shall see who would have the better advantage between one and another right now.
Yeah, very early rotation here coming in from Shenlin, able to deal damage against the mid duo, and now Maniac as well. Looks like they want to get a kill here, but Maniac with the Revitalize is able to survive. And so far, Justinian having the advantage, getting one in jungle camp here. But again, this pacing, Mongols looks like they don't mind speeding up, which is good, because if you put on aggression on the mid duo, then they won't be speeding up.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you right there. And the fact that not yet level 4, they are pumping up the tempo. It just shows that once they get that level 4, especially on the Link, they would want to go ham either on the top side or the bot side later on. Looking at the emblems right now, Wilderness Blessing for Valentina as well as Hilda being able to rotate much more faster when they use the reverse side, being able to get a much more extra movement speed, especially with the Vexana as well as the Khalid. So the roamers as well as the mid laners and the EXP laners are able to just move around the map quickly as possible.
Yeah, the Bruno as well, looking at the emblems, gonna have more crit as well as the Weapon Master. So it looks like in case the Link doesn't do well, the Bruno will have a pretty strong late game as well. Incilio have a good understanding, knowing that the Link will probably not contest for the turtle, immediately grabs it. So Incilio understands what's on the game, what's on the map here, that they have priority over all neutral objectives. So very good on them. They have a good macro understanding of the match.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they cleared that turtle very fast right there is quite surprising. But right now, Shenlin is going to get caught out. Flicker by Shenlin. Being used defensively. Okay, no first blood as of yet. As we approach the 3rd minute mark, the Link is still going to farm up. Zetsu could possibly need the first item before he makes any particular move.
Shenlin now sees Lovely is there. Shenlin doesn't have level 4 Implosion. Over to Shenlin, nowhere to escape. First blood for Justinian.
I like this kind of roamers, right? You know that you have a very big ultimate and you're not afraid to use it at all, even if it's against a singular target, right? Because you know that with one kill can ramp up even more. So knowing that, okay, I do have my Implosion, let's go on Khalid, let's go on Shenlin. He doesn't have his Flicker. This is an easy kill for us to give to Justinian, and let's do it, let's move to it. And Incilio did that with perfection.
Right now, again, the Mongols, as long as they're not losing by 2,000 gold, it's completely fine. Right now, it's only hovering around 1,000, which, again, you don't want to be in a condition where you're losing, but it's not that bad. Summon Force has been used by Don't defensively to make sure that he doesn't get caught by 3 members of the Mongols.
I like how the Mongols want to take on a team fight, trying to get a kill, but, you know, 3-man clumping up against the Harith and Don't, you know, doesn't have any particular problem opening up the Summon Force. Shielding under his own turret as well. I mean, Mongols could use a much more better timing to be able to catch anyone out. You cannot just straight away front to back kind of style just show your face. It's such an easier way for you to react, or for Incilio to react.
But now, looks like an implosion being used, able to get two, but Lovely is the one gonna get taken down. Zetsu grabs the kill. Maniac is slowed down by Bankai, but looks like he wants Zetsu. But the Tempest of Flame, Bankai gets the kill, and now even Reaper is gonna get chased down using the flicker to save himself. It looks like the Mongols, they're not gonna continue. They gotta take what's good for them and now continue on farming. Zetsu able to get a kill and an assist. This is good for the Mongols.
And it's not so good for the Incilio side right there. They want to try to be able to dish out good amount of damage, trying to counter-engage the Mongols right there, but taking too much of a damage. Maniac right there was an easy food for the Mongols with the Temples of Blade and the raw damage of Zetsu. But right now, focusing on the first turtle on the top side.
Oh, Justinian still able to grab the turtle. Looks like Shannon has to use the flicker. I was thinking whether they want to go for a fight there, but again, it's very unnecessary when you have a scaling comp. Let them have the turtle, it's completely fine.
Yeah, and also, if I may rewind back to that small team fight that happened on the bot side before the turtle was taken by the side of Incilio, I like how the Valentina right there, I mean, just being a bit more aggressive by Reaper, but honestly, maybe not the right timing yet. You need to get a bit more of an item for him to be more aggressive with whatever skills that he steals from the side of the Mongols. So good initial aggression that Valentina has, but just have to be a bit more patient. And also the right timing.
Meiki a little bit slower compared to Ripper, but now Meiki has the first item, the glowing wand. Looking at the positioning from everyone, Incilio is not being as proactive as I would like, especially having the Tigreal here where they can force fights. But so far, he's holding on to his flicker. I think he can go for it now because Reaper and Justinian is very close by. He could have gone onto Meiki, especially because Meiki is using a flicker. Meiki is not using a Purify, so I don't know. Personally, for me, he could have gotten that kill, but now they want to go on to Bankai, and Bankai gets taken down by Dome.
Perfect Sacred Hammer right there by Lovely to just stop the movement of Bankai right there. And right now, Shanley is going to get caught up by the implosion. Summon Force 2. Just finish him off. Icing on the cake by Incilio. As you mentioned, you did comment about how you don't like Incilio playing a bit more, slow tempo, and they just immediately changed that narrative.
Yeah, and now having 1.6k gold lead, having the top turret as well is going to jump it out all the way to 2,000. This is the point where they start to ramp up. This is where they're starting to get stronger and stronger, especially when it's getting closer and closer to the Lord. Don't almost got a 1v1. Again, not enough just yet, but sooner or later, once the Holy Crystal comes in, he can take down Renex K.
The fact that there's no Holy Crystal as of yet, and yet don't be able to deal that kind of damage against a Bruno is very, very scary. So the future doesn't look well in terms of the damage output being able to withstand by the Mongols, but hey, they need to do something, and they need to do something immediately. Glorious Pathway was opened by Bankai, but just a tad bit too late right there.
Right now, the Mongols, they're just struggling for farm. Renex K so far hasn't participated in anything just yet, 0, 0, and 0. But again, it looks like the farmers of the team are just doing that. They're just farming. I just hope that they understand that at one point they have to fight back.
Lovely.
Lovely is there. He has the flicker. And actually now, 7 minutes in, and we're only commenting about this now.
Yeah.
No one from Mongols has Purify. Lovely can be much more aggressive here.
I mean, Dono is the one who's using Purify.
Yeah.
I mean, in the side of Incilio.
It took me 8 minutes to be like, they don't have Purify. Lovely could be more aggressive here.
Yes, Lovely have to be aggressive. I mean, if you see a moment where 3, 2, 4 men of Mongols clump up, that is the time for you to go. But right now, on the top side, Tempest of Blade. No kills? No?
Yeah, no. Even Justinian understands that he can probably survive that bout. In fact, maybe he could have gotten the kill. I don't know. As a tanker now, I'm like, yo, Lovely, start something, yo.
Do something!
Yeah, but now Zetsu is able to get the top lane turret. Now they're on to Zetsu, and Zetsu gets taken down. That's not what you want to see.
The fact that they got the kill without the help of Lovely just shows that, fine, Lovely, if you won't do it, we will kill the hard way, the long way. Just immediately beat him down with just pure raw damage right now. But I think Lovely just trying to wait for that moment, that particular moment, trying to catch 4 or 5 member outs right now, because he knows Incilio is on the upper hand. So there's no need for Lovely to play, ultra aggressive, ultra fancy right now. So just keep it simple. Incilio is on the driving seat right now. The Mongols right now, they have to respond.
This is why he's a professional player and we keep losing rank.
Because we're forcing.
We're forcing everything. Like, go! It's like, okay, how did we lose that fight, guys? I mean, I had a good setup. I had a good setup. What's wrong with you guys?
Yeah, I mean, that is the biggest differences between mindset, right? I mean, if we were in the game right now, we would want to, make all those fancy plays. But I mean, this is not the way of the professional player. They know that they have the advantage, and even bigger advantage as they secure the Lord. For Incilio, this could be used to at least get one singular inhibitor turret either on top or on the bot side.
Right now, 5,000 gold lead for Incilio. This is a good time to check out the items. 10 minutes in, we have to see if Zetsu already has his Trinity items. And it looks like he has his 3 items here.
Almost.
He has the Hunter Strike, the Blade of Despair, as well as the... Oh! Okay, I'm looking at different graphics here. He's almost... Wait.
Who are you looking at?
Wait, is that his items?
For?
Does he have the Haskell?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, never mind. I was actually looking at Nolan. I was looking at Nolan.
You're looking at Nolan.
I haven't seen Ling for a while. That's why I was so confused. Like, what? These are the items for him? This doesn't look like Ling items. Like, okay, my bad.
Okay, hold on to your seat right now. This could be the moment for Lovely right now. This could be the moment. There's 4 people right there. Come on, Lovely. I mean, waiting for the Okay, sorry.
He's the professional player, right?
Pro play.
Show respect.
My bad.
Come on, man.
Zetsu is in deep trouble right now. He gets away free? Oh, okay. I was gonna say like he is in deep trouble, but he gets away for free to be able to defend, to be able to create that great wall of defense right now. Lord is marching on the bot side. Conceal.
Right
Everything is being thrown right now.
A lot of flicker has been used by the Mongols. And Incilio, they're being very disciplined here. Raging Sandstorm hits on to no one. Incilio is able to get a lot. Battle spells, ultimates, a lot from the Mongols. And now they can safely siege against the turret. Even Shenlin is taking quite a lot of damage.
If Wishing Lantern was built upon that Valentina, that could deal a much more damage right now. Glorious Pathway, defensively by Bankai, but focus on the top side, getting that inhibitor turret, the first inhibitor turret for Incilio.
Yeah, right now the Mongols are in a very bad spot. And this time I'm looking at the items properly. Yes, only 2 items for the Ling. Haven't completed the Blade of Despair just yet. For the Bruno, having 3 items now, the Hasquad, the Berserker Fury, as well as the Malefic Gun. Looks like it's still not enough. So, yeah, it's going to be very disappointed. And Bankai gets taken here. Not able to run away. Don't secures another kill.
That's such a good feeling for Lovely, right? Being able to catch anyone out, we just use the use of your Sacred Hammer. Not too good for Bankai. I think that he knows Lovely was in there, and yet he still want to face check that bush, and he got punished right there.
Yeah, and now looks like the mid inhibitor will be taken down. Incilio, 8,000 gold lead. Win rate prediction, 92% for Incilio. Only 8% win here for the Mongols. Zetsu hasn't even hit level 15 just yet. This is a very, very bad position to be in for the Mongols because you have the Ling, you want to be able to survive the late game, but now 2 inhibitors down and you haven't completed your 3 items. It's not a good place to be.
Yeah, I'm trying to be a bit more positive for the Mongols, right? I'm trying to see a way for them to crawl their way back. And honestly, the answer to that question is 1. Mistake by Incilio, and Mongols try to capitalize on it. That's one or maybe the only way for the Mongols to be able to crawl their way back. And I don't see anything else because they can't start a team fight. They have to react. They have to counter-engage. The Incilio have the most upper hand right now, especially with Lovely with the implosion.
Now Lovely's probably waiting Summon Force on the bottom side of the map. But looks like they try to get onto Shenley, but they're just going to end the game. Incilio closes this out with a 2-1 victory. Unfortunately, the Mongols have to suffer another loss.
Unfortunately for the Mongols, they did show a great showcase, a great showing in match number 1, but could not replicate that kind of performance in a game number 2 or in game number 3. And Talking about game number 3, it was a drive-by, a win of sail by Incilio, who gets the win, who gets the ultimate victory up against the Mongols. With Tigral not, needing to do too much, they just stick to their game plan. They played accordingly. They knew their job desk. They knew their description. And yeah, there's no need for wild plays. There's no need for fancy plays for Incilio.
This is what we were expecting coming in from Incilio, where they're playing more controlled. They're not forcing things out.
Yeah.
And again, I would say in game number 1, they did it a little bit too much, where they don't really find any ways for them to start a fight. In game number 3, especially, they don't really start the fight, but they're able to grab objectives. That's the biggest change from game number 1 and game number 3, is that even without aggression, they're able to get something. In game number 1, because of the non-aggression, they allow the opposing team to get a lot.
Not too sure if it's because of the Tigral. They were afraid to start anything. They were afraid to step forward, a bit more aggressive, a bit more in-your-face kind of style. Maybe they were, caught off guard a bit. Maybe they were afraid that, okay, there might be an implosion, there might be a sacred hammer. If not, there could be many other threats by the side of Incilio. So the fearness of them took control of the Mongols and played very defensively from minute number 1 up until the end.
My only question is, you already said, if it's not broken, why fix it?
Yeah.
The Barat won them a game. Why not pick up the Barat? The Granger won them the game, got the MVP. They had a chance to pick it up in game number 3, but they didn't pick it up.
They had the chance.
They had a chance, especially the Barats. The Barats was able to single one target. The Hylos just like,
and especially the order that they picked, the Khalid and the Hylos, was a bit questionable as well. Picking it from pick number 1 and pick number 2 just destroy the option of being flexible. I mean, could also be one of the issues right there. But as we take a deeper look on the itemization, Lafel did mention on how the lane was well behind. Even after the game ended, he still did not manage to grab the third item, which is the Blade of Despair. In comparison to Justinian, I mean, even
Full
the
items.
GDS was even being picked up by him as well.
12.5k going up against 7,000. More or less 5,000 difference, 4,000 over. That's a very big difference when it comes to the gold. And look at the kill score as well, 5-2. In this game, not a lot of fights were initiated. It's just when it's really necessary for them to grab that objective. Rinexk in this game was not involved at all, 0-0 and 0. No assists, no deaths, and no kills. A lot of attention was on his own lane, but they weren't able to really capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean, our Incilio, apart from the implosion, right, by Lovely, they did had another threat, which is Reaper using the Valentina, and especially constantly stealing the Eternal Guard. I mean, every single time Reaper had the opportunity to use it, he used it upon Mongols, and it's not necessarily to get kills, but it's just a matter of establishing dominance against the Mongols, where they use that ultimate to get turrets, to get turtle, or even to get the Lord. So I think that could also add on the fearness of the Mongols. We are afraid of the implosion. We are also afraid of the stolen Eternal Guard by Reaper.
Let me just say as well, I feel like moving forward, if Incilio does get to the M6 Swiss stage, a lot of attention will be on to Maniac, because so far Maniac has used 2 heroes, the Hylos as well as the Hilda, and both performing exceptionally well. In game number 1, not so great, 0-6 and 0, but other than that, Maniac has been very consistent. He's been able to having this force engages, false engages, where it looks like Incilio is looking for a fight, but then they just kite it back. So I feel like Maniac is also one of the reasons why they've been winning a lot of games. In fact, I'm still gonna say this. In his own region, 100% win rate on the Arlet.
Wow.
6 games used, 6 games won.
That could be the eye-opener for any other teams going up against Incilio. Not to mention Dawn, how his hyper, very large hero pool, very, very beneficial for any team that have him right now. Being able, that is any coach's dream, right? You give this, don't be able to use that. You give that, don't be able to use that.
I want to look at the damage here. Look at Rin. Renex K, look
Okay.
at Zetsu. 11,000, 12,000. Like, the Rome Khalid almost it did the second highest damage in the game. Almost the highest damage.
You compare that with Lovely, who is not a damaging roamer right now.
Oh my goodness.
T-Crowd
Lovely,
is not a damaging roamer.
Lovely did more damage than Renex K and Zetsu.
Right? That just explains
They were
it a lot.
not in a good position to do much.
It's very, very hard. But right now, we have to nominate one player from the side of Incilio as our MVP for game number 3. And that guy is gotta be the Valentina user, which is Reaper 1, 0-3. Again, nothing too fancy. Just played well, all around good gameplay. Yesterday got the play of the game. Today got one of the MVPs. And yeah, I mean, what more can you say? Just the stabilizer.
Yeah, the stabilizer. Honestly, Reaper has been doing quite well. Interesting note here where instead of using the Stardom Scythe, he went for the Enchanted Talisman for his Valentina build. So really just want to spam the Shadow Strike to control the opposing side. And now we're going to look at some highlights coming in from Reaper. But in game number 3, honestly, there's not much because in this game, again, not a lot happened. 5 to 2 or 3 kills. So yeah, just very, very quick ones.
Clean gameplay by Incilio. Nothing too fancy, nothing too extraordinary, nothing too out of the box. But I think that could also be the fact that the Mongols played very passively. The fact that they could not be aggressive, the fact that they were in fear, I would say, helped Incilio to win that game, really, really well. And right now, let's take a look at the overall standings for Wildcard stage.
Yeah, Incilio is still on top of Group B. They've lost 1 game so far, but they still managed to win 2 matches. So 2-0, 2 points, 4-1. And right now, RQ Akira, if they're able to get a clean 2-0, then they're looking a little bit better in terms of topping the groups. But then if they get to that stage, then it's probably going to be between Incilio and RQ Akira to be the one to actually get out of Group B.
Yeah. Next match, we do have a Group E match between the FYG as well as DK Esport. But we do have a news for you guys where the Mongols are officially out of the wildcard stage with not being able to win any of the match. I mean, yes, they won one of the
one more match.
today, so
They have one more match, but again, it's like... Okay, so just
True,
for folks at home
true.
to understand, the Mongols are still playing. It's just that they're not able to
make it through.
Yeah. Getting that #1 spot of Group B is no longer possible for them. And because Incilio has a 2-0, the likelihood of it to be a tiebreaker situation is much, much smaller.
Yeah, true. But honestly, I mean, this could be a good thing for the Mongols. I mean, playing without any pressure. And right now, for them to be able to get much more experience under their belt could be the idea for the Mongols. As we mentioned, not much competition is going too much on the Mongolian side. So again, absorbing as much as possible in their time in Malaysia right now is the idea for the Mongols. And who knows, we shall see them in the upcoming stages or in the upcoming tournaments.
Yeah, so that's it for game #1. Shout outs to Incilio, able to win that 2-1. But now for you guys at home, grab your tickets now because apparently we have more. And you'll get to win 16 of the world's best teams clashing out on day 1 and day 2 of the Swiss stage. I didn't know we're still giving out tickets. Guys, make sure,
Come on,
get it
guys.
quick. Get it quick because trust me, by the end of the day, it's going to be sold out. Like trust me, get it as fast as you can.
And to be fair, the
Wow, it's
venue
still
that
here?
we have right now, D1 for Dinamuto and on the Swiss stage is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, we have everything here. Of course, we do have the entertainment, the jam-pack events, action-pack as well. And if you guys are worried about food, don't worry. There's a lot of food stalls around here.
I heard something, but I'm not so sure what I heard.
Oh!
SRG's first match is on. Yeah. They won it. Yeah.
I mean, homegrown buff.
Yeah, there you go. But
Gamba.
it's not just SRG, everyone's playing. So day 1, day 2, best of 1 is the
Come on,
Swiss
guys.
stage. That's where you get to experience. And day 1, probably you get to see them drawing the slots for who is 1-0 and then 0-1 and everything like that.
Hey, the fact that you come for day #1 and day #2, there's a lot of matches you get to see as well.
Yes!
Like
8 matches!
A lot of match, a lot of action as well, and a lot of players you get to see as well. So grab your tickets now.
And now we got to talk about the match coming up next. is Dianfeng Yaoguai going up against GK Esports, where Dianfeng Yaoguai honestly surprised a lot of folks at home watching how they played yesterday. They're looking very good. GK Esports unfortunately lost yesterday. We gotta see today if they pick up some new strats to deal with Dianfeng Yaoguai.
Position number
You want to
two-
try saying their name?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so. Yeah, I'll pass.
I practice so much. I'm going to say it as much as I can. So I get the value from the practice.
I
Dianfeng Yaoguai.
think for the weekend, I need to be able to practice how to say their name much more. So that
Hey.
coming on the Swiss stage, I can pronounce their name if they make it to Swiss stage.
Well, with that being said, we're going for a short break here. And trust me when we say it's going to be a short break. After this, immediately it's going to be Dianfeng Yaoguai going up against GK Esports. We'll see you guys then for the next Best of 3.
You won't get me down. You won't get me down. I get back on track with the feet full of time. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole, let it wait till we fall. I'll always come back around. Always come back around.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
"モバイルレジェンド M6 スイスウォッチ」 Hello Panda, hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Let me tell you, that was probably the fastest toilet run I've ever had. But that's the wild card for you. We're starting it fast. We're just jumping in. 5-minute break. Next game. We're again. Which, by the way, just now we met Long S. Long S. By the way, my name is Rafael and this is Adin, and we met Long S, and he was like, "Hey, assalamualaikum." I was like, "Yeah, walaikum salam."
Wow, I mean, he speaks
Long ass.
Malay,
He speaks Malay.
much more Malay than I am.
No, much more Malay than Gideon.
Yeah, and Gideon doesn't even speak.
We can
that.
speak Malay. Like, I feel like if you put us both on the Malay desk, I think we can do a good
I
job.
think we can. We might be able to do it, right?
Yeah, I think we can. But now let's talk about Tianfeng Yaguai going up against TK Esports. You want to try?
Nah.
All right. Tianfeng Yaguai
Okay.
looked extremely well yesterday. Both Sasa as well as Long S have really been vocal about their experience so far coaching the team. And so far the team does look very, very strong, which I have to really applaud them because they've really changed, right? The last time we see them in the wild cards, they were still trying to figure out how to really pilot around the game. But now, looking very good.
Especially when I look at their game in their qualifiers up against KBG, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they lost 3-2. But honestly, all the games that they played have been very impressive. It's been quite good. It's not like they lost in a landslide, but you know, a bit of mechanical skills issue, discipline issue as well. They need to fix that, and I'm pretty sure if, let's say again, if they were the one who make it out to the Swiss stage, they would be the dark horse.
Do you hear that?
What's wrong?
I hear the beating heart.
Okay.
The beating heart of Qadiyah City, the gaming and esports district, the world's first real-life gaming hub and a beacon of gaming culture. If you guys can visit Qadiyah, go over to Qadiyah Gaming and say hi. Or if you're a Muslim heritage, you can say Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Oh, peace be upon you.
Peace be upon you as well, if you want to do it in English. Either way, it's fine.
I definitely agree with you right there. Are we gonna see another full-length best of 3 for this game?
No, we're gonna see standings. We're gonna see standings first. That was a good question, but you know, we gotta see how everyone is in the groups. Okay, now we're looking at Group A. Uvenar is at number 1 because they're 2-0.
Yep.
Tianfeng Yaguai, say it with me.
Tianfeng Yaoguai.
Yeah, there you go. 2-1. Both have the same 1 points here. So what Tianfeng Yaguai wants to do is try to win a 2-0. If they have a 2-0 and then later on Uvenar gets a 2-1, that, you know, there's a better chance for them to get, you know, move forward and actually get out of Group A.
If let's say Tianfeng Yaoguai
It's okay, it takes time.
Yeah, managed to get like a clean win today, that could give a big pressure to Uvenar to maintain their #1 spot and to be able to make it to the last round of wildcard, right?
Yeah.
Because only one team are able to move forward in each group. So this match is very important for, of course, the FYG and of course Uvenar to be able to, you know, just watch out for the FYG. What can they do?
We got to talk about Geeky as well. If Geeky loses here, they're
Yeah.
going to get eliminated. So far, we've seen the Mongols getting eliminated. Geeky Esports, they're in the same situation. This is a reverse Swiss round where yesterday, everyone's on equal gun, but this time, the winners are fighting against the losers, and so far, it's not really looking good. Geeky Esports, if they lose this one, again, I cannot stress this enough, Dianpeng Yaguai will be very happy. Geeky Esports, however, might be eliminated.
Ulfhetna won't be happy.
Ulfenar.
They won't be happy because that will take them to the number 2 spot. And they have to win their next game. So honestly, this game is very, very important for all of the teams in Group E. So we shall see what we have in store. Because the Mongols in our previous match just now, yes, backs against the wall,
Yeah.
but they've proven themselves, hey, we can still at least win one of the games, right? Maybe Geeky Esports can replicate the same, but even much more better.
You know what? I feel like happiness is not real.
Why?
I feel like happiness is just an illusion. It's a chemical reaction of what your body perceives as feeling good. But that's what I said.
Okay.
Now let's see what the quote from the player slash coach slash manager says. It looks like this one is coming in from KLVJ, where he said, the scene in China has been improving. Teams are catching up and it's becoming competitive. During the M6 qualifiers, there's even a team that got eliminated early despite having 2 imports. This means that China's gameplay is stepping up. And we know the Chinese region, they're very well known in their MOBA scene. They're very strong, and it's only a matter of when, not if, for the Chinese region.
And also how they adapt very, very quickly as well with any particular matter, with any particular patches. The adaptability of the China region is superb in comparison to any other regions out there. And yes, I do have to back up with KLVJ's quote. Seeing how not only the FYG's gameplay or even KBG's gameplay so far have been improving quite a lot. So I honestly deep down would want to see 2 of the China teams make it to the Swiss round stage to be able to see how far can they go, how far have they learned, how far have they adapt as well. And of course, they can only deal what's in front of them. And right now, the FYG, what's in front of them is the wildcard stages. They have to make it out. But it's not going to be easy, especially going up against Geeky Esports. Today, we shall see what are they made of.
Yeah, KLVJ so far, yesterday he used Phovius. He used the Hilda. He's known in the Chinese region as Xiao K, the small K. And so far, he's looking very big on those 2 picks. The Phovius stopping any kind of movement coming in from the EXP, and the Hilda just controlling the entire game. If I can offer any kind of advice, don't give Xiao K that Hilda. If possible, the Phovius, but I don't think you have much of a choice there.
I mean, if we take a look at the history of game or match number 1 just now, Hilda was led through all of the games.
Yeah,
game
3 times.
1, game 2, game 3. And the same team picked that Hilda up, and that team managed to get a win. So if anything that, you know, history has teaches us, you know, you need to learn from it. You need to be able to take the lessons from it and to be able to improve even further. But maybe, who knows, the FYG have something up their sleeves. Like a surprise pick. Anything up your sleeves?
Yeah,
Any biscuits?
gak ada sih.
It's fine. Maybe not now, maybe tomorrow.
But now we already have a hot topic here. Second pick teams are having over 60% win rate. But why?
Because they won.
No, bagilah analitik sikit. Kau jangan sampai
Okay.
aku cakap Melayu. Tolonglah.
Okay, I know you're pissed when you start talking in Malay,
Uh-huh.
although I don't understand what you just mentioned just now. It's because of you do have the flexibility of having a lot more hero pools for you, for yourself. And also, you don't need to ban out those important heroes, right? You don't need to ban out like something like a Suyo. You don't need to ban out something like a Yves. As of now, very, very strong. The Juxin as well. Although, yes, second team picks are banning quite a good amount of Juxin as well. So, the fact that you don't need to ban out strong heroes is a big win for you already. So, you save a lot more in terms of your banning options.
It's about the mindset.
Mindset.
What if you're like, I don't care, I'm first pick or second pick, I'm not going to ban the strong heroes anyways. Let the Hilda through 3 times. It's all about mindset.
Then there is a trade-off. What do you get in return, and what do you have to give to your opponent?
Yeah, for me, it's all about getting those first 2 heroes. Because, folks, let me tell you. Okay, I don't want to break my glass. it's not on the headset.
It was
Never
bound
mind,
to be
never
cool.
mind.
It was bound to be very, very cool. But yeah, sometimes things just doesn't work. No,
I feel like my wife will be disappointed. I tried to look cool, but I couldn't.
it's fine. At least you have a
L
wife.
for Lafel. L for Lafel. Anyways, yeah, I feel like second pick right now. I feel like the sample size is too small. I feel like when we start the Swiss stage, that's when we can really see the difference. But this is a good measure. What wildcard is and what Swiss stage is going to be different. It's going to be interesting to see if the data from Swiss stage and the data from wildcard is different. It will also be interesting if it's the same. No matter what, with the right mindset, everything is interesting.
Yeah, honestly, let's take a look at the team lineup for both of these teams. Who will be their main five for DFYG? We have Lung.
We got Long, we got PCU, E1, Z, as well as KLVJ, the Xiao K, the small K. It's pronounced PCU.
Or for the
Yes, the roamer.
Roamer.
Yeah, there you go. I'm basically part Chinese now.
I don't think you can claim that as of yet. You need,
No, dude.
do
I've been
one-
pronouncing everything perfectly.
we do have one
sound
friend
like a
who can
native.
claim that she is part Chinese technically. And she's like over
Hey,
there.
she saw me and she said, Ni hao ma.
And you reply?
I replied. But now I want to talk about GK Esports. We got Carvey, Shen, Smile, Zeno, as well as Samo. Something that I don't know if we should really be put on attention here, but I really want to know about their communication because I was watching their game off stream.
Okay.
Because, during that time, Mustafa and Gideon was on duty. I look at their camps and they don't seem like they're talking a lot. And I feel like going up against a team like Tianfeng Yaguai, where they pick up picks like the Kaja, where they can force fights whenever they want, you need a lot of communication.
Yeah, communication is definitely the key right now. That is something that we may not have the knowledge of or even the information of, but I mean, we can speculate as much as we want, but to be fair, GK Sport knows this as well, and they have to fix whatever issues that they may have before the game starts. We have less than 3 minutes left to go, and we shall see how GK Esports will perform or will respond in this particular game.
All right. And now we have chatted against Zed. What is one thing that people don't know about you? And he said, I live in China and Spain, so I can speak English, Spain, and Mandarin. I can also understand some Portuguese. Did I say something else?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I said Spanish.
You said Spain, I think, just now.
No.
That's
You
fine.
guys heard it wrong.
English or Spanish? And with that being said, guys, that is the fun fact of one of the players by DFYG living in China and Spain. That's very multi-role. Multinational, not role. You may speak, by the way. It was just a joke.
Okay. I was afraid to answer.
no, it's
I
all
was
good,
afraid
all
to
good,
answer
all
because
good.
I don't speak Spanish, which is funny because my grandma and granddad does speak Spanish, but I can't.
I mean, you can a little bit, I guess. Unos.
Yeah, unos,
Is it
dos,
unos
tres,
or
cuatro,
unos?
cinco.
Is it uno or unos? Is that an
Uno.
S? Uno.
I don't know. It might be copyrighted.
Yeah, never mind.
Anyways, right now in Tianfeng Yaguai, we can see Long being very
Quiet.
quiet, yes. And now Geeke.
Hey, look at that.
They look like they're having fun.
See, who says communication is an issue for them?
Yeah, okay, maybe they had a joke.
Yeah. Or maybe
What
someone
is a
farted.
good, clean joke I can tell on stream?
Yeah, I don't think
Okay, I have a joke. I have a joke.
Okay, go for it.
If in the United States of America,
Alright.
they call it Smile, which is great because we have a player named Smile. If in the United States of America they smile, does everyone else around the world we skilometer?
A math/distance joke.
Yeah.
Just did there.
Get it?
Smart.
Smile, skilometer.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Okay. Good clean joke. Good clean joke.
Very clean. Very, very knowledgeable as well.
Okay. We'll see how Trex responds to that. If he's still alive, I don't know if he's if he's sleeping right now.
Time zone
Time
wise.
zone
time zone
time
differences.
zones, yeah, time zones differences.
Alright, never mind. This is the sweetheart of Malaysia right now. Kage or Sasa, as he would like to call himself, I suppose. But not as a player, but as a coach right now, doing quite well for himself and for his team as well. But of course, job is not done. He needs to get a win here up against Geeky Esports. And of course, who enters any particular tournament or competition wants to lose this. So Geeky Esports won't give them a fun ride, won't give them anything away. So we shall see, we shall definitely see in the drafting phase between DFYG up against Geeky Esports. I almost forgot.
It's alright. Right now we have Geeky here, Coach Yako and Coach Sasa for Demfeng Yaguai. Coach Yako immediately bans out that Hilda, the Phobius, and the Eve. Both heroes that KLVJ has shown he can use. Both are taken out. So probably a Hylos or a Gato Kacha is up next because they do roughly the same thing. Demfeng Yaguai betting out the Fanny as well as the Jushin.
Why? Why would you
Why?
ban out the Jushin if you're on the second?
Because Geeky will pick it first pick.
Correct. I was like,
hey.
why would you ban it? Right. Never mind. I'll take
Hey,
it
first pick Jushin. Let me tell you, if Sakai's on the lane can't kill the Jushin, I don't think anyone can. I'm just putting it out there, you know, like if Sakai's can do it, no one can do it.
Just gamble it, you know. What
on the way.
makes you think that Geeky Esports will take that Jushin in the first pick?
It's a strong hero. It's a strong hero. It's a strong hero. I got no ways to answer that. It's a strong hero.
Okay, never mind. Let's take a look at the first pick right now. The fact that the Hilda has been banned out. Cho is open. Cho has a very good track record so far in the wildcard stage. If not, Hylos is open. We've seen it quite a few times. Hylos being picked up very, very early on. But the win rate is not as good. Started with what, 26%, and I'm pretty sure it's much more lower as of just now. Hylos did not manage to get a win. So let's see, Geeky Esports gonna open up with the Cho.
All right, 6 picks, 6 wins, 100% win rate. And now Demfeng Yaguai. Do they pick up the Suyo? And we have to see what is going to be the priority EXP here. Do they want to pick up the Highlands and such? Pisu is a mythical Chinese creature that symbolizes wealth, good fortune, and protection. The word also can be interpreted as fierce beast.
Pisu. Fierce beast.
Fierce beast.
I like that. I like that.
Beast.
I definitely like that. I would hope that
I like Ayman.
I hope that
Means
translate
lucky leader.
into his own gameplay, you know? Fierce beast right now. Right now, Chip! There we go!
Finally!
We talk about it. We talk about it, and now making the first appearance in the wildcard stage.
All right. Chip EXP.
Don't push it too far.
Okay, maybe not. But yeah, Chip finally picked up here. We're gonna see how Demfeng Yaguai uses it because like we talked about before, it's not about a good chip user, it's about a good chip team, right? Like a Louis, like everything else. Like any kind of macro type of hero, it's all about how you move as a team. Very well coordinated teams really use the ult here very well, the portals. But now, how does Geeky respond to this? They can still flex the Cho going to the EXP if they so choose.
Are they gonna pick up the Louis here? Because I feel like this is a trap by the FYG if they pick up the Louis. Okay, they don't pick it up, they pick up the Aurora. It's a very good counter engagement if, let's say, the portal has been used by the chip. You can use your Frigid Glacier immediately to just be defensive, as well as the Khalid. I was gonna say, if let's say Geeky Esports pick up the Louis, that could be a trap because the FYG have the Valentina, so you know you would have 2 teleportation abilities to use upon Geeky Esports, but that wouldn't be the case for now.
Yeah, looks like they pick up the Valentina after seeing the Cho. So far, the Valentina has quite a lot of good ults here. Raging Sandstorm, the Frigid Glacier, and now the Suyo has been picked up, which I feel like the first 3 picks for both Geeky as well as Demfeng Yaguai is very solid here, where Geeky, they can start the force fights. They have a very good front line as well as backup from the Aurora. When it comes to Demfeng Yaguai, they're very much flexible in their draft for now. Not in the terms of the roles, but what do they play in the roles, right? Like the Valentina can stop rotations coming in from mid, but of course she can be a utility mage.
Yep.
The Chip as well.
I agree.
Can flank, can be a front line. We'll see what they choose to do so with Chip.
Very flexible so far for the playstyle of the FYG. They ban out the Joy as one of their bans. I would thought that they would want to ban out the good laners in their banning phase. Something like a Nathan, something like a Harith as well, could poses a good threat up against the side of the FYG. Meanwhile, GK Esports Gatot Kacha has been banned out by their side, not allowing any kind of a frontliner, very tanky with the Revitalize, can poses a good amount of threat as well. So the FYG, if I were to choose their good laner for Lung, I would want a pure good laner, a pure marksman. Bruno is very, very good.
It's one of his favorites, man. Like if the Bruno
Comfort
is
hero.
comfort, very, very much comfort. So far, he used 2 hero. He's used the Bruno and the Moskov. And he used both of them very, very well. Then for Yaguai, they ban out the Harif, which Harif is a good matchup against both Bruno as well as Moskov. I would say Moskov, you can still fight against it, but yeah, overall, very good bans here. GK, they want to see 1, 2, 3. 3 EXP laners have been banned out. You don't want to go all in and ban out maybe even the high loss.
Oh yeah, high loss is still open so far. They could make that ban actually.
The thing is, I feel like another pickup that Yaguai can pick is something like Edith.
For the EXP?
Yeah, for the EXP. Like in case if the high loss is not there.
Is to protect lives.
Yeah, so 4 bans on KLVJ.
Edith, I'm not sure if CC is quite good for the side of the FYG. Good hero, but in terms of combining with the chip, I'm not too sure about that. So Edith could be a good option in my very own opinion, but not for the 4th pick. You can wait it out. You can pick your own good leaders. You can pick your Bruno for Lung. If not Bruno, you still have the Cloud, you still have the carry as well, but stick with your comfort hero. As Lafel mentioned, Moskov is gonna get picked up. What I like about Moskov is you can use the teleportation to get there immediately, or you can use your Spear of Destruction.
Or you go inside the shortcut, hear me out, and then use the Spear of Destruction, going back to your lane. So you go back to your lane. So you teleport in and then you teleport out with your ultimate. You know?
I agree. Why not? You get back immediately and then you don't lose any particular wave, you don't lose any.
I mean, if someone is there, of course.
And you hit your
spear. Which, to be fair, Lung has been hitting those spears. He's very good at targeting the Spear of Destruction.
We shall see if he uses that particular motion of skills to his own liking. But right now, GK Esports would need their very own jungler. Nolan is still there.
Alpha is still open as well.
Correct.
Granger! Granger and Nolan.
Okay.
This is a very aggressive lineup from GK.
All in team
I like
fight.
it. I like it.
They do have good range with the Granger. They also have a good gap closer with the Chow. Crowd control by the Khalid as well as the Aurora. So all around, I like the draft from GK. How well will they use
Arlet?
all these heroes? We shall see.
Honestly, Arlet is not a bad pickup here if KLVJ wants it as well, because we can see them talking about this. They need a little bit more crowd control. In my personal opinion, the chip has very good crowd control, especially with the first skill, but again, no such thing as too much if you have enough damage, and I feel like they have enough damage.
I mean, if Arlot does deal good amount of damage as well with crowd control, but it's gonna be the CC. I did mention it, I'm not sure how well it will fare out with the team, but hey, they are the professional players, so they know this will work.
Chip, shortcuts in, and then you throw out those yo-yos. Probably stopping both Joe and Nolan. Like, you can use the ult onto either or, and then at that point, maybe it's gonna be easier for you to get your targets. We're definitely gonna see how this Chi-Chi works out.
Alright, this is gonna be game number 1 between GK Esports up against DFYG. The CC will definitely go up against the Chow. It's gonna be a very interesting matchup on the EXP side, but again, a very classic jungler matchup, assassin matchup between these two.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second match of the day. We asked, where is Chip? And then Yaguai has showed up with the Chip here, but Carvey is on that Granger. We'll see how the Granger fares in this matchup. Welcome to the Line of Dawn, the first game, Yaguai going up against GK Esports.
Hold on to your seats, guys. This is gonna be a very, very rough ride because I do expect a lot of team fights, a lot of small scrimmages is gonna happen once most of these assassins, junglers, hit level 4 later on. We definitely have to focus on the total team fight later on, especially with the shortcut, with the macro gameplay of Pichu using the chip.
Interesting here, because if we're looking at the emblem setup here for Carvey, having the lethal ignition as well as the Master Assassin, looks like he wants to win out the lane. But if you look at Lung has Master Assassin as well. So this is going to be very interesting how the gold lane is going to shape up, because I have no idea how does the Moscow fare against the Granger gold lane.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We shall see later on. Also, one thing to note that we shall see if, let's say, this Granger or Carvey's Granger is going to build up the War Axe, similar to how we've seen previously just now. So definitely a point to take on to. But as we take a look at the minimap, Samo is going to get, a bit of pressured by the CC as well as Zed being on the bot side. Meanwhile, on the top side, Zeno as well as the Khalid just, helping the Nolan try to get the level 5 before the first turtle arises.
Yeah. PCU is there making sure that he can handle Shen and make sure that Lung is able to freeze his lane more effectively inside of his own lane.
Yeah, correct, definitely correct. We're approaching the 2nd minute mark. No kill as of yet. Of course, still too early on. These are not early game aggression kind of lineup or early game aggression kind of tempo style play. Definitely, the first turtle definitely should have some first blood here and there, but as we take a look, Zeno is gonna get pinned down by Pichu first of all.
Yeah, first blood for KLVJ. That's okay, and now they want to continue on. Frigid Glacier onto Shen. Shen is able to heal up, but now Samo is there. Way of the Dragon onto the member of Diamphon Yagwai. They got KLVJ. Now PCU trying to make sure that Yiwan is able to deal free damage. And there you go! Spear of Destruction from Lung, able to get the kill, and now Zed grabs the turtle.
All the way from China, Lung throwing out that Spear of Destruction and hitting it point blank, getting that kill from a range. Hey, you thought Granger had a damaging long range kind of skill? You thought wrong. Moskov can do the same. But as we take a look at the instant replay, Pichu immediately went forward, get the kill up against Zeno. Well, technically KLVJ who got the kill, but he was the one who initiated that team fight even further. And yes, it prolonged a bit more because I think GK Esports has good crowd controlling skill. But look at the minimap. Moskov just timing and waiting for that perfect moment to get a kill against Shen.
And all the while, Samo got a double kill as well. And another fight continues. Shen grabs KLVJ. And now E1 as well as PCU has to get out of there. Again, I gotta talk about the Cho. Samo, he did die, but so far doing a great job. Able to get away the Dragon in the previous fight. So Diamphon Yagwai and Gike, for now, looking very even. It's like when one person wants to fight, the others respond.
I definitely agree. And on the top side, to be fair, Carvey are doing quite well, to be honestly. Just holding his ground right now, but Pichu is gonna go forward up against Smile.
Oh yeah, Smile now triggering the passive, but Zed secures the kill. Diamphon Yagwai being much more aggressive here. But GK Esports, they're looking for their opportunity as well, but Zeno unable to get a kill onto Yiwan.
I like how Pichu is playing right now. Very aggressive, not shying away from those team fight and not shying away from engaging, starting on a team fight. Looking at the bot side, Samo have to be a bit more careful. He knows that Zed is, all around his own place. Pichu is not moving anywhere, not using the shortcut at any given time, just waiting it out because he knows that the next turtle is gonna arise on the bot side and he wants to start a team fight before this turtle arises, but I don't think he has any particular opportunity to do so. Looking at the top set is gonna focus on to clear those jungler minion first before he rotates back on to this turtle.
And right now, they can do a gank on the gold lane because PCU is here. He can use the shortcut for them to continue contesting this turtle. So hold on, Spear of Destruction. Unable to hit onto anyone, so no vision is being brought through by Diamphon Yagwai. KK Esports, they're hovering around the turtle. They're also looking for an opportunity. KLVJ so far has died twice. Probably going to be their target if they want this turtle.
Top side, Carvey.
Up looking at top here. Looks like Carvey on that Granger is able to survive going up against Suyo. But right now the shortcut, Zeno still secures it. But Lung gets a kill onto Smile. Now KLVJ gets a kill onto one of the members of GK Esports looking for Samo. Samo has no HP left. KLVJ really wants it. And then he finds Samo. And Samo able to get taken down still by KLVJ, but denying the double kill.
I have to give props to everyone from the Feng Yao Guai. Is that how you pronounce it?
Close enough.
Yeah, because how they use their own skill when they enter the teleport, right? When they enter the teleport, they know that, okay, the fight is going to be at the turtle, and we know what we want to do. Everyone knows their own job desk. Everyone knows what they wanted to do once that teleport has been opened up. And honestly, as you mentioned, it's not about the chip user, it's about how you play with the chip. And right now, the FYG is showing how this chip can be a very, very crucial hero for them.
Right now, I'm looking at Shen. Shen doesn't have the ult just yet. He doesn't have the Raging Sandstorm to initiate a fight. And right now, looks like they do want to fight. Samo tries to go in, unable to get any kind of kick going on. PCU is looking at Samo, and Samo finds PCU, the shortcut being used, and now they're going on to Samo. The kick connects onto KLVJ, but the Vengeance keeps him alive, and now GK Esports, they have to retreat.
I mean, good kick by Samo. It's just that the target was too thick to be able to taken care of, especially with the Vengeance as well. And GK Esports are quite well behind in terms of goal and also itemization to be able to burst down the CC even with a Vengeance. Honestly, good attempt by Samo, but needs to do a bit more better, especially his own teammates right now, Carvey, Shen, Smile, as well as Zeno.
Right now, looking at the rotation, Feng Yao Guai with 5.3k gold lead. Now they want to rush down the turtle. Again, only PCU is there just in case if anyone wants to teleport in, but never mind. Everyone is going for the turtle. They're saving the shortcut for something else. Down at the bottom lane, all 5 members. DK is there, and the Spear of Destruction, it hits. Goes on to Zeno. Probably not a good idea to go in. Oh, come on! A fight there! Chip got caught. I don't know what happened.
He used the shortcut. He used the
I see.
on the bot side, and everyone was waiting for him right there. I mean, it wasn't the welcoming party that he expected on the bot side. He immediately gets taken away from the game right there. But I mean, it's not the end of the world. I mean, the FYG still managed to get one of the neutral objective on the top side. In return, DK gets a kill as well as the turret on the bottom side.
So far, still, Feng Yao Guai definitely has the advantage. 8:07 is where Lung completed his Trinity items. Trinity items achieved at 8 minutes, very fast coming in from Lung. But again, having 6,000 goal lead gives you that kind of priority. Looking at the itemization for everyone else, but before that, we got to look at the goal difference here. And honestly, a very big difference when it comes to the EXP. A shortcut goes on to Shen, but Shen able to get away. Right now, Smile got hit with the ult coming in from Lung, but looks like he's not going to commit.
I like the patience. I like the discipline right there, because if I were to be Lung right there, I would immediately jump onto my Spear of Destruction and start another team fight up against Smile. But, you know, patience is virtue. Patience is key. And the FYG knows that that wasn't the right positioning or right time for us to initiate again once the teleportation by Pishu have been used, and they did not manage to get any particular kills. Carvey, gotta be careful.
Founds Carvey, and now Samo. Good kick onto PCU, but Long able to pull him to the street. And now they want to continue on. And Samo getting very, very low. Killing spree for Zed. And they move forward. Killing spree for Long. Shen and Zeno is still alive, but Zeno was nowhere near the team fight.
That was very, very good by Pishu, how he enables the team right there, and he baited out the kick. He went back and he immediately initiated the fight even further, and the flank came in from Suyo, from Aurora was the icing on the cake. Managed to get a few kills, but most importantly, map control. The FYG has that on their hands. Inhibitor turret on the mid side has been taken care of, and right now the FYG can immediately focus on the Carvey. Gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Okay, no, they don't know, because they know that we're taking the Lord right now. But now maybe can initiate.
Just looking at PCU, still having that shortcut. Interestingly enough, he went for the fleeting time. He finds Zeno, he has the shortcut, and now they're on to Zeno. Nothing can be done. Frigid Glacier used by Smile. But again, not enough to deter Feng Yao Guai from attacking his jungler.
If we can take a look at the replay right there, the immediate stun came in from Lung and immediately hitting on that wall, on that purple buff wall was super on point, super fast and super effective as well. And the FYG have the upper hand right now.
Yeah, Demfanyagwai looking to end the game. Raging Sandstorm onto Long. Shen is getting attacked, but Demfanyagwai wins game number 1 against GK Esports.
Very clean fight by DFYG right there with the first ever appearance of Chip in the wildcard stage for M6, managing to get a win. Good macro gameplay, good all-around individual skills that translate into the game of team fight, of teamwork as well. I'm not taking anything away from GK Esports. I have to say how the show played really well. Got a good kicks here and there, but all in all, I think it's because of they were behind so much at one point, 5k, 6k gold lead. The itemization wasn't there enough for GK Esports to be able to re-engage back up against the FYG.
And now we are witnessing the first loss for the Chill. But again, you know, it's just day number 2.
Yeah.
He had a 6-game win streak, but now the Chill has been defeated and been defeated by the Chip, which interestingly enough, again, using fleeting time as the first item.
For the Chip?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not catch
fleeting
that.
time, yeah.
I mean, with the way that he played right there, I think fleeting time is definitely a good option. Being able to use that ultimate time and again, and managing to catch out crucial targets by the side of GK Esports, managing to catch out Carvey, managing to catch out Zeno as well, the jungler of GK Esports. So timing was superb, execution was superb, target prioritization was superb as well by the FYG.
Yeah, and again, now we see that Chip is still very strong, but it's really about that macro play, right? Like, have everyone on the other side of the map, Chip being the only one around the turtle, and then activating that shortcut, enabling for the team to be at basically 2 places at the same time. And now let's look at the itemization here. And again, like I said, the first item for the Chip is the fleeting time, but he got the magic rope first so that he has some form of magic resist in order to actually survive the damage coming in from Smile. Carvey tried his best on the Granger. Looking at the laning phase, it looked very even. I didn't see any advantage for Carvey or Lung. It's just overall, the map presence from the FYG is much better.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Lung got that kill against Samo, if I'm not mistaken, or was it up against Shen, if I'm mistaken, Shen, or I think Shen, helped Lung a lot in terms of the leading phase, right? He got 1 kill on his hand that accelerated a bit his itemization, his goal, and allows him to, you know, stand tall to tall against the green shield of Carvis. But I do have to mention how Pishu, he played phenomenally well, the macro gameplay, just allowing himself to rotate around the map and knowing when is the right time for him to be able to open up the teleportation. And his teammates, the rotation was superb, it was so fast, on point, got the kill, went out and focused on their laning.
Let me just say for Demfanyagwai to execute the game plan that they have, requires a lot of mechanics, because if you look at the itemization, their main tank is KLVJ, and KLVJ, if you look at the emblem setup, the real tanky thing about it is the Festival of Blood as well as the Brave Smite. So if they lost in the mid game where GK had enough damage, they took down Demfanyagwai, they won't be able to open up the map freely, right? So it was a big risk, but 10 minutes, 42 seconds, they made the risk work. And now looking at the damage numbers here, actually it's not that big of a difference, because except for Zeno. Oh, I just saw Zeno's damage.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy. 7k up against Pishu, 20k. Nobody on the side of the FYG is lesser than 10k.
Zed had less damage than PCU.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
PCU. Like I said, I think I told this to Husky, but Chip does a lot of damage for a tank.
He does.
And now I like that we have the graphic to show it. Chip did almost the same amount of damage as Lung on a Moskov that has 3 items, maybe even 4 items. I didn't see it that well, but yeah. Trust me when I say Chip does a lot of damage. He's just not as tanky as before.
With the tenacity as well, and hitting a couple of targets at the same time, that is the valuable or the crucial part of Chip. And with this kind of graphic, as you can see in terms of the goal, of course, it's going to favor the side of the FYG. Momentum, I did mention this time and time again, momentum is a real thing, and once you're behind, especially like this much, where Geeky Esport had to experience, it definitely shows.
I think GK, they need to get Zeno on a comfortable jungler, because 7,000 damage is
It's not it, fam.
for me, it's not okay.
Yeah, true.
For me, it's not okay.
Alpha was open, right?
Alpha was open, yes.
Yeah. Could be a fighter jungler kind of option for Zeno, but definitely not the no-lane kind of game that we would expect. But honestly, let's take a look at our MVP of the game. Is definitely gonna be Long, with the mask off, with the Spear of Destruction all the way on the top side just now. Reliving back that moment right there was superb by him. But yeah, honestly, simple gameplay, nothing too fancy, nothing too aggressive. 4-0 and 5 in terms of KDA, and definitely what 3 items is that? Yeah, the Holy Trinity has been completed by Long. Good game. I would hope for the same in game number 2.
Yeah, Long so far has been very impressive down in that gold lane, or in this case, up in that gold lane. And again, we saw in the early game skirmishes, GK Esports were willing to fight back, but then we see that it started slowing down. And I think it's on Devon Yaguai, always able to catch Zeno off guard. I don't know if this would count, but that could be the play of the day. The play of the day, all the way from the top side, going down bot. That was amazing.
Honestly, that could be a very good shout in terms of the play of the game as well for this game, definitely. But all in all, just how the cohesion of the FYG played superb. They know their job tasks, they know their individual tasks as well. Look at this. The teleport came in, immediate stun by Long, and that allows the Aurora to just follow up as well with once the ultimate has been used, or once the ultimate has been stolen by the Valentina. So GK Esport, in terms of game number 2, this is an overstatement or an understatement, but again, mountain to climb for them right now.
I think it's all about the speed. I think the chip being on Devon Yaguai just moves the game so fast that it makes GK unable to respond. It's like, wait, they're up there, and then all of a sudden they're down here. Who's the focus? Who's the target, right? Like, maybe even 1 second Carpy is just like pew, 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 pew. And then that's another. Hey, where are they? Oh, they're bot? Jeez, man.
I'm teleporting in the bush and I die somehow.
And now my favorite segment. Hello Panda, semua suka biskutnya. There you go, I got it. That's the right line. Fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy strawberry, in this case. The ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. Oh my god, that game did get me hungry.
Biscuits with strawberry flavored filling.
Oh.
It's gonna be so good. I'm pretty sure it's so good. You like it. You like sweet stuff. I know he likes his sweet stuff.
Dude, I'm Malay. We like sweet stuff, okay?
Yeah.
No.
Honestly, it's quite good.
I
Let me
took a
just
few.
place it here. Yeah, there we go.
Now while Arjun is eating, we got to talk
I
about.
thought it's small, but it's quite big. You know?
We got to talk about the game, right? So the games now, I really feel like Biscuit on the chip did a very good job.
So can we talk more about this?
Yeah.
The filling is so
Hey, Becky.
so generous. You
Yeah,
know how
very
you get
generous.
you know how you get like biscuits like half of the filling only?
This
But
is
this
why-
one's like jam packed with strawberry.
Between chip and biscuits, I like biscuits a bit more.
I definitely like biscuits. Definitely, 100%, without any doubt. So good.
By the way, try that what?
Yeah. Don't forget to join the lucky draw. You know, from 18th of November until 29th of December, you can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Cloud's new Epic Skin Challenges, Flare and Beatrix new M4 Epic Painted Skin, Light Seeker. So don't miss the opportunity of a lifetime and join the lucky draw. Can we? Yeah. We need more. I'm definitely bringing some home. You know,
I feel like
so good.
Gideon has to want to get this. But anyways,
The packaging is cute as well.
Anyways, what was I talking about? We gotta talk about The draft for sure.
Okay, let's talk about the
The draft for sure, because we've seen Tianfen Yaguai's willingness to use heroes like the chip and willing to go for an offensive item like the fleeting time instead of going for the usual tank items. So, yeah, we got to talk to the coach here, Sasa.
Okay.
Has Tianfen Yaguai scrimmed against big teams like SRG during your boot camp here? We haven't scrimmed against any Malaysian teams yet. And since SRG's skill are on another level, it's not a good idea for DFYG to scrim against them. I'm afraid that it could affect our confidence and momentum. This is coming from a professional player that knows the ropes. He's been a Kage for years. He is a true veteran. He understands mental is so strong in the game, you gotta pick your battles.
I like the sincerity and also honesty by Sasa, right? He knows that the FYG is not at that level yet. It's not at that same par of Selangor Giants or even any representative from Philippines or Indonesia. So let's stray away from them for now because we want to fight someone at our level because of confidence, mental. There's need to be somewhat of a protection to be able to give the confidence to the players. So props to the coach knowing this as well. So we shall see how it fares out in the grand scheme of things. The FYG having the second pick once again, banning out the Jushin, Fanny, as well as the Mathilda. Meanwhile, same ban if I'm not mistaken. By
Yep,
GG.
same ban.
Yeah. So first pick, Xiao again, high loss. Different hero, Gatot Kacha maybe.
But yeah, again, so far we haven't seen a lot of Gatots here in the wild card. So if a Gatot is pick up, it will be a little bit wild. It will be a little bit wild. And wondering if GK themselves can use the chip, because I feel like that might be a question for them. Like, what if we take away the chip? But then comes to the question, are you as a team well equipped to play with a chip?
I think that is a very risky option for GK. But to be fair, risk is something that they have to take right now, because if they lose this,
there you go.
say they would be out. And your somewhat question has been answered. They pick up the chip, and the question is, can they play well with the chip? And the FYG can not counter this, but somewhat match this with a low E if they want to. But
it's interesting as well. I saw the player cam, and Carvey was just like, just go for it, just go for it. Don't think about it too much, just go for it. So Carvey is taking the risk here. Not to say he made a decision, but looking at his his reaction, he's just like, just do it, right? What's the worst that can happen? And, I see this swapping drafts here, where now the Aurora and the Cho is on Tianfen Yaguai.
I like the Cho pick. It gives a lot of flexibility for the side of the FYG. We're not too sure of, is it going to be a EXP? Is it going to be a Roam Chow for this side of the FYG? So questions to be answered by DK Esports. Chip, what are they going to pair it up? Are they going to go for an alpha? I think fighter jungler should be the option for Zeno, because looking at the Nolan just now, it wasn't at his best. But I don't mind if he wants to try it once again. For game number 2, Bruno as well as Hylos.
Right now, Adin, I'm going to hit you with a fun fact here.
Sure.
Tianfen Yaguai has the fastest game in all of Wildcard. The game just now against GK Esports was 10 minutes and 42 seconds. That was the fastest game of the wildcard. And the second fastest game was also by Tianfen Yaguai against Nightmare, 11 minutes and 1 second. So they've been beating their own record in terms of speed. But now going back to the draft here, Coach Yako has picked up the Hylos as well as the Bruno. And now Coach Sasa wants that Moskov again, doesn't want it to get banned out.
I not necessarily, I would say I'm liking the pickup, the second and third pickup by GK Esports, which is the Hylos and Bruno. Why do I mention this? Because normally when we see a chip, I would want a burst kind of hero, because you open up the teleport, you go in, you kill immediately, and you walk out. So you don't rely too much on TPS. You rely on burst capability. Just go in, get a kill. But right now, they need a bit of time. Once they go in the teleport, they need to deal a bit more damage, and then only they can get
I
out. But
see.
it all depends on the itemization. If they don't have the itemization, on, especially on Bruno, they can't do that. So maybe that job scope, maybe that responsibility would rely upon their jungler as well as their mid laner right now.
So what you're saying is Sky Piercer high loss.
Could be a thing.
Okay, no, just kidding. But yeah, speaking of items, probably Bruno first item will be going on for Berserker Fury instead of House Claw. That will provide you a little bit more damage. And looking at Coach Sasa, betting out both the Joy as well as the Alpha, shrinking the hero pool for Zeno here. Coach Yako betting out that Suyo, making the jungle pick much more narrow for both teams.
What else is there?
Bane?
Bane, yep. Xborg is there. Although
Xborg.
we don't see as much, if I'm not mistaken, so far.
No, we
Xborg
haven't seen
jungler.
so far.
But still fits the criteria that what I was thinking of. So you go in the teleport and you open up your last insanity, get the kill, and you walk out.
No, I feel like even for them, for Yaguai, they could pick up the Bane, and then if someone goes in, why did you say it? See, now it's banned out.
I was like thinking for K, that Xborg, because I want like a fighter, a much more tankier jungler for Zeno. But
Wait, but this means that Gike wants something tanky, or they're just worried that the high loss is gonna get bursted down. What if Gike just picks up something like a Frederick?
then kind of deceive the purpose of the chip for me, basically. But I mean, honestly, I don't mind at all. If comfort is the main criteria here for Zeno, and if Fedrin is the answer, so go ahead by all means. But right now, DFYG would pick up your jungler here and hide the Chow for now. Bane, I like the option that you mentioned just now, but I hear Khalid if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so Khalid has been picked up. Still doesn't answer.
Swapping drafts, man, swapping drafts. Only the Moskov is different.
I'm gonna guess this Khalid is gonna go on the EXP and the Chow is gonna go on the roam. Because so far we've seen only 2 EXP Chow so far, if I'm not mistaken, based on the stats that was given earlier on. So we shall see. Julian!
Julian picked up again, and now a Vexana. So a lot of control here coming in from Gike. Down from Yaguai. Their pickup for the jungle here. We're looking at the player spaces and they're still discussing on it.
Yeah, Nolan is still there. If they want to go for Assassin, right? Nolan? Yeah, Nolan is still there.
Yeah, if they just want to change the draft, right? Just like, hey, actually, KK Esports draft is pretty good. We can try it out.
Yeah, just completely copies it, just tweak the gold laner, switching it to the Moskov. Because the way I see it, I don't mind the Nolan, right? Just go in, get the kill, walk out safely.
I'm pretty okay with it.
Upon the edge of the void.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. Swap draft. We'd be like, hey, Gike, you actually had a pretty good draft. How about we try it out? Maybe we could do something different. Maybe Moskov is just the right tweak to handle against a chip.
Yeah, to be fair, I feel like that's the thinking of DFYG currently, and going up against a chip with this kind of lineup by DFYG could be defensive as well. They could just wait out the teleportation and just wait out for the skills and then re-engage back up against a Gike Esports. But again and again and again, it all depends on the execution.
Let's remind ourselves, folks. Gike Esports here is essentially playing an elimination match. If they lose here against Denfan Yaguai, the chances of them making out of the wildcard group will be much more slimmer. We're jumping into the land of dawn for game number 2. Denfan Yaguai going up against Gike, where this time Denfan Yaguai is essentially using the drafts previously by Gike Esports.
Literally do or die right now for Gike Esports. They have to come up big. They have to come up with something. Be able to destroy the confidence of DFYG. A bit of a classic, again, Assassin versus Assassin matchup between Julian and also Nolan, but all eyes on Shen. How can he uses the chip well up against DFYG, who, funny enough, using similar draft as Gike Esports in match or game number 1.
Yeah, and you called it that this Khalid is going to the EXP for now. Samo's in the front lines and kill VJ. Targets on to Samo. While in the back line, PCU tried to grab someone, and Samo is trying to slow him down. Samo is trying to get the kill, but PCU is too fast, and Shen could not find an angle to move in.
that flicker.
First pass.
That flicker right there, saved PCU a lot. And honestly, they could get the kill if it wasn't the Revitalize being used by GK Esports just now. But early skirmishes, no kills as of yet, no first blood. Only a few spells was being used by both of these teams. But I like how GK Sport responded to the aggression of the FYG. They are not afraid. You want to fight? We shall take that fight as well, because we know that, again, with a Revitalize, we can prolong this team fight as much as we want. So, I would like to see more, of course. But let's see what GK Esports can do once again with the chip.
Yeah, right now looks like the issue is on GK Esports, and it's probably Samo where we saw our marshals. Which shout outs to them coming to work with a suit.
Man,
We're really making changes here, Adin. Like
Yeah.
even the marshals, we gotta suit up, man. We gotta look good. We gotta look good. We gotta feel good.
the fact that their suits and tie are all aligned between one another makes it much more cooler, I would say. So like the
Yeah,
fact
more
that
uniformed.
much more professional, I would say. But hey, maybe it's because of the look, the style, and the issue has been solved.
Yeah, very, very fast. And now we're jumping back into the game here, where it looks like Carvey so far actually winning out the lane, going up against Lung. So maybe this is why they want to pick up the Bruno, because he just needs a winning lane. He feels that with a winning lane, they're able to do a little bit more. PCU looks like he understands that Shen is there and not going to take the risk of opening the bush.
Normally, we would see Bruno punishing anybody right on the gold lane, but right now, it's surprised to see the Bruno is having a bit of a tough time going up against the Moskov. So Bruno maybe needs some help on the bot side to be able to at least stand toe-to-toe with this Moskov in terms of level as well as the goal lead. But focus will be on the top side. Shen still not having the teleportation as of yet, still not reaching level 4. So gotta buy some more time.
Yeah, PCU is on the back lines actually, and now Glorious Pathway used by Samo. Samo taking quite a bit of damage, and now he's frozen as well. PCU doesn't have level 4. He does not have the Way of the Dragon. And now neither does Shen. So that was a small skirmish resulting in essentially nothing. Right now it's equalized in terms of who has control over Turtle.
I mean, CalVJ still has the Raging Sandstorm not being used up just yet, as well as the Frigid Glacier. So if they want to go once again, they could. The skill set is still there between one and another. Spear of Destruction hits on Zeno, so that gives them the information, hey, Zeno is nowhere near between this turtle, so it's a free turtle for Zed.
It's amazing how the players of DFYG, they learn how to use vision effectively. Like they had no idea where Zeno is. Lung, as a marksman, provided the utility, the vision to figure out where he is just by throwing it on the map. If he's not down at the orange buff, it's probably purple. But now PCU got a good catch. First blood onto E1, and now Shen on the back line, probably using the shortcut as well. But Smile using the ult prevented Zed and PCU to have a way to engage further into the fight.
It's unfortunate for GK Esports just now. They wanted to re-engage back, at least get 1-for-1 trade, but the skill set that they used was not aligned between one and another, because Samo was using the Glorious Pathway onto Moskov. Meanwhile, Smile hit the Eternal God on a different target. So again, not aligned between one and another, caused them the trade right there. In fact, they could have gotten 1-for-1, but honestly, they lose a lot more on the spot side.
Yeah, right now looks like they have a very clear target here. Both PCU as well as Zed wants Carvey, and Carvey has used the Purify. So far
Shen.
they want Shen. Shen is in the middle of it. Way of the Dragon onto the chip. The chip still survives, but Lung is able to get a lot of gold plating there on the turret.
Hey, I mean, good skirmishes by both sides, but neither of them get any particular reward in terms of kills. Only Lung managing to get, as Lafal mentioned, a lot of gold plating armor, and that is going to help him out to create or finishes his own Holy Trinity item. First item priority by CalVJ is going to be the Thunderbug. He's going to be stacking it up quite well with his own basic attacks up against GK Esports. Shen, so far, as we mentioned, or as how I've questioned, how well does this shortcut is going to provide for himself. So far, no kills from the shortcut yet.
Delphiniagwai 1.6k ahead, and now they're starting the turtle. Fear of destruction, not hitting onto anyone, but now the shortcut comes in. But looks like the first kill is going over to Zed. Zed takes down Shen. Eternal God gets a good knockout onto KLVJ, but KLVJ is still able to survive, and now the turtle has been resetted. PCU doesn't have the weight of the dragon. Probably not going to be able to engage here. Delphiniagwai, they're still waiting on a call. Do they want to continue or not? PCU looks like he has to back off, and now the turtle has been reset again.
Nothing to rush for the FYG. They can play this slow, they can wait it out. GK Esports will be the one who will take advantage of this and get that turtle immediately. Meanwhile, the FYG are going to try to focus on the mid side just now, but are not able to get anything in return except for that one particular kill on Shen.
Yeah. Already seeing a big difference here. Looks like Shen on this ship is going to be more defensive. Looks like he is aiming for a Dominance Ice as a first item. Probably to handle against Long on this Moscow. BCU sees Shen. So far, Shen has been rotating a lot to the gold lane. Really trying to make sure that Carvey has a good time. But so far, even with the rotation coming in from Shen, does not look like Carvey is having a good time.
Yeah, honestly, I don't want to blame Shem as of much, but right now Zeno is going to get kicked. Oh, the Spear of Destruction did not land on Zeno. Bit of miscommunication right there, but...
Nah, and you know what happened?
Yep.
So the kick, he entered the bush, and because he lost vision, he cannot do the second part of the Wind Dragon. So that's why, like, I saw what Lung was trying to do, but yeah, it's unfortunate that he entered the bush.
It's fine. I mean, it's a good attempt by the FYG just now. But honestly, it's not, going back to Shen, right? It's not much of his fault right now, because the way I see it, with every angle Shen tries to take upon, there is always Chao. There's always Pishu on the way, right? And it's hard for Shen to start a team fight with the shortcut to initiate right now. So props to Pishu how he just mirror the movement of Shen. Wherever Shen is, there is always going to be Chao just waiting for the right time to be able to use the kick or to not allow Shen to use the shortcut.
Looking at the items just now, there's a very clear difference in terms of gold lead here because Long, in the previous game, in 8 minutes, he was able to get his Trinity item, but so far it doesn't look like he's anywhere close to getting his third item. PCU sees Samo, and they understand that Shen is there as well. And you can see that Shen is taking quite a lot of damage because he doesn't have any magic resist for now.
And this feels like the fact that Shen could not move anywhere else except for in the bush. It feels like it's going to be a 5 versus 4 right now for Geeky Esports. So they are at a big advantage in terms of manpower because Shen can't do anything. And this is one of the biggest weaknesses of Chip, right? I mean, if you cannot open up your shortcut, you're basically somewhat, I'm sorry, kind of a bit of useless right now because you cannot contribute anything in terms of team fight.
Right now, honestly, Delphiniagwai, they're just slowing down DK Esports. They're having a lot of man-to-man defense. Like, we see how Yuan is down at mid, making sure that no rotation is going to be done. And PCU, like you said, he's just like, okay, where's Shen? Where's Shen? Shen's here. All right, Shen, how are you? You're doing good. Have you eaten? You had lunch? You haven't? Okay, we can have lunch a bit later.
This is what we call, although Pishu is not a Malaysian, but this is what we call the Malaysian hospitality, right? Wherever you are, we're just going to follow you. We're just going to make sure you're all right, you're in check, we know where you are, we know what you're doing, and that is what Pishu is doing to Shen right now. Just babysitting him to the max right now, mirroring at its finest.
Oh yeah, right now Shen doesn't have any way to really move forwards. You know, taking quite a lot of damage from Lung and kill VJ. Shen as well, he's just going to get pushed. He used the shortcut, but look at Delphiniagwai. They're already exiting any kind of team fight perimeters. And KLVJ still has the Raging Sandstorm, but looks like he's not going to use it so far. But that's a good Raging Glacier. Smile had to flicker out of there, and now their focus is on the Shen. But Long is able to take down Smile, while Zed able to take down Zeno.
Did Lung hit the Spear of Destruction to get much nearer on Smile this time? I'm not too sure because the gap closer between Moskov and Vetsana was immediately like Lung was on top of him. So I'm guessing yes, Lung did manage to hit the ultimate, get closer to Smile and got the kill. So props to Yuan right there, managing to get that 2-man Frigid Glacier out of nowhere.
Dude, Lung is amazing. He's been hitting all of this Spears of Destruction. Yes, there you go. I was thinking of Blade of Destruction. I was like, that's not right. Oh, and now they get a kick onto Shen. Nowhere for Shen to go. Kill going over to kill VJ, and now Different Yaguai, they're controlling the map once again. 6,000 goal lead ahead. Now the Lord looking very free for Different Yaguai.
Not feeling good, Mr. LaFell. Not feeling good right now. 5-0 in terms of kill. Geeky Esport down. Almost 7k goal lead, and saying that this is a one-way traffic is an understatement because Geeky Esport can't seem to do anything as of now. I mean, the fact that your roamer cannot start a team fight even with a shortcut is very much worrying.
Yeah, looking at the goal difference here, one of the biggest difference is in the jungler. 8.5k for the Nolan, 5.7 for the Julian, almost 3,000 goal difference here.
Conceal as part of the team fight. Bridget Glacier.
Bridget Glacier hit onto no one, and now Samo wants to re-engage with the glorious pathway, but Long is just guiding, dealing out free damage onto the members of Geeky, even using the minions to make sure that he has some penetration and going in. And now Geeky, they already lost the top inhibitor. Different Yaguai, they want the mid, and they're able to get an Eternal Guard, trying to slow things down, but still, the mid lane inhibitor goes down. Different Yaguai, they're not stopping. They want the bottom as well.
This could be a 1 lot and 3 inhibitor turrets, but Geeky Esport focusing all their energy and efforts trying to protect that bottom inhibitor turret, and they managed to do that. But honestly, to be fair, that is still a massive win for the FYG with 1 Lord. They managed to get 2 inhibitor turrets, the mid side and the top side. That is pretty big, but right now Long gonna get caught out.
Yep, the shortcut was used. Long
Oh,
using
this is bad.
the flicker, but now kiting back hill. VJ is there. Zeno gets taken down, and now Shen looks like he has nowhere to go. Long secures the kill. Smile has to use the flicker to get out of there. Carvey and Samo unable to do anything. Now they just have to clear the minions. But again, Pistio flickers in, Way of the Dragon gets Smile, and they're able to take down Samo as well. Carvey is able to survive, but not the Crystal. Different Yaguai, a clean 2-0.
Diana Fang Why managing to get that victory clean as a whistle right there with the kick of Pishu, sending Geeky Esport all the way to the bottom of the group right now with not any singular points being able to take by them. I mean, honestly, Geeky Esport, they took a risk with the chip, and that risk did not pay it off. I still have to applaud their bravery, their willingness to do it. But honestly, in terms of the grand scheme of things, a lot more needed to be done for Geeky Esport, and props, congrats to the FYG.
Oh yeah, the FYG played extremely well, and Long, I gotta say,
Man.
he only showed Bruno and Moskov, but what a Moskov, man. Always hitting those spears of destruction. Like, dude, how do you do that?
Even when he doesn't hit the Spear of Destruction, at least they gain something, which is vision.
Yeah, vision,
Right,
yeah.
which is vision, knowing that, okay, Zeno is here, Zeno is not here, Shen is here, Shen is not here. That is very crucial for the whole team of the FYG to be able to, okay, what's next? We know that some of the heroes are here, some of their heroes are there, so we could start Lord, we could start Turtle, we could push top, we could push bottom, so it's very important. Vision, information is a very crucial part of the game.
The way that they play around the macro game, right? Because we heard from Coach Sasa that they're not on that level yet, but I gotta say, looking at how they play, dude, 2 million IQ, man.
You're being too humble right now.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Chinese region. They're very humble, and I love them for it. But yeah, so far, very dominating performance. And looking as maybe the dark horse of Group A, because everyone is talking about Ulhanar, but Different Yaguai is in the conversation now. If they beat Ulhanar, they can go through Group A.
They haven't fought yet.
Haven't fought yet.
Oh.
Haven't fought yet. So that's going to be interesting. Now let's look at the itemization here. While we're at it, looking at the kills here,
Okay.
Geeky was able to take 2 kills at the end of it, but at one point he was 0 and 5. Different Yaguai, they're very disciplined in making sure that everything is A-okay. But items, I do want to talk about items.
Okay.
Lung, he went for his normal Trinity build. He goes for the Corrosion Scythe first. Afterwards, it's the Golden Staff and then the Mountain Sword. But the Malefic Gun really helped him out, where even though he got ganked by Shen used the shortcut onto Lung, he was able to get out of there. Even though he flickered out, he was still like he only had to take a few steps to be in range to continue attacking.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Malefic Gun is like a go-to item for any particular marksman. Maybe not a first item for a few marksmen, but all in all, or overall for all marksmen, even the side of Geeky Spot, Bruno by Carvey finishing up the Malefic Gun as well. Such an important item for any particular marksman right now. Gives, of course, distance, but the stats as well is quite good for any particular marksman. As we take a deeper look at the overall stats in terms of the game. Again, Zeno, I would like to say that he needs to recheck back the selection of junglers. Maybe Assassin he's not good to kind of gameplay unless he trains it even more, but maybe could opt to go for a different route. Fighter jungle, mage jungle. Maybe that would be the option for Zeno, or even a tank jungle, of course.
Something to point out here as well is the emblem choice for both Lung as PCU. PCU is going for firmness. Most Cho roams now go for thrill, so we can see a difference there. And Lung goes for tenacity. So he respects the Bruno from Carvey, understanding that he can lose the lane, so picking up the tenacity, making sure that he can survive. And at least this time, Zeno was able to deal more damage, 12,000 more than 7,000. But Yiwan and Long dealt so much damage in this game. Yiwan dealt the most amount of damage.
I mean, again, sorry, a bit biasness towards any rumors out there, but Pishu played phenomenally with the Chow. I mean, played phenomenally with the
I
chip.
agree.
But game number 2, the mirroring move that he did, the macro move that he did against Shen, not allowing Shen to use any particular shortcut, just shut down the advantage that Chip has. And that allows the FYG to roam proly all around. Lung can go anywhere he wants, Zack can go anywhere he wants, KLPG as well as Yiwan can just follow each other, just stick side by side, back to back, initiate any team fight that they want.
And now we gotta look at the MVP for this game. It looks like the MVP will be Lung once again. 2 games in a row, 2 Moscovs in a row, 924 gold per minute. Even though this game, he was a little bit slower getting those Trinity items, but he still caught up in the goal that he did, 4-0-2, and numbers don't cut it, man. The way that he uses the Spear of Destruction, I don't know, it's so good. It's like one of those things that analysts want to geek out, like the way that PCU open one side of the map, and then Long opening up the other side of the map. This game, the map, the Land of Dawn, was so open for Tianfeng Yaguai.
I agree. I mean, with the roaming capability by Pishu, with the Spear of Destruction by Lung as well.
Hold on. Yes, it was a Spear of Destruction.
It was, because the way that I look at it, Lung was in fact further away by Smile, but how did he manage to get the kill? Definitely gotta be the Spear of Destruction, but I do agree, any analysts, any color casters out there, or even individuals who are in love, in depth of the game, would geek out about the things that Lung did, would geek out as well what Pishu had did. The small things, the little things that contributes a lot in the grand scheme of things, in the overall gameplay of TFYG.
And now we got to look at the standings here between Tianfeng Yaguai. Right now, they're at the top. They're number 1 here with 2 points, and Ulhanar only having 1 point. But that will change very, very soon, because Ulhanar will be playing again today, and if they win that one, and if it's another 2-0, then they'll be on top of Tianfeng Yaguai, making it ultimately between both these teams who will make it out of Group A. But that is if Ulhanar can win against Nightmare.
Correct. And with that being said, I'm pretty sure Geeky Esports are not able to qualify even further, although they do have one more match in their hand. So it's going to be a similar case as the Mongols. Just get any particular experience that they can under their belts, and of course improve much more further, and to grow as a team, as a region, even further in the world of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. But so far for Group A, definitely the eyes upon the FYG and Ulhanar, who will make it out of Group A. We shall see very, very soon.
Either ways, amazing games for today. We have 2 more best of 3s, but you're not doing the other 2 games.
Yeah, I'm not doing. Are you doing that?
No, I'm not doing the other 2 games. After this, it is going to be both Staffa as well as Husky that will be covering for us. Not really covering, but you know what? We're changing shifts. But speaking of which, we got to talk about the Asian Esports Games. It will be between the 25th of November all the way to the 27th of November. The largest MLBB women tournament in Southeast Asia will be held in Bangkok, garnering participants from 20 nations from various regions spanning across different parts of Asia and the Middle East. It is the last MLBB women tournament of the year, presenting itself as the perfect platform for MLBB women players that are eager to prove themselves.
MLBB is for everyone, and I love this. I love it a lot because one of the reasons is I'm casting that game.
Ah, interesting.
One of those
Hey,
days.
shout out to you.
So I can't wait for that. But for you guys,
Buy tickets!
they need to come here, come down
Day
here.
1, Day 2, it's open! Get it now! You get to win the 16 of the world's best teams clashing out here.
Where?
On
Where?
Day 1 and Day 2, here!
Move
on
the chair.
stage.
Move the chair a bit. Move the chair a bit. Nice.
I think it's not that big of a difference.
Yeah,
But
it's fine.
you know what I mean. Grab your tickets.
Hey, the amount of people complaining that they can't get the tickets.
Get it now.
Like right now, you can get it, guys. Regular sales tickets, Day 1, Day 2 off the Swiss stage. Imagine, God knows how many games that you get to see.
8 games per day.
Different teams.
I'm not God, but I know.
Yeah, but different teams as well. That's the main, I would say, benefit. Normally you would come and say maybe 4 teams. play it
Dude,
out.
this LED is different. This LED
Yeah.
is
You need to come
insane.
here.
You need to come here to understand. Like,
Gosh.
just this thing is amazing. But speaking of, coming out next, Ulhanar will be fighting against
Ooh.
Nightmare. So that's the match that we have to see. If Ulhanar wins, then it's going to be an impressive matchup between the Chinese region going up against the ECA. But if Nightmare Esports, surprise, surprise, defeats Ulhanar, ooh, we got an interesting Group A.
That would be very, very interesting, to be fair. I can't wait for the next game, but of course, we're not going to be on stage. We're not going to be on desk. We're going to maybe enjoy it at our own leisure time. It's been fun casting with you today for English. Safal, take it away.
We're going to change to Husky and Staffa. So
Yeah.
we'll see you guys tomorrow. But after this, we'll be them. Bye-bye.
You won't get me down. You won't get me down. I can't back on track with their feet full of attack. I always come back around. I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. A force to behold, and it waits to and fro. I always come back around. Always come back around.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
M6 スイスウォッチ Hello Panda, hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
The journey through the M6 wildcard continues right here at day 2. We're live in Malaysia as always. But of course, a switch on the desk, a bit of a switch up after Lafel and Nadine. Thank you very much to them. My name is Husky, and alongside me is Tadafa as we continue the second half of today's wildcard matches.
It is, of course, day 2 of the M6 wildcards here, and things are already coming to a close just a little bit because with only 4 teams in each group, it becomes much more obvious now that teams are going through their second matches of who is likely to make it out and which teams stand the best chance of claiming that final slot to the M6 Swiss stage.
Absolutely, but before that, they have to top their group first before they even earn the chance to play in a best of 5 this Sunday. And unfortunately, we might have potentially seen the downfall of 2 of the teams, right? We witnessed GK Esports now with an 0-2 scoreline in their respective groups. We also saw Incilio taking down the Mongols earlier on in the first series, so that one could end up in disaster, in tragedy for 2 of the squads. But that story might just continue, right? Because coming up, we got 2 more amazing matches, starting with the first one, Ulfanar against Nightmare Esports, another mountain for the Laos team to climb.
A huge mountain, in fact, because Ulfednar still the fan favorites, just like our favorite gaming device, which you can use to unleash unmatched gaming performance with the ROG Phone 9 Pro. It's a mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-powered gaming with sleek, modern aesthetics, Husky.
Yeah, that's the best, right? You look good with your device and then you look good in-game. It doesn't get any more flashy than that. And that has been kind of the optimal performance that these players have been able to put out on stage. I personally am enjoying what we've seen so far in the wildcard stage in terms of the drafting, in terms of how the teams have been performing. Plenty of surprises, and even the Chinese region have stepped up.
Yeah, I think Tianfeng Yaoguai have really been showing what they're truly capable of here. We all knew coming into this that Ulfednar would probably be the favorites, the team that everyone is expecting to make it out of Group A. But after watching DFYG play their games, it almost makes me sad that we won't get a chance to maybe see them play against Ulfednar in the grand finals, for example.
That is unfortunate because they are both in the same group. Speaking about groups, let's take a look at the current standings. The state of the wildcards for Group A, Tianfeng Yaoguai still sits at the top with 2 full points. Ulfednar coming in second with 1, but they might change that in a little bit as they will go up against Nightmare Esports soon, who is currently sitting in 3rd place with no points, and GK Esports, who unfortunately just fell, got no points as well. Group B, Incilio at the top with 2, RQ Akira in second with 1 point. Legion Esports and the Mongols still have none, but of course Mongols play 2 out of the 3 best of 3s. That's why they're currently in last place.
Even though we still have 1 more day of the wildcards tomorrow before the grand finals, today is a very pivotal day for the competition because if you do lose 2 matches, you are automatically out of the running. There is no way that you are making out of your group, which also means that GK and the Mongols have unofficially been eliminated from contention on making it to the M6 Swiss stage. It's a sad end. They'll still have 1 more game to show their stuff off tomorrow, but let us focus on the remaining teams, the ones that want to make sure they will not meet the same fate today.
Yeah. And I think the most interesting thing coming into this is how polarizing the two teams who are about to face off are in compared to the results from yesterday, right? Nightmare Esports, they lost 2-1 to Dianfeng Yaoguai. We got Openar who essentially just steamrolled their opponents. They destroyed GK and got an easy 2-0. And right now, if Openar can also get a second series win, it's going to set us up for a very good best of 3 tomorrow when they take on Dianfeng Yaoguai.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really exciting to watch. And like you mentioned earlier, Husky, this is going to be an uphill battle for our team from Laos here, Nightmare Esports. They have a lot of experience here on the international stage. They've dropped by. We watched them in the wildcards last year, but they still fell short. Right now, they're at risk of having the same thing happen to them, and they are up against a huge opponent, an M-Series mainstay previously, Fireflux, and now Olfhednar, who looked pretty good in day one.
Yeah, the last time we saw the Openar, I was about to say, X-Fireflux on the MSC stage, it was a couple months ago, right? And they did fell to SRG at that time. And right now, they are here, they're back with the vengeance. And not just towards SRG, who took them on MSC, but you look at the storyline of how Openar got to this spot, right? They lost to S2G as well. So there's a plenty of pent-up vendetta that they have. But so making through this group stage in wildcard feels like the utmost important mission for them.
Yeah, if they're able to get through that, then they will be able to find a little bit of revenge against SRG, S2G. It feels like SG has something going on here. Next, they'll have a rivalry against the Singaporean teams, right?
Yeah, I think so too, right? I mean, we got NIP Flash waiting for us in the Swiss round, but we also have the comeback confidence. A quote from the coach of Openar, Osprey. He says that there is no other competitors for us to win the wild card. It's unfortunate for the other teams, but we gotta say it like this. We're not weaker than we were at MSC or somewhere else. We are maybe even stronger after the reality check at MTC, where they did fall to S2G. So much aura just from this quote alone.
Well, they have aura. They're a team that has consistently impressed us on the international stage year after year after year, almost single-handedly raising the opinion of their region among the international MLBB audience. And they want to be able to do it again. And as bleak as it may seem, so far, it really does seem true. A lot of the other teams here in the wildcards don't seem like competition for them.
And especially after the wildcard stage, you still have to consider what your first opponent is going to be. And in this case, whoever makes it through wildcard into Swiss round will face off against the Bloodthirsty Kings from the NACT, which in of itself is already a very interesting prospect. But as we kind of circle on Openar just a little bit more, you could see how clean that performance against GK was yesterday.
Yeah, it was almost not a competition at all. Really good confidence. You can see the communication between them leagues ahead of their opponents, taking an easy 2-0 clean sweep. GK Esports unfortunately just didn't seem to be in fighting form for this wildcard. Even their performance earlier against the FYG, it didn't seem like they were ready.
It did. It's very unfortunate. It's a harsh truth, right? We were talking about backstage regarding communication and how they were approaching the wildcard. There were a lot of holes that needs to be plugged, but you did point it out. Tomorrow, they still got one more chance against Nightmare Esports to show what they're made out of. A bit of pride at least, right? Some shred of that as they depart from the wildcard group stage. But I think for Openar, they should feel very comfortable coming into this. One person I want to highlight, aside from the Thorn Queen that has always been beside our lips, is Tianzi as the jungler, because he has been on a roll.
Yeah, Tianzi looking pretty good, right? He's always loved those assassins, so getting to play them again on a stage like this is just showing off his capabilities. I think we gotta shout out Alien a little bit as well. This is a player we pointed out as having a bit of difficulty adjusting to the new meta because he's not able to play those 1v1 EXP laners, the fighters anymore, has to play more tanky heroes. But when he was on the show as the primary initiator for his team, it just felt like the good old days again.
It feels so nice because we did see some glimpses of the Cho being flexed into the XP. I know from MPL Philippines, Sanford was one of the few users. We saw that in MPL Malaysia where Smooth, Cram also did it, and then it faded away for a bit. So to see to see Alien bring that back yesterday, it's a breath of fresh air. It feels like I'm reliving some good moments of ML.
Now, I'm going to bet that a lot of people in the comments are listening to us right now and thinking that we sound very biased towards Ulfhednar. And it's not intentional, but you can't really argue that they look like the most likely team. They have been the fan favorites thus far, and this is definitely going to be a hard matchup. In fact, we could go as far as to say that if Nightmare are even able to take one game off of Ulfhednar, it would already be a huge statement.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, but at the same time, it's not completely hopeless for Nightmare Esports. There are some good points that I would like to bring up about Nightmare. Primarily, two of their most veteran players. We talk about Soso, we talk about Too Easy for Lexi yesterday, but one of the playmakers that has sometimes been overshadowed is Jaspin, right? Cho has been his primary pick alongside the Matilda. We've seen him succeed with Cho yesterday. Kind of fell short with Matilda overall, but he still put up a pretty good fight. But when we talk about this matchup, it's always about the elephant in the room. And in this case, of course, our Titans Ulfhednar from the Turkish region. No changes since last year. We still get Sunshine, Apex 47, Rosa, Tianzi, and Alien.
Rosa, the Torn Queen, going to be the main face of the lineup, gaining fans internationally in regions across the world for impressive gameplay in the mid lane and a very varied hero pool. As we mentioned yesterday as well, Ulfhednar, their lineup has not been through any changes recently over the past many years, so that chemistry is rock solid.
Yeah, rock solid, and Nightmare Esports looking to crack that apart, make a dent as a start. We got Cammy, we got Jaspin, Soso, Too Easy for Lexi, and Oppa. Yesterday we did mention Oppa was kind of loaned over from 9 Esports, but overall for Nightmare, the one thing that they have demonstrated at the Mercon qualifiers is the aggression, right? The willingness to set up plays off of Jaspin's initiative. But the problem is, sometimes it doesn't work out well, and Nightmare Esports struggles to recover from that.
Yeah, Nightmare Esports are an aggressive team, but also one that's very objective-oriented. They want to push leads after getting the objectives in decisive engagements. And most of their movements are slow and kind of checklist-like. They want to make sure that everything happens before they make the next step. And this can be a very clean way of approaching the game, but it also means that against more aggressive and unpredictable teams, you may run into trouble.
Yeah. And also, we talked to Alan about how Nightmare Esports recruited a coach Exxon, and he said that we found him through social media. We even had 5 candidates for the tryouts, and in the end, we feel like Exxon fits the requirements, so we decided to go with him, which is pretty interesting, right? Because even last year when Nightmare Esports stepped on the wildcard stage, they did show some promises. They captured the hearts of all of either local and international fans, but right now it's more than just capturing hearts. They gotta somehow be able to cast the net over Ulfhednar and reel them in.
Yeah, the draft, we've highlighted it many times over the course of this tournament and in our recent MPL as well. With the way the meta has developed, creativity and flexibility in the heroes that you pick up during the drafting phase are crucial in determining your advantage once you jump into the land of Dawn. So we're definitely going to see those coaching chops from Coach Exxon. He is a coach from the Philippines after all. He's coached amateur Filipino teams in the past, worked with teams like Occupy Thrones as well. So the experience is definitely there. You just gotta translate it.
Yeah, and when speaking about translation, there's also something that is very interesting when you look at certain players from both ends. For example, when you look at Apex 47 and Jaspin, right, both in the roamer role, both have the same proactiveness, the same idea on how to play that role with the heroes that they're given. Again, Cho is a very big contention. We saw Khalid yesterday for Apex 47, but the thing that set them apart was that Jaspin was making very minuscule errors yesterday, right? Trying to force things too hard, and up against someone like Apex 47, you gotta be able to match his movements.
So you did cast for Nightmare Esports' game yesterday, Husky. If you had to pick out one thing that they need to improve on, maybe besides Jaspin's aggression here, to put up a fight against Ulfhednar, what do you think it would be?
It's something that you mentioned, the draft. I think one big talking point for a lot of people yesterday was Game 3 between Nightmare Esports and Dianfeng Yao Guai, where they had this draft. They saw a Hilda first pick, they went Hayabusa, Angela, and it went poorly, right? Completely backfired. They got rolled in, I think, 12 minutes. So that's something that I think Nightmare Esports needs to understand. it might be a strong composition on paper, but you gotta also be able to consider how much it takes to execute it. And yesterday that game tree was just too much for Nightmare. Keep it easy, keep it simple, let Yoroma be comfortable making those plays.
Yeah, I agree with you here, Husky. I was watching in the backstage of that game yesterday as well, and when that Hayabusa Angela came out, I was also scratching my head. It's like, what is going to be the goal here? This doesn't feel like it'll be particularly effective. So changes have to be made, especially with the massive obstacle ahead of them. For Ulfhednar, on the other hand, this should be a pretty straightforward game based on what we've seen of their skill level so far. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump into the drafting phase for game number 1.
I'm liking how the draft has developed just after day number 1. Of course, the stats have kind of come into the light as well. Cho no longer 100% win rate, Chip no longer 100% picked and banned, but also winning and losing a game in the same series that we saw between GK and Tianfeng Yaoguai. But I like the respect given by Nightmare to Ulfhednar, right? Instant Cho ban. They've realize that it's a big flex for the Turkish team and they don't want to deal with it.
It's a huge issue as well because Alien wants to play on these more aggressive fighting style EXP laners. If you get rid of the Cho, then it'll force him back onto things like the Gatot or the Hylos, which he's a little less comfortable on, which should allow you to control the map just a little bit easier, especially without diversion too.
Yeah, diversion was also one of the few abilities. This Loi kind of helped Ulfhednar win their second game yesterday as well against GK. We saw how nasty Ulfhednar was with the movements, right? You really don't want to give them those extra cross-map abilities. The Fanny ban, pretty much expected, still 100% a ban in the wildcard alongside Jusin. I am wondering though, since Chip is no longer a must-ban, will more teams let him through?
I think more teams will definitely let him through, but he's always going to be a ticking time bomb in the backline as well. The more you stop thinking about him, the more he's able to catch you off guard. In the hands of a less coordinated team, Chip, especially after the nerfs he received, doesn't have as much of an impact on the map. But in the hands of the right player, like Rosa, or not Rosa, that's Loi of course, in the hands of the right players, Chip becomes a beast. He just destroys your sense of scouting on the map.
You lose all kinds of direction, I guess, right? Because he can show out of nowhere and then he brings the whole squad with him. He's just the perfect guy to hang out with, right? He always brings the whole crew along. We've seen it yesterday when you look at Ulfhednar's draft. They like these big combos as well. Gatot Kacha and Aurora, the Loi Cho. Obviously, Loi Cho is not part of the equation anymore, but the Gatot Aurora is still around. We also have Khalid available if Nightmare wants to first pick it. The Hylos, Phoveus, plenty of options.
I do think that the Gatot pick becomes a little bit more difficult to play around when you don't have a Cho, because I am always a proponent of the fact that Gatot, even as the roamer, is not a good primary engage. It's very difficult to catch people in Avatar Guardian without someone else scattering the fight first, and that's what Alien was doing on the Cho pick previously. So without it, we'll see if they still focus on that kind of style.
The Khalid, like we said, is going to go through. The last ban from Ulfhednar is going to be Hilda, so you kind of keep that jungler safe, give Tianzi a very comfortable early game. So Chip went into the second pick in the previous series for DFYG. I wonder if Ulfhednar also will consider that. Obviously, if you have Gatot Aurora and another +1 to set up, it is a way to deal with the shortcut as well.
Yeah, I think Ulfhednar can definitely consider picking up the Chip if they want, but it's also not really a hero they prioritized yesterday. So it could be a gentleman's agreement, just both sides deciding, we're not going to deal with this for now. But the Hylos, also a very common opener here, very safe, can be flexed into both Rome and EXP, as well as the Valentina.
Wow. I do like this though, because we saw yesterday a callback to Nightmare series against Tianfeng Yaoguai. That Yves was a big contention, right? It was almost banned in all games yesterday, but this Valentina does allow Ulfhednar to get a copy of the real world manipulation regardless. I wonder what is Nightmare thinking right now, because they usually would pick Jasmine and Too Easy for Lexi's hero in the first 3 picks. This Khalid is still up in the air, but I'm expecting the jungler to come out.
Yeah, with Suyo gone, Alpha now becomes a pretty popular pickup, but you could also just lean away from that and go straight into Assassins. The entire Assassin hero pool is still open. Hayabusa, Nolan, Ling. So we'll see what Nightmare Esports wants to go for. The Eve is definitely out there, but with a Valentina, do you want to risk it? Looks like the answer is yes.
Does give you decent control still. Eve, Alpha, I feel like we've seen a similar archetype of this yesterday, where you just have this very robust comp that controls a specific zone, right? A very tight zone. You create a vacuum in team fights. I do like this approach from Nightmare. So for Ulfanar, they are still open with that jungler. I feel like Ling wouldn't be too bad of a choice for TNZ.
Ling would be pretty alright. Could let you avoid the death box entirely, but a similar hero would be the Hayabusa.
Yep.
You just don't have to deal with the real world manipulation as long as your positioning is good. And I was just about to point this out. You see an Alpha, you gotta get rid of Matilda.
You have to, especially when it's one of Jaspin's signature hero. I guess something better than being a Ling that flies up into the air is just do not exist, right? Just don't exist in the realm with that Ogi Shadow kill.
We're just gonna go back to the ages when sky warfare was not an issue to deal with, right? We're gonna keep it on the ground. We're gonna keep things down to earth. Harif going to also be banned out, which is actually quite interesting because typically Eve would be a pretty solid solution to Harif of just zoning him away from the Zaman force, but since there's a Hylos there, I guess they're just worried about that enabling him.
And even ban out the Gatot, so they don't have any intentions of picking that hero, but they also want to prevent Nightmare from having that extra layer of crowd control. You know, you get that taunt onto someone like TNZ, it is a death sentence for the Hayabusa. I think like if you're Nightmare, you're probably banning out another gold laner. Maybe the Beatrix can be considered, Beatrix or Bruno? Yeah, Beatrix probably would fit the bill.
Bruno right now would be just the safe go-to because he does have generally winning lanes 1v1 against most other gold laners in the meta. But like you mentioned, Beatrix is always a safe fallback too. To be honest, I wonder if it's better to just ban... No. They do get rid of Bruno.
They could take Beatrix. I mean, they do have first pick in the second phase. They could take Beatrix now, and you still keep that Hylos as a potential flex. I'm still seeing multiple options if you want to put Hylos into roam. I think that that XP lane still has some heroes that could fit it. The CC, we saw that by DFYG earlier on. If push comes to shove, I think the Damus could also be a thing, albeit a bit rarer. You go for the Natan though, so the Beatrix does get let through.
Natan, not quite as popular as he was during the MPL season, but I still feel like this hero can be kind of busted at certain times. Good early game poke, great late game scaling. He just blows you up so quickly once he has those like 4th or 5th items that you don't even see what's coming.
Yeah, sometimes if you are ahead, you just go 3rd item Holy Crystal, right?
Yep.
It skyrockets that power curve. And of course, there's always the advantage of I can build Winds of Nature, but you... Too bad, no Winds of Nature for you because I do magic damage.
That is always going to be a thing to worry about, and because you have the Natan combined with Hayabusa too, it makes it a bit harder for Nightmare Esports to itemize against both magic and physical damage. Looks like this is going to be a Khalid roam since they lock in the Phoveus here alongside the Moskov.
I was thinking about the Moskov and Beatrix, but I guess both of them work. You do have early oppression against Natan, but Moskov in particular is not that bad against Hayabusa if you catch him kind of sleeping on the wheel with the quad shadows. We saw that example yesterday again. It was used on Nightmare, so they definitely know how that feels.
Yeah, they definitely do, and that's not a feeling that they want to replicate again. So now, one final pick for Ulfednar. Hylos still flexible, but I feel like Alien would ideally want more of a playmaker EXP lane, but a lot of them are already gone from the hero pool. If he goes on the Hylos, can still enable for his team, but it's not quite the same feeling he's used to.
What about Tigreal? Or Terizla? I had that in the back of my mind as well, because I see if Tigreal doesn't feel good, but Terizla, you want crowd control to set up, which is something that Ulfana didn't have until this Terizla pick. I do like it. You essentially sandbag the lane against the Phoveus, you can catch multiple targets, and yeah, they ban out Gato Kacha, but you still have Terizla to dive the Eve. You know what, looking at the draft, I think Ofana and Nightmare both have a very solid draft, and now it comes down to the roamers, right? Can Jasmine recover from yesterday? And I think if he can, and he matches Apex 47 using this Khalid, Nightmare can actually stop Ofenar from accelerating the game.
Yeah, if the Khalid is able to invade against TNZ straight away, we know Hayabusa is one of those assassins that can be pretty vulnerable to early game disturbance. But that will depend on their performance, because we are gonna be jumping into the Land of Dawn once again here, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be game number 1 of our 3rd match here in the M6 Wildcards Day 2. Bear witness to Ulfednar versus Nightmare Esports.
So many storylines, but not enough time, so we just have to cut to the chase. Again, roamers are important. Both junglers gonna have parallel jungling experience. You know, purple buff for Lexi and orange for TNZ. Look out for level 4 as well. I think with the Khalid, you definitely want to be the one to move fast. Mid-side, good poke on the Apex.
Oh, but Apex is able to use his Revitalize and do the same back to Jasmine. Both roamers gonna take quite a lot of damage initially. And this mid lane priority is very, very important. We've already seen it determine early games in multiple situations. If you're able to unlock your mid or even your EXP as soon as possible, you can make things happen.
Speaking about making things happen, we also want to remind you guys that M6 Pass is already available from the 18th of November to 29th of December. You can make your dream happen of owning something like the Claude exclusive statue by maxing out your battle pass, and along the way get exclusive skins like the Baxia special skins, the Claude M6 skin, Cosmic Blaze, the Claude figurines, Sacred Statue, Spawn Effect, everything under the sun.
Yep, the M6 Pass only gonna last until the end of December, so make sure to jump on that. But now we can see Jasmine a little bit too far forward. Instant 3-man collapse and first blood to TNZ.
Slightly weird interaction that Soso wasn't even there. I guess maybe Jasmine wanted to hold the lane hostage, but to engage like that definitely is not what you want, especially when you're 20 seconds away from the first turtle spawning.
Yeah, a bit of disrespect to the Torn Queen there. Figured that, hey, I'm 1v1 against Valentina, I can at least poke them out, but you're never truly alone, especially if you're not like checking vision first. So a small mistake, but not too big a deal so far for Nightmare. They just gotta clean things up.
And as much damage as Khalid deals, Rosa does have the Brace Might, so that extra regen, that extra healing, 5% max HP with every single proc is gonna help.
Turtle dropping very low, Lexi on top of it. Looks like TNZ not actually even gonna contest it, and now they engage Raging Sandstorm at 2 with the RWM. Rosa has the flicker out, gonna use the Raging Sandstorm to escape to safety. Apex almost trades for Lexi, but not able to get out in time. TNZ not gonna have his Ogi Shadow kill either, so not able to finish Kami in the top lane.
TNZ is still sticking around. That Quad Shadow will come back up in just a little bit. So Kami needs help. Jasmine will do that deed. Force TNZ away. Get a bit of poke. Sunshine will take that recall. So timing-wise for Ofenar is not too shabby. They traded a turtle. They traded 1 kill. Nightmare East will stabilize the state of the game for now. But again, if Jasmine is allowed to move freely and not get punished like he did in the first 1.5 minutes, it will be good for Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare Esports were able to even things up a little bit there because, oh hold on, the Spear of Alpha misses on Rosa, and Glorious Pathway means he cannot continue. So a bit of a failed gank here.
It's a very good attempt, and Oppa also doing a great job of stopping Alien. It's just incredibly tough to fight into a Phobius. Even though you are technically a sandbag as the owner of the body of a Smith, Alien still has to respect the constant poke from Oppa, who at the same time is running that vengeance, so he is just going to be a brick wall.
Yep, and I think that's exactly what Nightmare Esports needs to play around with. We have a little bit of a fun fact here though. Rosa has played a total of 146 games in Moonton recognized tournaments, winning 105 of them with a 71.9% win rate.
I don't even get that high of a win rate on my best hero.
Oh, Apex gets caught with the Raging Sandstorm. Beautiful knockup from the Phobius right into the RWM, but Apex still surviving all of it with a Revitalize, which means that Opper is separated by himself. A massive spam with the internal pursuit. Spear of Destruction lands on Sunshine, but he's 1 hit away from death, and TNC is able to get out of the Quad Shadow as they trade for Jasmine.
I honestly thought that they would have at least find TNZ, but I guess that is not the case. such a good push and pull by Ophenar, and we also see one of the core weakness of this Phobius. Whenever you commit with the Infernal Pursuit, there is only one way forward, and a lot of times if your team is not ready to back you up or they cannot catch up, that one way leads you to the grave.
So many members of Ulfhednar were just at a tiny sliver of HP. That would have been a huge win for Nightmare. But you can see the maturity here as Rosa now jumps in, jumps onto Soul, and he is gone. Raging Sandstorm lands on TNC, but he's able to escape. Turtle claimed by the Alpha as Jasmine is traded by Sunshine. He is here to do his damage. Too easy for Lexi on top of Nantan, but the rest of Ulfhednar just zoning him away from their goal laner. Upper jumping in again with Infernal Pursuit. Now in a very awkward spot as both Alien and Apex chase him down. Do they have enough damage to actually finish off the Phobius? He's dropping real low. Looks like the answer is yes.
Man, Ring of Punishment is so punishing. Oppa slow down to a crawl. There is no getting out. Bottom tier 1 does go over to Nightmare Esports as Cammy decided that he didn't want to be part of that skirmish. Ophenar now with a close to 2k goal advantage. The top side completely free for Sunshine. 7 kills to 1. They have successfully accelerated that early game.
And they managed to give 2 kills and 1 assist to Sunshine on this Natan as well. We talked about this. This hero can be pretty annoying, especially if he has some farm under his belt. This means he's gonna hit that spike around the 4th item much quicker. And once he gets his Holy Crystal, Nightmare Esports is gonna explode.
Man, Apex 47, even as an elegant gem. Uh-oh, ambush.
Speaking of exploding, Raging Sandstorm from Jasmine into the Quicksand Guard. Can he survive? No! Alien whacks him down. The body of the Smith crushing Jasmine.
Unfortunate. Cammy wanted to save his teammate with the Spear of Misery, but was out of range. Or perhaps Jasmine would have been able to get out with the Flicker because he still had it held on. Just got bursted down too fast. Bot tier 1 goes down to Sunshine. Last we checked, both marksmen had the same net worth, but I think Sunshine is definitely slowly pulling ahead with all the free space that he is getting.
Yeah, and the more space Ulfhednar create, the more comfortable he becomes. You can see that he's even able to solo push down bottom lane without having to worry about too much anymore. Map control very much shifting in the direction of Ulfhednar. And even though the goal lead isn't that big, Nightmare Esports in some trouble.
Sky Piercer for TNZ. Just got that from the shop. As the 3rd turtle spawns on the map. So Nightmare have gotten the first 2. As Ophenar kind of gave it away. Let's see if they can get this one.
Up Turtle down to 40%. Jasmine is here scouting it out, but the rest of Nightmare cannot enter. TNC gets it very easily, and now the rest of Ulfhednar engaging. Glorious Pathway catches up too. Jasmine dropping low, surviving with the Quicksand Dart, but Sunshine gets the killing spree. Alien though gonna be traded as Too Easy for Lexi doing a lot of damage on the opposite side of the team fight. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Not too bad, honestly, for Nightmares. Rosa steals the Spear of Alpha just to make that escape. Pretty neutral, if I dare say, though they take Alien at the cost of Jasmine, who right now is 0-5 on the Khalid, but the value of the Khalid will always be there. Great engage, you can kind of soak up damage with the Quicksand Guard, which heals you more. The more heal, the lower your health is, the more heal you get. So it's great when you need to get out of a sticky situation. But again, Ophenar, because TNZ has the Sky Piercer, you gotta watch out for it, right? If you start stacking that up, your Moskov is in danger.
I think Ulfhednar did make a bit of a mistake with that previous engagement though. Penalty zone being used by Alien only on Jasmine here. That feels like a weird decision.
Well, I guess they did find him. Though I would agree, you could hold it a bit more. Ideally, you want to get onto Soso or Cammy, or best case scenario, both. But with Soso getting that glowing 1, the Wishing Lantern is going to come up in a little bit, I assume. It will make it harder for people like Apex and Alien to walk up. And not to mention, the rest of the members of Ophenar aren't exactly the beefiest.
Yeah, Ophenar does need to be somewhat careful when opening up the map, even though they've been able to slowly expand their control over the Land of Dawn. It's still very risky for them to walk too far forward, because Nightmare actually does have a good degree of burst.
I do like Soso even went for the double amulet just to get the extra mana regen, so you don't have to rely on the enchanted talisman. Some extra armors with the boots as well. But again, Wishing Lantern is going to be the key item that allows Soso to gain a bit more control over Ophenar, who's just camping this mid bush.
Up TNC jumps in, goes for the Orchid Shadow kill with the stolen RWM, and instantly Soul is gone.
Couldn't even respond at all. That's Sky Piercer stack again. TNC actually didn't find the stack, which is unfortunate, but still, right? They find a kill and now
Penalty
one more.
zone on 2, into the glorious pathway, Spear of Alpha to escape, Raging Sandstorm lands on 2, it's pretty good, but mega kill for Sunshine already, make that double, Spear of Destruction lands, Vengeance used, but Opper is 1v5, and that is 4 members of Nightmare down for the count.
Just cannot fight without Soso. You need the Eve. The real-world manipulation is what allows Nightmare Esports to create a controlled environment, and without it, Ofenar just runs wild like a pack of wolves looking for their prey. Now they're looking for Cammy. No penalty zone from Alien, so no commitment, but Lord will go over to Ofenar, and this is them having a vice grip over the game. Let's look at the instant replay presented to you by Kadia. Great penalty zone from Alien, the glorious pathway to basically block Jasmine out. Nightmare Esports tried to force the fight, but once more do not have the resources to do anything.
Nightmare Esports definitely did not want to fight there. Great job by Alien to punish them for standing a bit too far forward when they clearly didn't have their battle utils anymore. Once Soso was gone, Nightmare needed to shift into defensive play.
It definitely did. Even right now, I think it's tough for Cammy, right? He's been getting some space, but that space has quickly shrunk. Bot tier 2 should fall. The jungle is completely plundered by Ofenar. It's again like a bunch of wolves. They're feasting right now. It's a buffet for the Turkish team.
They look very comfortable right now. 5k gold lead, not actually that big at 10 minutes, but a 13-2 kill score shows you how heavily they've been dominating Nightmare. Glorious Pathway cuts them off behind a beautiful flicker penalty zone on 3 members. RWM comes out, Sunshine from the flank. Winter Crown used by Alexi in the mid lane, but he's not going to be able to survive. Apex picks up that kill. Spear of Destruction whiffed completely. The rest of Nightmare still alive though, so they can hold their inhibitors.
That's the key item I've been waiting for. Wishing Lantern for Soso at 11 minutes into the game. It does feel slightly bad that it took him this long, but better late than never. And I gotta say, Sunshine's positioning is immaculate. He noticed that Nightmare Esports were funneling into that mid-side, so he came in with the entropy from the right side of the fight, and Nightmare had no resources to even force out the Purify or force him to retreat. This 5-0 Natan, Holy Crystal as the third item. We talk about that, accelerating the critical mass timing, and he is now at that point.
1.6k ahead of the enemy gold laner. Jasmine walking up to scout, and he is gone. That's what we talked about, monster kill for Sunshine. When you have this Holy Crystal, you do so much damage.
Oh my god, just blew right through Jasmine's health pool. This is a choco. Ofenar, they are just going to keep Nightmare Esports on their side of the map. Basically lock them in the base, right? They can keep shoving the wave, and once that Lord comes up, it is Lord time.
Lord up in another 45 seconds, but Ofenar probably don't even need it. We see the entropy come out. RWM double death box, and it looks like Soso is the one losing killing spree for TNC as he picks up Cammy on the other side of the map as well. 3 members of Nightmare gone. Top inhibitor taken out. Sunshine 704 on the Natan. Too easy for Lexi. Gonna clear up the wave. Jasmine has to flicker away, but TNC is just gonna follow him like a shadow in the night. Mega kill for the Hayabusa.
Nightmare only have one last chance, but I think Ofenar can just run it down.
And too easy for Lexi. He is not even an obstacle. Winter Crown will only delay the inevitable as Ofenar take him out. And the crystal now wide open. Opper and Soso are back, but Opper's already gone. That's a legendary streak. Bury the nightmares and let the sun shine through as Ofenar take game number 1.
It is a fantasy, a dream come true for Ofenar in Game 1, but for Nightmare Esports, they still have to grapple with their demons. A complete massacre in Game 1. It should be rated R with how brutal Ofenar executed that mid to late game. It felt like everything was going the way of the Turkish teams. And unfortunately for our Laos representative, it is just the structures falling apart from the get-go.
They've already stated themselves that they feel ready to take on M6, that they feel even stronger than they were in the previous season, and we are seeing that on full display. One more game and Ofenar will have 2 clean sweeps and a very clear path towards the wildcard finals.
Absolutely, and not just that, they also would sign the elimination warrant for a Nightmare Esports. So one win is going to decide the fate for 2 teams. Again, we mentioned about the possibility of that setting us up for a Grand Showdown tomorrow when Ofenar takes on DFYG. But for Nightmare, if the run ends here, it's not only history repeating itself, but same time, it's going to be heartbreak for a team that has always came so close.
It's always been right before the finish line. Nightmare Esports and many other Laotian representatives have been wanting to show what they can do on the international stage. But with the competition getting more and more difficult every single year, we can tell the evolution of MLBB and just how big the gap you have to bridge is to truly stand on that international stage.
Well, I gotta say, Ophenar definitely set the bar. A perfect game for Sunshine. Deathless on the Natan. Last we checked in, he got Holy Crystal as third item, and he proceeded to just completely destroy the entirety of Nightmare. We also pointed out that the roamers need to be at the tip-top condition, especially Jasmine. That Khalid didn't have a good game at all.
Yeah, Jasmine, I think he started off the game trying his best. He did actually find some good angles, but Ulfednar was always packed up quite tightly. Even though they're not playing super close together, you can see that they're positioned in a way where backup can always arrive when it is necessary, because they're aware that Nightmare Esports is going to be forced to do something at some point, and a mistake will be made in positioning the longer a status quo is dragged out.
Look at the item builds as well. First of all, it's a 22 kills to 2. So Overnar essentially almost got a perfect game. I would even say that this is a perfect game, despite 2 devs, one on the side of Alien and one for Apex 47, but the other front line is doing their job. And look at Sunshine, right? Basically almost decked out at pre-13 minutes.
Only one item away from being full build at this stage of the game is insane. Nearly 11k gold in 12 minutes. Shows you how comfortably he was farming. It's usually dangerous to let a marksman free farm in their lane, but it's even more so if they're joining fights and getting kills off of it. And that's exactly what Ulfednar was setting up for.
And I do like how they have been able to do the push and pull in these team fights. Every single time Oppa shows up, they're just gonna drag him deeper and deeper into the fray. Every time Jasmine tries to go for a Raging Sandstorm, you always have to deal with Rosa with that Shadow Strike. To terrify against melee heroes is so oppressing.
That's why it's quite risky to go for a combination like this. If you have an Eve and a Phoveus, your goal is basically to split the fight in half. You want some people in the death box, you want Phoveus to be distracting the rest. But if Ulfednar are the ones controlling it, if they're the ones pulling Opper towards them while entirely avoiding the RWM, and I really like the way they use the Valentina prematurely too. So yeah, Ulfednar, the experience shines through. They made sure Nightmare couldn't play for their teamfight win conditions and were in full control the whole time.
Even when you look at the emblems, the talents for the side of Ulfednar, they only really have that one Wilderness Blessing on Rosa, but it really didn't matter too much because they got a decent lead in the beginning. And when you want to talk about Death Ball, this is it right in front of your eyes, right? All the objectives going their way.
The only thing that Nightmare came up on top on was the turtle, but we did see a few times of Ulfednar willingly giving the turtle away to try and make something else happen. Especially with that first turtle where Tianzi wanted to go for the timing, give it away to Lexi and try to target Cammy. He didn't get that kill unfortunately, but the idea is there.
Yeah, the idea is definitely there. Couple of close calls in the early game, especially that one moment where we witnessed that Ulfednar had 4 low health members but no cleanup crew from Nightmare. And a lot of times, you also pointed out, Sadafa, that Ulfednar, they're forcing Nightmare to take fights that they're not willing to take, right? Nightmare just wants to fall back, but Ulfednar kept on going. And that special mentions to Alien on this Terizla.
Alien wants to be the initiator, and I think that is a perfect position to be in. But I do also worry a little bit about the hero pool. Once the Cho was gone, he immediately went back to good old reliable Terizla. What happens after next? What happens when a team pops up that actually does contest this particular hero? Are his pockets deep enough?
It's a question that we probably would see in the Swiss stage because right now he's not really pressured to go deeper than that. MVP for game number 1, we gotta give it to Sunshine. He's the ray of hope for Ulfednar. 8-0-6 on this Natan, completely uncontested in game 1.
I mean, what's the ultimate enemy of your nightmares haunting you in your sleep? It is when you break the curtains wide open and the sun shines right through. Sunshine being the ray of light, like you mentioned, Husky, that allows Ulfednar to break through Nightmare Esports. He is the win condition, he is the late game carry, but he came online so quickly that late game wasn't even a question.
He reached late game when everyone else was still trying to get to that mid game, right? And it was a conscious decision from Ofenar to opt for a Natan instead of a Beatrix after seeing a Bruno banned out. So I do like the approach that Ofenar has brought. This is one of those moments where Nightmare Esports fell ever so short. The last minute Ogi Shadow Q from TNZ to avoid certain death really set the stage for how precise Ofenar are with their movements.
Yeah, I think we could see from these highlights very clearly that something Nightmare Esports needs to figure out is when it is time to call it quits. There are times when you just have to admit a loss and back away before you lose even more. And there were way too many fights where they lost a crucial member such as Soul and kept trying to push the issue. Ofenar, of course, made it difficult for them to escape. But there's just times when you gotta run.
Yeah, especially when you fight into this death ball comp. You're not only dealing with Alien, who has a penalty zone, you're dealing with a Hylos, who is essentially negating a lot of your offensive stats, right? You can't really move, you don't attack as much, and unfortunately Moskov just isn't ready to fight. So in this case, I think Ofenar, again, came well prepared. Now the question now goes to Nightmare. The adjustments for game number 2.
The thing is, I feel like Nightmare Esports' draft actually wasn't bad. There were clear win conditions, there was good scaling overall, but Ofenar just outpaced them a lot. I feel like they needed to be able to take advantage of the few objectives they did get a little bit more, maybe be willing to play a little aggressive, and then towards the mid game when they are on the back foot, be willing to play more defensive. They're kind of stuck in a weird middle ground where they're trying to push to make something happen at the wrong times.
Yeah, I do like the point that you brought out about cutting the losses, but when we talk about cutting losses, we also gotta talk about how you style yourself up, right? Don't lose to anyone out there, and you can do that with Fairy. When luxury meets gaming, you can do it with Fairy's first M6 Swiss watches, a special jewelry collection for Jusin and Emiya, and brand new champion rings and medals. Follow at Fairy World on TikTok and our website for more updates. I've checked it out yesterday. It looks amazing. Feels like a great gift for your loved ones or even for yourself. You just want to look good, you're in for some accessories. Fairy is the thing.
I mean, we're MLBB fans, right? We all know how much we spend on in-game bling. So why not spend a little bit on IRL bling, you know? Skins for heroes? No. Skins for yourself.
You're exposing a majority of us, me included, but if you want to spend on in-game bling, you could also do it by using it on the M6 Pass. Again, I want to remind you guys that it is already live from 18th of November to 29th of December. You can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift, join the draw for a chance to win the Claw's new Epic Skin, Challenges Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin, the Light Seeker. Do not miss this rare opportunity to get the exclusive skins, because if you miss it, who knows when we'll get another chance.
Yeah, it's only for a limited time that you will have access to Beatrix's M4 exclusive skin and Prime skin, so this is your chance to do so if you missed out on it during M4. But game number 2 is going to be happening soon. We gotta set the stakes. If Nightmare Esports loses this one, just like many of the other teams, they will be eliminated from the wildcard, even though there is still technically one more day tomorrow.
It is going to be pretty devastating knowing that you still have to show up, you still have to put up a performance, but you just do not have that opportunity to proceed further, right? You kind of salvage that pride a little bit, but that's the extent of it. And like you mentioned earlier on, Ofenar feeling really comfortable. We put a lot of spotlight on Sunshine, and we also got to talk to him. We asked, how did the team stay confident despite the wake-up call at MTC? And Sunshine said, because we've been playing for a long time together, we never really lost our confidence. We just fix our problems and go next. And Apex 47 has been their biggest motivator, and when he screams, everyone gets hyped out.
I mean, a good motivator helps a lot. And yeah, this is a team that has not really shifted their lineup. The chemistry is there, the experience, the way they play together has been finely honed across years of MLBB. So as we jump into the drafting phase for game number 2, let's see if that chemistry can cause a reaction that causes destructive tendencies among Nightmare Esports.
So we know that Apex 47 is the motivator for Ofenar. Now I wonder who is that man from the side of Nightmare Esports, because you gotta thank your motivator, you gotta thank Apex 47, but you also gotta thank Beyonce, which he forgot in his quote. So I'm gonna call you out on that, Apex. Of course, when we look back at the draft patterns of the teams in Game 1, again, Yves, highly contested. Nightmare Esports, they got it in Game 1, but in Game 2, they decided that they don't want it.
Yeah, they had to pick Eve anyway because this is a hero that you cannot really afford to get left open. That real-world manipulation is such a powerful tool for controlling team fights, but Ulfenar already baited them in that direction by picking the Valentina first. So with it gone from the pool, it's a little less for Nightmare to have to worry about, and they will start by contesting the Cho straight away.
It was a ban that they kind of pulled through in the first game because it was flexed by Ofenar yesterday. Well, for Ofenar, they didn't really make any changes, still the same bans. And now Khalid, Gatot, they're all on the table. We saw that Valentina Hylos opening in Game 1, but Hylos has been banned by Nightmare.
I think banning out Hylos is a really good shout here. That Glorious Pathway is such a powerful tool to not just engage, but also to split apart fights. We saw it being used to cut off the Tier 2 previously, and that just made movement difficult. But with Hylos gone, you will go ahead and snatch up the Gatot.
Does, again, set Ofenar up for any particular big ultimates that Nightmare Esports will have. So the Aurora comes through, this one is pretty much expected. The Khalid was also an option. We'll see if Nightmare Esports just wants to reveal it, because even when you show the Khalid, it doesn't really tell you too much where the Khalid and Cho will go. Something that Ofenar demonstrated yesterday. Suyo, though, will be their option.
Well, it is true that picking Khalid with Cho doesn't give you direct confirmation of who's going where. It does mean that you already know that these heroes are Rome and EXP. So that allows Ulfenar to still prepare for it somewhat. Looks like they will go ahead and grab the Suyo in advance here. And let's see if Ulfenar want to go for the Alpha counter.
They do take the Harif. Alpha not on that radar for now. It comes down to whether Nightmare wants to ban that hero out. One thing is for sure up to this point, which is Nightmare Esports has not shown that they could put Oppa on that Cho XP, so that Matilda is definitely not a consideration at this point of time. I think Coach Osprey is very aware of that, so they go for the Bruno ban instead. Any heroes that could give Harif a hard time.
Harif is a pretty common lane dominator style hero, not quite as strong in poking compared to something like a Bruno, but that's why you decide to get rid of it, so that Harif can still perform well against other matchups. There are of course heroes that can actually do pretty well against him. Natan can outscale Harif, Iritel can outmobilize Harif, Beatrix is also a safe fallback, so I think that there's still plenty for Nightmare Esports to pick up.
How much homework did Osprey did for this series? Because there's also the Lunox, right? We always look back at Lunox as one of the direct answers to Harif if we get to that point. We'll see if Nightmare has experience with that hero. Nolan gets banned now as the jungler for Ofenar has not been picked yet. Tianzi's option are going to be limited just a little bit. He still has Hayabusa in the pool. The Ling is always there. We have the Julian as well. We've seen a couple of teams pick that up.
I think if they're going to continue banning junglers, then Hayabusa is the most likely option here, because Ling and Alpha are both somewhat manageable when you have a Cho on your side. Hayabusa would be the hardest person to catch, so maybe, let's see if they agree with me.
I would agree with you. I think Hayabusa needs to go.
Yep.
It's not just based off of Tianzi's performance, but at the same time is how annoying the Hayabusa can be, right? We know that Ofenar can accelerate the game very fast, and the performance in Game 1, you don't really need Tianzi to do too much because everyone else has laid out the groundwork. So they banned the Joy instead. The Hayabusa True. We'll see if Tianzi will get it again.
I guess Joy is also kind of annoying to deal with, but I do feel like it's a little easier to catch in comparison. So because of that, Hayabusa gonna get locked in by TNZ once again, and they're gonna keep Alien's pick a mystery until the very end. Let's see if he does go back onto the Terizla.
There is a 1+ point for Nightmare's current draft. You have 2 heroes that have ways to deal with Hayabusa. Well, Aurora has a passive. Suyo sort of have iframes and damage reduction with the Immortal form as well. So I suppose it's a bit more manageable compared to that Game 1 situation. Now they gotta reveal the last 2 picks. First of all, is this gonna be a roam show for Jaspin? And what is the marksman gonna be? Is that Lunox a consideration?
I think Lunox
Or
would...
Beatrix, I think.
I actually do think Lunox would be a pretty good idea because the Brilliance also helps you deal with Hayabusa somewhat, right? It's already known to be a counter to Harif in lane, but looks like they'll go for the more reliable Natan and the Edith.
Still think Khalid is good for Ophenar. It is open. They do play that Khalid too. So you did point out that Gatot isn't the best engager alone, right? So you need kind of a secondary setup. I mean, there's still Terizla for Alien if he really wants that.
Yeah, Terizla is open. Like you mentioned, the Khalid is still open. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that Alien could go for at this point. He could also pick up the Gatot and become the secondary initiator if they grab something else for Apex, since the roam hero pool is actually still quite open at this point.
That too. Unless they throw a curveball and go Matilda, but I don't see that happening. At least not in this draft. So the Arlet. Me and LaFell have been talking about the Arlet yesterday. When will we get to see this hero, right? High skill cap, but also one of the biggest playmakers in the current game. And wow, Ophenar will give us the taste. First Arlet appearance on the wildcard stage.
I think this is a very Ophenar type draft. You have the Arlet to start off the fight, then you follow up with the Gatot and high mobility heroes in the Hayabusa and Harif to really play around things. Nightmare Esports gonna have a pretty tough time here, I think, in this game, but they definitely have a solid scaling curve. If they can play well around the Suyo, Cho, and Edith in the early game, then that could set up the snowball they're looking for.
And they definitely have a lot more early damage compared to Game 1, so Nightmare have a chance to actually push us to a Game 3, but Ophenar is going to ride off the way from Game 1. Let's see if that will continue in Game 2.
The land of Dawn shall bear witness to what could potentially be the conclusion of the conflict between these 2 opponents here at the M6 wild card stage. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys stay in your seats because this is going to be a match worth watching.
It definitely is going to be. Let the suspense build up just a little bit as we'll get a bit more time to talk about the properties of the draft. Again, Nightmare Esports didn't really have the most damage in that early to mid game in Game 1, especially dealing with a Hylos that has an elegant gem. It's just such a tough cookie to cut through. But in Game 2, you got good control of Aurora, you got good damage early with Suyo as well, and not to mention decent ways to handle that Hayabusa if push comes to shove.
So Ophenar will have to try and find ways to play around these angles, which gives a bit more breathing room to Nightmare Esports. Lest we forget, this is a pivotal game. This is a pivotal match. A victory here is the only way they can keep their chances of going to M6 alive.
Not just that, it also continues to put Laos on the map, especially when you look at the local region, at least for the Mekong region. Their biggest rival has always been Legion Esports or ex-Xeno Zenith, right? There's always been that mountain that they could not summit. And not just that, right now, you got another one to worry about before you even consider moving to the next step. Nightmare, like you mentioned at the start of the series, they always fall short at the finishing line. They always fall short before cutting that ribbon. And if history repeats itself, it is going to be at the end of this game with Nightmare being on the losing side.
It would not be a good feeling, and that's why I hope that Nightmare will put it all on the line here. They've been at the wildcards before. They are not strangers to this stage. They are no strangers to the international scene. This is a lineup with much potential. And if they're able to at least find that stepping stone, they could make things happen.
And it's going to come down to Jaspin on his signature pick, the Cho, which gave them the only game win that they have so far in the wildcard, which was against, again, DFYG yesterday at game number 2. Putting all their eggs in the Jaspin basket. This is the hero that made Jaspin such a feared roamer in the Mekong region, and to a certain extent on the international stage against some of the up-and-coming regions. But right now, putting it to the test against Apex 47, who has gotten his hand on the Gatot Kaca, it will be kind of that tug of war. It's like mind games, whether you can operate this show to its maximum capacity and find that opening for your team to capitalize on.
It's a hard thing to do when you're on this stage, right? Especially, I think the tournament has been living up to its name as the wild cards. There's just so many things that you have to consider, so many factors that could be unexpected that you have to be prepared for. While some of the teams here haven't quite been able to live up to the opportunity, others have been able to shine and make surprises occur here in Malaysia. So Nightmare Esports, I'm hoping they can replicate that.
And at the same time, we just want to inform everyone watching, there's going to be a bit of a troubleshooting from the side of Openar. We appreciate the patience as we figure out the issue and give everyone the best viewing experience. And not just that, make the players feel comfortable, right? You want them to be in the tip-top condition. That's how we deliver the standards of being greater than ever, especially on the world stage. But it also gives, I guess, Nightmare some time to start thinking about the steps to make when you go into that game one. Again, we highlighted Jasmine so much. Game one felt like he had that glimpse of, I want to make that play, but I wasn't given the room. Now, he gets exactly what he wished for, so hopefully he can pull it off. But we also got a hot topic, and I want to ask you this one. Are we in the era of fighter junglers, or not really?
If the era of fighter junglers refers to Suyo and Alpha specifically, then yes. Otherwise, no, I don't really agree, because it's only these two particular fighter heroes that are actually being played in the meta right now. Otherwise, you still shift quite heavily into assassins, right? We have the Hayabusa, we have the Ling, we have the Nolan. Suyo kind of counts as half assassin as well.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I think the only one I could think of as the third candidate for a fighter, well, not really even a fighter, is the Fredrin, right? It was slightly buff. I know Sujin played it in MPL ID, but I feel like with Alpha around, you just don't feel as good. Maybe Baxter, like that one was also kind of an old guard, right? Fredrin against Baxter was a thing, but right now we see the Alpha into Suyo.
In fact, I think I heard somewhere that Baxia right now has the lowest pick rate of all heroes in pubs.
In pubs?
Yeah.
And I thought Cyclops had the lowest pick rate.
No, not anymore. I think Cyclops is actually pretty solid.
Baxter has lower pick rate than more complicated heroes like Arlet.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm surprised.
Because even complicated heroes, people will try to play them. We're not talking about win rate, we're talking about pick rate.
That is true. That is true. I could understand in that degree why Baxter isn't a thing, because I, till today, have no idea how to play Baxter.
You just roll around.
That's what they say, right? You roll with it. But winning is another thing. Though I do miss that era. Like, if you ask me, the perfect scenario would be a mixture of having a decent amount of assassin and a decent amount of fighters / tanks in the jungle.
I agree with you. I think...
When was the last time we had that?
I don't think we've ever had that, actually. I think this is the closest we've ever come to that, because it's always been like assassin meta or tank meta.
That's true. There's one in between though, the Martyrs, but that one is like a very isolated case, right? We see that by Vamos and it was picked 2 times and it had like a 50% win rate. Very small sample size.
Like, I think generally whenever fighters are meta in the jungle, it's only like specific fighters, right? It's not really a fighter jungle meta. Except, I guess, when the game first launched, you know? I think that's the only time, because there weren't really a lot of tanks in the first place then.
Yeah. Special mention to some junglers who still pull out fighter in the jungler, because we got Paquito jungle for BTK and Insidio, which they did pull out, Justinian and Mobazane, which is interesting. But for now, we are going to take a bit of time to troubleshoot the issues, so we will take a short break, but do not fret. When we come back, the MLBB action between Ofernar and Nightmare Esports will continue. We'll be right back.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small, but I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just on in my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I can't back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge, you won't get me down, you won't get me down. I can't back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around, always come back around.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
「モバイルレジェンド M6 スイスウォッチ」 Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
For ultimate glory starts now.
모바일 레전드 M6 스위스워치.
fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ Hello Panda, hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Welcome back to the M6 wildcard. It's day number 2, and right now we're in the midst of a fierce battle between Ofenar and Nightmare Esports. You're on the desk. My name is Husky. Alongside me is Dafa. We thank you for your patience, but do bear with us a bit more as we iron out some fine details, and then we will be ready to load onto the Land of Dawn once more.
Some things were being discussed, but we have finally settled the issue, and we are gonna be going for a quick remake. I'm pretty sure we're sticking with the same drafts as well. There was just a bit of a bug going on here and there, but that's been fixed, so no worries. We will be jumping into game number 2 very, very soon. And thank you very much, everyone, for being patient with us, and of course to our marshals as well for doing their best to make sure that everything is spick and span.
Yeah, doing their work diligently, looking dapper on the stage as well. And I know that we asked for a bit more time to discuss about the draft, but now we got a lot more time to continue diving deeper into the mechanics and properties of what these teams can bring to the table. We mentioned a bit about Nightmare Esports having a lot more damage to do with what Ulfanar has to bring in that early game, but for Ulfanar's side, right, what do you think that they have for game 2?
Let's see, I think Ulfanar do have just a pretty solid scaling overall. Their setup is going to be a little bit more on the difficult side because you no longer have something as easy as the penalty zone to work with. Artlet is a little bit more micro-intensive overall. But let's go ahead. There's a QR code on the screen right now, a redeem code as well for you guys for being so patient with us. Go ahead and grab this to get some cool stuff in game.
If you don't want to scan the QR code, you can always do it the other way, which is to go to your in-game profile icon, go to settings, and go to redemption code and key in this code. I'm going to do you guys a favor and read it out. S97RZS3B5XNA23426. Didn't miss a beat at all.
Good stuff,
Woo!
good stuff. We gotta be inclusive, you know. Sometimes people just want to listen to the code instead. But without further ado, thank you very much again, one last time, ladies and gentlemen. Let us jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Ulfanar on the red side versus Nightmare Esports on the blue.
First and foremost, we're seeing a bit of an interesting approach from the side of Ulfanar. The first thing that caught my attention was the war cry on Rosa's Valentina instead of the Brace Might that we saw in game 1. But again, Jasmine on this show is so much easier to get that passive online, you cover so much distance with Jit Kundo. Early level show damage has been elevated thanks to the recent nerfs to base HP. And the Wave Cliff for Ulfanar is definitely matching up.
Yeah, but they're still gonna go aggro anyway. Rosa and Apex going very far and dropping Soul down to 10% already. Jasmine able to return the favor just slightly, but we're not gonna see anything too aggro early on, I'm pretty sure.
And even when you want to slowly transition to the aggro side, bot lane.
Speaking of though, too easy for Lexi on top of Alien, misses the snipe, good sidestep. Here comes the rest of Ulfanar, a nice taunt onto Jasmine into the Ogi Shadow Kill. Jasmine flickers out, able to avoid it, but now too easy for Lexi is the one who eats dust in his stead. First blood for TNZ.
Yeah, they wanted to jump out of the frying pan, but straight into the fire, sacrificing the jungler. Jasmine definitely regretting doing that flicker. Might as well take that to the chin. Very unfortunate for Nightmare Esports, but perfect for TNZ, who is also running Warcry, so Ulfanar wants to amp up that early damage.
Well, you could also make the argument that if Jasmine didn't flicker, that could have been a double kill, right? So in the end, you just gotta accept what has happened, but giving a Hayabusa advantage over a Suyo is not something you want to have. Oh, beautiful! Flicker final slash into 2! Into the AOG! It is disaster for Nightmare Esports! So Soul able to flicker out, Frigid Glacier to respawn, Way of the Dragon gets a nice kick onto Rosa. He's able to purify out, but still ends up falling because his health is too low. But Alien will finish off. Too easy for Lexi in the meantime, and continue distracting Jasmine so that TNZ can get the turtle.
And that's the combo you mentioned during the draft stuff, the final slash into the avatar of the Guardian. TNZ will get this first turtle for a team. Alien still being an absolute menace. Oppa does miss the onwards though.
Oh,
again.
Another final slash Nightmare. This is what we talked about. Stop prolonging the fights. Another kill for Ulfanar.
Clearly you can see that Nightmare Esports were indecisive, right? Jasmine and Oppa were fishing for a kill, but now there might be more.
A beautiful taunt on Apex, and now that's a killing spree on the Rome Gatot, by the way. TNZ gonna get one for himself as well because he wants a consolation prize. Sunshine pops the Zaman Force, AOG into the tower, nice flicker into the wall, but a taunt by the Gatot and Apex tanking the tower. Kamito at 10%, no minions left. Can he get away? Nope, Rosa's here. That should be the end for Kami.
At least he got the cannon on the way out. Apex should survive. Let's see, can he land an arrow?
Ooh.
Apex just eats it, right? presses the regenerate late, but it really doesn't matter. The gold grab goes over the Sunshine. Ofenar again, just like game 1, taking everything from Nightmare, but at a much earlier timing.
This is a 3-0-4 Rome got taught. 100% kill participation in 7 kills before 4 minutes.
Almost a 3k goal lead for Ofenar.
I wonder how much of that is on Apex 47. He's just thinking, wait, I'm not supposed to be this farmed.
Oh boy. Rosa should go for more.
Also, Frigid Glacier stolen on him. Taunt on Apex once again.
Ow.
Jasmine too late. Mega kill for Apex 47. Jasmine trying to run away. AOG shunpoed, but Rosa is there to pick up the kill.
Stop this carnage, Ofenar. I know Nightmare gave them a bit of an advantage. They took it and they ran with it. Tienzi's gonna look for a solo kill. Good iframes with the Blaze Surge. Too easy for Lexi. Makes it look easy, yes. But Ofenar, they're gonna set up for the next turtle potentially, or maybe even better, onto Cammy.
Sunshine just got Starly and Scythe in 4.5 minutes. Final slash comes in. 3-man gank on Cammy. Entropy to the other side of the tower. Can he escape? No, he cannot. Wave of the Dragon is too late to save him. Unstoppable streak for Apex at the 5-minute mark. Revitalize comes out. Freeze doesn't even bother him.
How many shots did he took from the turret? Good aggro management. Oppa, I'm not sure if you want to stay there.
Dodge that? How did they know even? And the final slash just to add a bit of insult to injury.
This is, I want to say slowly, but it is getting out of control way too quickly that Nightmare Esports could spell Nightmare. And Ofenar, they will get the second turtle for sure. There's no way that Nightmare can contest any objectives. Sunshine is so strong, look at that! Almost solos Cammy.
Oh, Jasmine, can he get the kick this time? He does, but they're still purified. It's a 3-man gank this time on Sunshine, and Nightmare finally bites back with a kill of their own.
Finally, a big shutdown. That is almost a 2k goal swing just off of that one kill. Going over to Lexi, who needed that goal to recover. They'll get more than that though. Top tier 1 will be given over to the minion wave turtle for Ofenar. But at least Nightmare Esports finds a way to stabilize the game.
Yeah, Sunshine needed to be dealt with. The Apex already got so many kills. Tienzi is online. You cannot have a Harif to deal with on top of all of that. So that'll at least slow him down just a little. But Nightmare Esports needs to up the ante more. Jasmine needs to find more pickoffs.
He's been getting some pretty decent kicks. It's just Nightmare were not prepared to take a lot of these early skirmishes. And Alien's gonna make it hard as well.
Alien Rosa both very comfortable of just walking forward and zoning Nightmare out of the brush. There is a very notable EXP difference between them.
Especially right now, Arla doesn't have mana requirements, right? So you don't even need to bother about running out of that blue resource. He's been doing a very good man-to-man defense against Jasmine. Sometimes it's Alien, sometimes it's Apex 47, but 100% of the time it's Ofenar being able to keep up with Nightmare.
Rosa in trouble here, does still have Purified though, so Jasmine not gonna find the kick he needed. Tienzi just got Sky Piercer a moment ago too, so Ofenar definitely wants to make something happen.
See if they can continue this. I mean, Jasmine has to wait for the Way of the Dragon. At least he knows that Rosa won't have Purify for another minute. Alien.
1v2, absolutely fine. They don't have enough damage yet on him, and the AOG comes in, catches too easy for Lexi, into the taunt, and here comes Tienzi, final slash. Not needed, but why not? Unstoppable for the Hayabusa.
Just got a gold swing and got taken down right after that. This does not feel good if you're the Suyo. You're on a road to recovery, and Ofenar just stifled that growth. Now they are going to lock out the entire bottom side to set up for the third turtle of the game.
We see a conceal play. I think Jasmine wanted to find Tienzi, but he's obviously not going to overextend himself at this point. This is being accelerated heavily by Ofenar. They're very comfortable with going for a 3-man roam around the map while allowing Tienzi and Sunshine to farm.
At the same time, Rosa does have the Primal Wrath. Find Alien, but no way in. Noppa will disengage. This should be the end of it. You just have to hand it over to Ofenar. There's nowhere for Nightmare to go in, but it seems like they want to try.
I don't agree with their positioning here. Alien, 2-man final slash outside of the Avatar Guardian, but it still works out because Opper is now isolated. Primal Wrath not gonna save him. Killing spree now for Rosa as well. Entropy by Cammy forward, but he gets stunned and taunted. A bad play. Monster kill for Apex 47.
What was Cammy thinking that you took Flicker, no Purify, and he decided to Entropy when he only has a Feather of Heaven? to try and fight Ophenar in that mid lane. That tower was gone no matter what Nightmare did. I agree, I agree with you, Sadafa. I didn't like how Nightmare were positioning. They have to understand that there is a big red zone that they cannot get close to due to the amount of setup and lead Ophenar has. But Nightmare kept stepping across the line, and right now it might be the point of no return. We are 9 minutes into the game. It's almost a 7k gold lead for Ophenar.
Yeah, look at Rosa just standing there doing damage. Very, very comfortable in Nightmare's half of the map. Nightmare, this is a massive issue with their gameplay. They keep trying to contest objectives when it's clear that they're not able to. Playing the map would have way more value for them.
The skill is used, trying to look for any avenues, but again, there's nothing for them.
Such an awkward angle for Nightmare Esports. They try to do something, Ophenar is just perfectly far enough away. Apex eating so much, Frigid Glacier on Alien, and he just survives all of it. I think they stole the purple buff as well. Wave the Dragon purified by Rosa with the Primal Raft used, whittling down Jasmine, and forcing another flicker with the Avatar, the Guardian.
Man, Apex is just eating shots after shots. That's why he is truly the Apex Predator. He's 6-0-7, man. 100% kill participation. He has 6 kills as a roam Gatot.
Okay, Shadow kill unfortunately just clears the wave, so too easy left for Lexi will be able to get out there, but the structures are whittling down. Only inhibitors left standing for Nightmare.
Oh, I saw Apex 47 stretching his arm a little bit. He's like, ah boy, get in this backpack. I am not just Gatot Kacha, not just a local hero, but I'm also the avatar of Ophenar in game 2. The damage taken as well, right? He does the most damage, takes the most damage as well. He can dish a punch and eat a couple more.
He's just stretching his arms, you know. He's tired from the way he's been carrying the game so far.
Yeah, it's like muscle of iron, bones of steel. That's Gatot Kacha right there.
And that is Apex 47 for you. The Cho should be able to outmaneuver a Gatot most of the time, but he's just at the perfect place on the whole game.
It's going to be tough. So 9k gold lead with a Lord about to barrel down that mid lane. All outer tier turrets has been taken out. So Nightmare only has a base and a dream. I'm not sure if Cammy is even ready to defend this. He has the Stardom Scythe. I'm not sure if the damage is enough.
And look at the wave sync as well. The way Ophenar is matching up the wave in every single lane. This is only the first Lord, but Nightmare has so much to deal with. Entropy popped early by Cammy to deal with it as soon as possible. Mid tower should survive. And because of the pulses from the towers, they will be able to clear things up. But that means no more defenses. It's all Nightmare from now.
Next Lord will be an even stronger one. The one that runs straight into your building. And Ophenar, they can keep doing this unless Nightmare Esports finds one of the kicks of Jasmine's life.
Yeah, Jasmine has a lot of pressure. Just look at how much damage a single auto attack from Sunshine does to him. These towers are not going to survive. Ogi Shadow Kill used up top, and he gets it! Mega kill for TNC with the Sky Piercer proc right in front of Soul. They catch out one, kick Alien into the crystal, so that's their consolation at least.
Wow, okay, so it's a bit of a punish, but I'm not sure if it's gonna do too much. Holy Crystal online for Sunshine. He, just like game 1, he got that as a third item. It's gonna be so strong right now.
Such good dodging. You can see how easily Ophenar is sidestepping things. A taunt on the Jasmine! Immortality's gone! Ugi Shadow Kill comes out! Unstoppable streak for TNC!
Oh my goodness!
Cammy is gone! Godlike streak for Apex 47! They don't even need a minion wave!
And he just got a Winter Crown. Good luck trying to take him out. If it already wasn't impossible, now he's even tougher. Rosa, the Thorn Queen, just got herself a Holy Crystal.
That's a statement right there. Not an item you'd usually grab on Valentina anymore, but when you're this far ahead, why not have some fun? The second inhibitor mid lane falls to Ophenar without even needing to wait for the next Lord. Big items being purchased left and right. It's only a matter of time now before Ophenar cements their dominance.
You know, it's a big problem when the Roma on Ophenar's side has more net worth than the Natan.
Yeah,
how is this possible?
Well, when your roamer is 708, I think that does mean something.
I'm so stunned.
Offer been final slashed away. Can't even prop the Primal Wrap. He's just gone. But Apex 47 finally gonna get shut down here with the kick into the tower. And the shutdown actually went to Cammy. So maybe a little bit of catch-up gold for Nightmare.
They didn't have the chance to even press the Winter Crown due to the crowd control. That's going to be a big swing, big goal injection for Cammy. They should be able to contest the Lord for now, stop Ophenar from taking that objective, but only momentarily.
TNZ looking for Cammy, unfortunately gets disrupted, so has to back off, and the Lord actually does get reset. Much needed breathing room for Nightmare Esports.
Jasmine, he's just trying to open the map, but his team
He's
isn't there.
Way too far forward. That's a mistake. That's a free kill for Sunshine. The rest of Nightmare, where was the communication?
Yeah, you have two waves that needed to be dealt with. Clearly, the rest of Nightmare are trying to deal with the mid and the bottom wave, but the fact that Jasmine was so deep in basically forfeited any chances if Nightmare wanted a secondary contest. Sunshine taking down the Lord, Ophenar essentially setting themselves up to win this game number 2 unless Nightmare pulls out a miracle.
They are officially flexing at this point. When Rosa's just standing in front of your walls, you know that the game has not gone well for them. The Lord has been claimed, the minion waves continue to be synced up. What can Nightmare even do?
I mean, Her Majesty demands respect, right? You have to bow down to someone who is literally the queen right now. Ophenar just have one more inhibitor to deal with, but they might not even need to do so with the Lord coming in.
Up TNZ already, Ogi Shadow kill on too easy for Lexi. Will he pop?
Oh.
Nope, just outside Sky Piercer range, luckily for Nightmare. Oh, that is monstrous from Ulfednar! A masterful combination! A beautiful chemistry! As they take down Nightmare Esports and make a statement that they are here to play and that Swiss stage ticket belongs to them.
One step closer to qualifying for that Swiss stage and one step closer to that path to glories. All rays and sunshines, this green field on the other end, but for Nightmare, this is something that they will have to sleep through tonight. A crushing defeat at the Turkish Giants. This is not even the full force of Ophenar. Of course, sportsmanship still a bait, fist bumps on the stage, but you know, behind the curtains, Nightmare Esports, so much to think about after such a devastating loss.
It was a beautiful performance by Ulfednar, which unfortunately sang the swan song of Nightmare Esports, once again cut down right before the finish line. The goal of M-Series so close in sight and yet so far away.
So far, and the run essentially ends for Nightmare, right? One more match tomorrow to kind of redeem that honor just a little bit, put on one final show, one last ride. But you know that they will never cross the finishing line, at least not for this year.
And we can see that Ulfednar, there is a reason why they were the fan favorites already coming into the wild cards. They are main stage ready. And they're not afraid to show it.
Yeah, they have always been main stage ready. It's only a prolonged journey that they had to play through the wild card, and that's why they are so feared when people saw that S2G took them down at MTC and the rest of the world just waited with bated breath like, oh my goodness, who is going to top Ophenar in the wildcard stage? So far, Coach Osprey is true to his words. No one looks to come close.
Before this tournament even started, I think a lot of the Turkish fans already knew this is the year they get 2 teams at M6, and it's looking more and more likely with every passing a moment. A 15-minute game, but a 22 kill score to 4. 7 of those on the roamer.
Yeah, 7 of those on the roamer, who still ended the game with more net worth than all the cores except for the jungler on the enemy team, and has obviously more items than almost everyone on Nightmare Esports side. So overall, it is just a snowball, an avalanche, if I may say, for Ophenar. And a big part of it came from the early game. We say that Nightmare Esports has a draft that has a lot more damage output, a bit more pressure, a bit more initiative with this Cho, Aurora, Suyo. But it's just the decision to keep on sticking around when Ophenar is standing in front of them that costed them the lead.
So much underestimation on Apex 47. He had been playing high-lows the entire time. They got used to that. Then the Gatot comes out and just shows them why he has those muscles of iron. Having more kills than anyone else on your team in the first 5 minutes is an insane thing to happen, and the chemistry between Apex and Alien is so good.
How many times have we seen the perfect final slash into AOG? Regardless, either it hits the target or it forces battle spells from them. Although I would say Apex, the one final flex that he would have been able to do if they got more time is going for concentrated energy. As we look at the emblems and talents, nothing too out of the ordinary except for the fact that we see 2 war cries on the side of Ophenar that really helped them accelerate that early game.
I think it's not just the war cry as well. We didn't get to point this out, but Rosa had the Lightning Truncheon and Holy Crystal, right? Yeah. One of those items is already pretty greedy. Having both is a demonstration of how heavily this game was going in their favor.
I do not need too much mana, right? All I need is one spell rotation and it's going to be lights out. This one we can confidently say it's a landslide for Ophenar. Every single objective to them. It's almost a 14k gold lead, 9-1 turrets, all 3 turtles, all 2 lords, and even in terms of jungle buffs, Nightmare just could not put up a fight.
And Rosa doing over 70,000 damage in total. This Valentina is a comfort pick. But even if you contest it, the Torn Queen just has so many other heroes you have to worry about. Wolfednar looking to be a well-oiled machine and a true threat that even the teams in the Swiss stage I think are already worried about. Nightmare Esports tried their best, but they were up against the full brunt of their opponents.
Yeah, I think so far at this stage, we haven't really seen many teams. In fact, not aside from Ophenar, no one has really gone for Valentina first pick that consistently, but we gotta give props to Apex 47, our MVP, the cheerleader of the team, but also the guy that puts everyone on his backpack as the Gatot Kacha 7, 1, and 12. Nothing went wrong for him.
How do you have 7 kills with a build like this? It is full tank. There's not a single damage item. He didn't even go like concentrated energy like you mentioned, which would have been an insane item to go for. And still, he is destroying people left and right.
I would say a lot. Actually, a couple of these kills came from the Concussive Blast, right? He lands a taunt, the Concussive Blast procs and takes out his victim. But the fact that again, Nightmare Esports keeps trying to take these scrappy fights is kind of mind-boggling, considering that they didn't really properly gauge that they didn't have the resource to fight Ophenar this early on.
You can tell that there is a desperation that ends up feeding into disconnect from Nightmare Esports. They want to make something happen. They want to get kills. They want to get something at least that will tell them that they can stay in this game. But doing so is forcing unnatural plays from every single one of their players. There is a clear bridge. There's a clear gap between their calls that Ophenar is slotting cleanly into and spreading wide open.
Yeah, and again, the final nail in the coffin had to end with such a majestic execution of that combo. Ophenar really showing us what a flawless performance is like, or an embodiment of that, and because of that result, Ophenar now stands in first spot in Group A, and over Dianfeng Yaoguai just because they won both their series 2-0. Nightmare Esports unfortunately would join GK Esports and the Mongols in the pool of eliminated teams who will not have a chance to go to Swiss stage.
This means that the only team with a possibility of ending Ophenar's dominance now is going to be Dianfeng Yaoguai from China. They will be playing against Ophenar tomorrow, and that's definitely going to be a match we want to keep an eye on. But before that happens, we'll have one more best of 3 series to close out day 2 of the wildcards, and that is going to be between RQ Akira and Legion Esports of Group B.
It's going to be RQ Akira, another fallen empire from the Latam region, falling to Maycamp Evolve, up against the first seed of MCCM of the Mekong region, and comes at a time where Legion Esports decide to field a full local Vietnamese team, which is already a very rare sight, but the fact to see them play on the stage is an honor in its own. But based off of yesterday, it's going to be a tough fight against RQ Akira.
Yeah, it's another battle that's going to be difficult, because even though RQ Akira isn't quite as consistent as they used to be, they are still a team with a lot of international experience. So uphill battle there as well, especially with their fellow Mekong team just eliminated.
And at the same time, you see these players, they want to give their best performance, but you also want to stay comfy, right? And you can stay comfy with Secret Lab. You can play better for longer with ergonomic chairs designed to keep you at the top of your game. The Secret Lab Titan Evo is designed to adapt to different postures across various activities. So not only is it great for PC gaming, you can also enjoy ergonomic support while mobile gaming as well. So treat yourself to the same match-winning comfort enjoyed by the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang team. Right here, look at this. Oh, this is so nice, so comfy.
You can't deny that they look pretty cool too.
I would fall asleep, but I can't. It's pretty comfy.
Yeah, we can even remove these. That's nice, right? That's
Yeah.
convenient. You know, you don't have to use it on your chair. You can use it on your bed. And it's so cozy. Look at how soft it is.
Yeah, but the craziness doesn't stop here, right? We got Secret Lab to make you comfy, but also you could get comfy at M6 because the regular sale tickets are up online. You can grab your tickets right now and you get to witness 16 of the world's best team clashing it out on day 1 and day 2 of the Swiss day. So what are you waiting for? If you haven't gotten a chance yet, if you are one of the few that kept saying, oh my goodness, I can't get the tickets, now's your opportunity.
If the festivities didn't trick you into thinking this was already the beginning, this is only wildcards. The Swiss stage, the main teams that everyone is watching out for, haven't even taken the stage yet. So you want to grab those tickets as soon as possible because you know that everyone's gonna be clamoring over them.
I can't wait to see what the atmosphere is going to be like after 5 years back in Malaysia. But coming up next, we have RRQ Akira taking on Legion Esports. We've already seen, unfortunately, half of the MCCM representatives decimated, their hopes dashed in the wild card. And let's hope that it would not end the same in the coming series, because there's a chance we see the entire MCCM region run end here.
Yeah, and that's something that we want to avoid having happen. We want to see the rest of the world. We want to see the other regions show their potential on the world stage. But first, you're going to have to get through RQ Akira. That's going to be a tough one.
It's going to be an uphill mountain to climb for the MCM region again. But of course, we will take a short break. When we come back, RQ Akira takes on Legion Esports.
For ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
The final best of 3 of the M6 Wildcards Day 2 is going to come up in just a little bit. RQ Akira takes on Legion Esports. Of course, you're back on the desk with us. My name is Husky. Alongside me is Dafa as we prep for the final showdown, a potential decimation of the entire Mekong representative, or maybe a resurgence of Legion Esports.
It would be quite devastating for both Mekong representatives to go down on day 2 of the wildcards, but that is the nature of the competition, right? We do want to see the potential dark horses. We want to see other regions show the world what they can do besides the usual favorites that always stand up there on top, but they gotta be able to prove their way there and earn their spot, as the wildcards this year has been tough.
It's been extremely tough, tougher than last year for sure, right? Because this year is the first time that we get 2 direct invite slots as the region of Malaysia. So I thought to myself, okay, at least we are not going to have our second seeded team kind of blow through the wildcards like last year. But I didn't expect that we get RQ Akira and Ofenar coming into contention, which really changed up the game a lot. But I think it's also a sign that other regions are constantly evolving.
Yeah, other regions are evolving so quickly that we have 2 M-Series mainstays in the wildcards, right? That is absolutely wild, but not as wild as Kedea's Gaming and Esports District, which will unite gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and walks of life.
Hey, if you gotta evolve the individual regions, you gotta evolve the ecosystem behind it, and Kedea is that thing, is the next generation, the future of what gaming is all about. I just love the idea of having a hub where you can enjoy the festivities, everyone under the same roof, kind of geeking out on the same game, fangirling, fanboying over the same players. It's such a It's something that I dreamt of as a kid, and now Kedea is making it come true.
Yeah, I still dream of it nowadays, you know, the concept of like a gaming theme park kind of thing going on, but looks like they got one up on us, Husky, so we'll just have to enjoy their stuff instead. But speaking of enjoying things, let's have a look at how we've been enjoying the wildcards so far and what kind of scores we're seeing.
First, just a quick recap for those who might have missed out our previous series. For Group A, Openar and Dien Feng Yao Guai both stand in the first and second spot, only separated by the game's win and losses. Nightmare Esports, unfortunately, will be eliminated alongside GK Esports as they have fallen into the 0-2 red zone. For Group B, Incilio still stands at the top with a flawless record in terms of smash wins. RQ Akira will be taking on Legion Esports in just a little bit, but we have to bid farewell to the Mongols as they are the third team eliminated.
Yeah, so far, scores have been pretty cut and dry, with some teams clearly dominating over the others. Like you've mentioned, Group A has effectively been cut in half, with Ovednar and the FYG taking up the top spots. Incilio still waiting to see who will join them. If Legion are able to take a win here, then we could see a bit more of a tie situation in the middle of the group. But a tie isn't actually good enough now that we only have 1 slot to M6.
Even to fulfill the requirements to go to an eventual tiebreaker that requires you to play one more game is a windy journey that we do not need to get into right now until it actually happens. But it's pretty crazy to look at Group B and look at RQ Akira against Legion Esports, because a part of me feels like Legion Esports coming into this, because I had the pleasure of doing MCCM. I was expecting them to be a lot more explosive, but yesterday wasn't it.
Yeah, it does feel like some of the teams here have not been willing to go out of their comfort zone, right? Or take certain risks or play more specialized styles that made them more popular in their own regions. It's understandable, because coming here to the M6 stage, you want to try and adopt the more popular strategies, the meta strategies, the one that works for all of the bigger teams. But I do think that you gotta kind of rely back on your own identity sometimes, right? It's what got you this far.
Yeah, you don't want to lose yourself in the pursuit of becoming other people, right? Becoming those that you idolize. I would say that for Group B, things have been going according to my expectations, Incilio being at the top. But at the same time, we also had the pleasure to talk to Coach Sabo from the side of Legion Esports regarding the loss against Incilio yesterday. And he said that in their first match, they plan to play around Joe for the early game, but unfortunately Joe wasn't having a favorable time, so the situation shifted to late game, and the team also was having trouble countering certain heroes. So for the next game, play is to fix their in-game mistakes and play with the heroes that they feel most comfortable, which directly coincides with what you pointed out.
If going for the more meta strategies and hero picks doesn't quite work out, pocket picks are always a great fallback, even if they may not necessarily be the strongest heroes around. We know that Legion Esports are a team that wants to play around Joe. Their jungler is actually a great pillar for them and is usually the one starting the fights or the ones finishing them off. So because he wasn't really having the best game yesterday, you could see that Legion Esports were floundering a little bit.
Yeah, and the patience from Insidio Esports also paid off, especially in that game 1 where it went, I think, 27 minutes max with 5-6 Lord takes, and game 2 was a complete stomp where Insidio got their hands on heroes like Luo Yi. They just started playing really fast. The comparison of Legion Esports being the unstoppable force against Insidio as the unstoppable, immovable object kind of played itself out with Legion Esports not able to overcome that barrier.
Yeah, but if they're gonna go back to basics, then that could be a great step for them to take moving forward, especially since they are in a similar situation to Nightmare earlier. Another loss here means that they will no longer have a chance of fighting for that M6 slot, and that is not a fate they want on themselves.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy readjusting with such limited time, but we just now talked to the coach from Legion Esports. We also got to have a conversation with Coach Cabral from RRQ Akira on their bootcamp, right? Because they have been bootcamping for quite a while, and during their bootcamp in Indonesia, he said that the team scrimmed against top teams from MPL and MDL Indonesia, as well as the top 3 teams from the Philippines and Malaysia, including M6 representatives, of course Indonesia included. They were also super nice, and we learned a lot about different drafts and strategies from them. And I heard a little bird chirped in my ear. You would not guess one of the teams that RQ Akira scrimmed with Indonesia.
Oh, what would that be?
Take a wild guess.
Would they also happen to start with RRQ?
Ah, you read my mind. Yes, it is RRQ Hoshi. That's all I got.
Yeah, that's all you got. I mean, they
I
are
have no
sister
follow-up on
teams,
that.
right? They're
Dang it.
obviously going to scrim against each other to trade knowledge and get a little bit more insight. I think this is a great way for you to approach the overall global meta by having practical experience and knowing where you're strong and where you're weak. And that is where RRQ Akira will have the advantage.
Yeah, with Gusta Lagusta, Luis, Sagan, King, and Takashi yesterday, they showed ferocity on the battlefield, completely dismantling their opponents and making quick work of the Mongols. And special mention to Takashi, who has been so active in looking for plays, one of the few users of that Cho XP lane thus far in the wildcard.
Yep. RQ Akira, definitely not as consistent as their glory days, but still a threat upon the land of Dawn. While their games here in the wildcard haven't been the cleanest, we know them to be a very aggressive and microcentric team, where even though they like team fighting, you can expect them to still go for very formless lineups that catch you by surprise.
And if you want a team that loves it scrappy from the Mekong region, you have Legion Esports fielding Daylight, Nart, Joe, and Meow. For the first time ever, a full local Vietnamese squad. Of course, Meow, who has been the 6th man now in the main lineup. It makes communication easier according to the team environment overall. And now we have to translate that onto the stage. Can they match the ferociousness of RQ Akira?
In their own region, Legion Esports was well known for being a team that likes to write their own textbook, with each player liking to break the mold and bring something new to the table. However, the willingness to do so, or at least the ability to do so, has dwindled now that they are on the world stage. Bring that personality to bear, and going back to what makes them comfortable will go a long way.
Especially when we have been focusing a bit on Joe and how he has been struggling yesterday. We asked him, compared to MSC, is this wildcard more competitive? And he says, yeah, it's a bit more competitive. Even though there are no Malaysian teams in the wildcard, he still feels like the second place teams from different regions are strong. And that final line really hits hard when you realize that some of these second place teams were champions of their region for a long time.
Yeah, the dethroning of champions in the case of Ulfednar and RQ Akira, both of which never would have expected to find themselves fighting for their lives in the wildcards. And yet that is how destiny has determined their fates. It's true, regions have been getting stronger and stronger with teams that no one would have predicted coming up on top and dethroning the hierarchy, which just makes it even more difficult for maybe the smaller regions to catch back up, but the potential is always there.
Yep. With that being said, let's head into the drafting phase for game number 1. And as we let the first phase play out in just a little bit, I just want to quickly throw the ball at you, Zafa.
All right.
I know M6 literally just started. We're in wildcard stage, but do you think that we should have more teams for M7 for wildcards, more regions for wildcards?
I would honestly love it because it just brings new things to the mix. But I think before we can really officially have that happen, the ecosystem that currently exists in the wildcards needs to reach a new level of evolution.
We might be witnessing a page of that. Starting with RQ Akira, I think this is probably the first Fanny ban on that blue side, if memory serves me correct, but the Eve still makes it onto the list. Legion Esports starts taking out roamer options, the Flex Cho and the Matilda.
We know that RQ Akira is a very aggressive team, and if they have heroes that are able to easily open up the map and provide more utility in ways of entering and exiting team fights, they control things very effectively. So Matilda and Cho both fall into that archetype, and both are things that Legion will respect.
There's still Tusin and Chip left. We know that some teams are starting to let Chip through and not even touch that hero until the entire drafting phase ends. But Tusin, so far, alongside Fanny, has still been banned 100% regardless of what situation. Legion Esports gonna let the Tusin through, and they ban the Suyo.
100% ban rate on Zusin in the wildcards, officially broken here on the final match of day 2. Will RQ Akira snap it up?
I feel like you have to, right? It feels like a no-brainer, but that's just how I see it. I would pick Tusin in a heartbeat whenever she gets let through. I mean, so far there have been certain ways to deal with her, you know, like dive comps, but it takes so much resources to deal with Tusin, and she can build a more durable build because the utility she provides is more than enough.
Yeah, if you're able to put a little bit more utility into the mid lane, it could allow Takashi to go for a bit more aggressive EXP laners himself. But that is going to be up to RQ. Do they want to go for it? They're taking the time, and they will indeed lock it in. The debut of Zusin in the first game of this match.
I'm not. Like, I have a very ominous feeling already just seeing Zusin on RQ Akira's side, but I trust that Legion Esports came prepared with a solution to this Zusin. Right? You won't let her through for no reason. They respond with the Gatot Kacha and the high loss. This
is interesting.
Oh boy.
While they are both very powerful opener heroes, drafting them both together instantly means that they are going to be Roman EXP. You don't know which for sure, but it means you don't have to worry about anything else, right?
Yep.
It's a lot of teamfight control, and with no Eve around, it may be hard for RQ Akira to match up, but I also feel like it reveals a lot from Legion very early.
And not just that, they both aren't the best option into the Zusin. You can easily take Purify, and they don't have the best gap closers aside from Gatot Kache. But even then, once you've expanded mobility spells, Zusin is just going to treat you like a sitting duck and ragdoll you around. So that's something that Legion Esports have to be careful of. Alpha was kind of a pick that RQ Akira loved yesterday aside from Suyo, so they picked that up for King once more, and Luis gets Khalid.
Alpha's pretty solid against tanky frontline heroes as well because of his true damage that builds up over time, so both Gatot and Hylos fall into that category. RQ gonna be sticking to their guns. With a Gatot and Hylos as well, it seems pretty clear that Legion will want to go for a more teamfight-oriented front-to-back lineup.
Okay.
So RQ may want to stick to a more skirmish-style composition.
See the Hayabusa out, that's one way to get to the Tusin. If you can stick the Quad Shadow on her, that would be the best case scenario, and follow her around with the Shadow kill. I was thinking of the Tigreal for RQ Akira. I like that Legion Esports banned that out, but if you're RQ Akira, you're probably looking at mid lane options. The Aurora, the Vexana would be a good option to ban out as well. If you want to go down the Valentina route, I think it would be okay too, since He does play that. But yesterday he did show that Vexana compared to Valentina, so I think Vexana should be coming up.
I actually don't really like the tip ban very much from Legion because I feel like with Gatot and Hylos, you actually have more than enough tools to deal with it. If anything, I think you should be more worried about like a Matilda pickup because of the combo with Alpha and the way to outmaneuver the tankier front lines.
Yeah, they did take out the 1-1 on the side of RQ Akira. I honestly thought that they would be the one to consider 1-1, but considering that there is a Hayabusa, it doesn't feel as comfortable. We have the Harif left on the table, get Bruno, Beatrix, plenty of options as Bruno goes over to the side of Legion. Looking at this, probably a Beatrix for RQ Akira wouldn't be too bad. Or Moskov if you want to deal with Hayabusa.
Yeah, I think maybe not so much Beatrix. I do like the Moskov potentially here. Claude also kind of an option to maybe get away from the Hayabusa and deal with the tankier heroes once you get the Trinity completed. So we'll see if RQ wants to go for that because that is one of Gusta Lagusta's comforts.
Claude did receive a recent buff to Art of Thievery, now does 100 more base damage. The Blazing Duet base damage also went up, doesn't need mana. So laning phase at early to mid game feels a lot more comfortable, but it's about getting to the late game. And if you want late game, Natan always feels like a better choice in the current meta. You see RQ Akira, they are going to go for the Beatrix and the Fovia, so this is going to be a Khalid roam.
Okay. I still thought that it was going to be a Matilda to kind of outmaneuver Legion early on.
Yeah, it was banned out though by Legion.
Oh yeah, it was
phase
banned out
ban.
early. I didn't even notice. My bad there. So pretty standard composition coming in here from RRQ Akira, but good amounts of early game damage that they could play around with this Zusin.
The final pick is going to be Vexana, which I did point it out. It was a very comfortable hero for Hehe. Yesterday when they picked up the Vexana, it was quite tough to play again into Incilio. We'll see if this one is going to work out. You do have decent targets to go for, you know, like Takashi wants to be in your face, Luis wants to do the same, so that Terrify and the Eternal Guard is going to be crucial, especially when it comes to the timing.
Well, personally, going into game number 1, I actually kind of like Legion's draft a little bit more. Both of these are pretty standard 5v5 front to backs, but when you have Avatar the Guardian and Glorious Pathway, it'll be very easy to separate the Phoveus and Khalid from RRQ's backline. So this is going to be a bit of skill coming into play once we enter into the mid game and team fighting becomes the major focus.
Yeah. And for me, RQ Akira, the fact that they have a Zusin raises my confidence, but I do agree, right? That full combo from Legion Esports will be deadly, but RQ Akira have plenty of control.
Well, the Land of Dawn, we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen, and hopefully you guys got your popcorn and you're buckled into your seats, because this is going to be RQ Akira on the blue side versus Legion Esports on the red.
The Fallen Empire in Group B looking to rebuild that kingdom. Of course, alongside this Mekong representative has the first seat of MCCM for quite a long time. Eternal rivals of Nightmare Esports, but also the spearhead of the Vietnamese region as a whole. We're seeing that early oppression from this Zusin, even in lane. There really isn't nothing much. So we're seeing Legion Esports do the exact same thing yesterday against Incilio, where they do that lane swap, putting that Vexana in the XP lane.
It can be very effective in the correct matchups here, and this means that Hehe will just be able to hold lane against Tekashi and not really allow him to get aggressive advantage. Joe able to get the litho as well, so a good start.
Very, very good start for the side of Legion. I want to remind you guys quickly, again, if you don't know yet, the M6 Pass is available from 18th of November to 29th of December. During the event, you can level it up, play games, support your teams, and get skins like the Baxia special skin, the Claude M6 exclusive skin, and even exclusive borders, portraits, recall effects, even a statue. And Luis gets out of that.
Oh, a bit unlucky for Joe. Luis was able to jump into the bush just in time, which meant that the Ogi Shadow kill bounced over to the crab instead.
He did get the crab, right? So it's not too bad for Joe, but it does expand the flicker from Luis. Thankfully, he has the Quicksand Guard, so he heals back up. And I like the fact that RQ Akira, they are mobilizing this Zusin to constantly put pressure onto Legion Esports. Make sure that if they want to move around, they can't do it.
I mean, that's why you pick up a Zusin, right? You want to take advantage of her pressure on the map, especially in the first couple of minutes, because it's hard to beat the displacement this hero has With the 2 tanks in the mid lane though, Legion are able to start harassing the turtle very early on. Here comes Sagan and Takashi building up the lantern flare stacks. Gonna be able to pull up the high lows, but Nard is dealing with King by himself. Spirit of Alpha used to jump behind him. Will he be able to get the turtle away? No! Finishes him off. First blood given to the Vexana, but Louise still steals the turtle away.
Such a weird interaction. First of all, Akira completely ignored their jungler who is getting gone on by Legion Esports, so King ends up going down, but they salvage it by taking the turtle off of Luis's damage. Pretty awkward moment, awkward sequence for both teams, but Legion Esports will really hope that they get that objective. As we get a bit of a slight pause, we will get back to you guys what the issue is, but for now, I say this Zuzin is starting to show her fangs already, and at the same time also we're pointing out that the Zuzin, instead of going for Impure Rage, has gone for Brave's Smite.
So he wants to remain in the fight for as long as possible, which I think makes sense, right? When you look at the draft from Legion Esports, they are more burst-based, and they're basically playing around cooldowns and having Gatot and Hylos hold the front line for them. The best way to deal with this is to make sure that your lineup has more consistent DPS over time. So Alpha, Beatrix, Zuzin all fall into that, and the goal is to remain in the fight for as long as possible and potentially overpower their revitalizers.
So easy to proc the Brave Smite if you're a Zuzin. So it's confirmed that will be RQ Akira's side as we go through a bit of troubleshooting. Our marshals will handle that for us. And gives us some breathing room to talk about that. It's just the first turtle, of course, almost 3 minutes into the game. But we're seeing RQ Akira's response to Legion Esports, right? They studied that early lane swap that we saw yesterday against Incilio. But I want to get your thoughts on this because I talked to Lafel about it. This Vexana lane swap, does it achieve what Legion Esports want, and is it significant enough?
To be honest, I think it is. I think it's a really great idea of breaking the meta, because the idea is you always want to unlock your EXP lane from the lane so that he can join team fights, right? What better way to do that than by putting him in the mid lane so that he's already not bothered with unlocking that, and putting your mid laner against a melee fighter that is very easily poked.
That as well. So far, it hasn't really affected RQ Akira that much. Again, no lead, as I believe you did mention to me that RQ Akira isn't really the fastest team as well, right? There have been signs of passiveness yesterday, which is pretty interesting because Legion Esports have been known to go fast, but perhaps the adjustment after yesterday have forced them into a more cautious approach.
I think a cautious approach is good though, because RQ Akira, when they start fights, have a tendency to go too far at times, which causes inconsistency, right? When they take the fights they want, they're really good at it. You can see their micro skills on display. But when they mess up a little bit, it gets so messy.
Legion Esports have been doing a fantastic job of just mirroring the movements. I think a lot of that focus will definitely be on their gold laner. Joe clears out top side with this Shadow Q. He's not going to have it for the next turtle. Gusta just got the Malefic Gun.
Oh, Malefic Gun
First
very
item,
early
wow.
on. Yeah, first item. I think that indicates that RQ Akira wants him to join fights pretty early on too. Joe still able to get his orange buff despite King's attempts here.
It's kind of set up for this turtle. Again, no Ogi Shadow Kill, something that RQ Akira needs to keep in mind. But Daylight is also brought into the fight, and Gusta ready to respond. So Legion Esports, they gotta be careful about this turtle skirmish though.
Yeah, King wasn't successful in slowing down Joe, so both junglers are at level 8 and gonna be pretty 50-50 with the turtle fight. But Legion again have more tools overall, so RQ Akira has to slow down the turtle dance a little bit more. Glorious Pathway comes out, Spear of Alpha used, but Louise gets stunned, gets knocked off, gets CC'd by everything under the sun, and Louise is just gone. Legion Esports now on top of the turtle, but 50-50. King gonna be the one to steal it away with Retribution, and Meow gonna be picked up, thrown back into King. A free kill for the Alpha, as now Takashi right on top of Gnart with a Spear of Alpha to finish him off.
First of all, Luis ate everything from Legion Esports, took them their entire asset to bring him down. This pesky Rom Khalid, but second of all, massive Dark Wave from Takashi to pull 3 people from Legion Esports back who wanted to escape the fight, evacuate, got dragged back in, allowing RQ Akira to not only find 2 kills, but also the second turtle of the game and the bot tier 1. Now Joe He's gonna go down
Where is
again.
Joe going? Oh, Shadow Kill comes out at the last second. Raging Sandstorm, but no flicker being used. I feel like he could have connected that.
Yeah.
But Joe luckily will survive. RQ Akira regains slight gold advantage.
And what they say, never kill the messenger. That was a warning shot dedicated to Joe's Hayabusa, but at least Legion Esports, they took down top tier 1, so it is a structural trait. But you always got to keep in mind, if they are paying attention, they would have realized this Beatrix has a Malefic gun. So like you said, I think RQ Akira, they want to start early fights, and a lot of it are going to be centered around the objectives, where you have Luis and Takashi who can constantly disrupt the backline, and Sagan keeping the front line away.
They recognize they need Beatrix to break down the front line. And speaking of, there they go. Exactly doing that. Finding Gennard. Oh, Shadow Kill. Gusta flickers away from King.
Oh!
But he's able to survive just barely. Luis once again not committing flicker. Joe able to walk away. But this Hayabusa not getting the kills he needs.
That is so unfortunate. When he threw out his shurikens, Gusta timed the regeneration, got that extra tick to stay alive. And that is massive if you are RQ Akira, and a big bummer for Joe.
We think we can see Legion Esports, their momentum starting to slow down a little bit now that RQ Akira looks a lot more confident to fight. 7th minute of the game, Turtle just respawned. All members of both teams already around the Turtle Pit. Let's see what they can do with it.
RQ Akira should be making the call to stall this out a little bit, because Luis is still waiting for Raging Sandstorm to come back up. So to deal with the middle wave, you got Gusta, they're taking all the farm, but King is just maintaining aggro.
Turtle at 30% flicker, knockout from Takashi, but Joe still gets the turtle anyway. Glorious Pathway slowing down RQ Akira from jumping into the backline. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out, but it doesn't do enough damage, and that means Gusta picks up the kill on Joe. He has to flicker away from Takashi too. So Legion forced on defensive action.
Well, Takashi just single-handedly ran into the backline and forced away key members of Legion Esports. And unfortunately this time, RQ Akira didn't get the turtle, but it really does not matter. They got the kill onto Joe regardless, so it's still a net positive for the Latam rep.
You can see how tempo has shifted. RQ Akira are now accelerating the game since they know they are in control, and Legion, unfortunately, are not actually responding fast enough. Gustav finally got his BOD, actually doing good damage now, and Glorious Pathway used just to make sure Legion can get away from their own tier 2.
You saw that, right? That one rocket.
Yep.
BOD and Malefic gun, first of all, gives you insane range. Turrets are not an issue, but that one blast took out almost 20% of Hei's health bar. This is a big problem for Legion Esports now.
And that's the danger of Beatrix here, and RQ Akira knows it. They have way more consistent access to damage compared to Legion, who are very constrained by cooldowns. If they don't have their ultimates, they just simply cannot fight, whereas RQ will always be available. So they can use that to exert pressure around the map.
Shorter cooldown times, and RQ Akira have been playing around it so well. Once more, Raging Sandstorm is going to be the key that allows RQ Akira to start fights with Legion Esports. We did see that Malefic roll out for Joe very early as well, as he needed that extra oomph to it. But as long as Luis is around, he's just going to eat it up.
Yeah, another Ogi Shadow Kill. Literally tickles RQ Akira. Not too sure what the goal was there. Would have been better used to clear a wave instead. And RQ Akira is just going to continue doing what they're doing.
This is a Lord fight. And if it goes any way, just like the turtle fight early on, RQ Akira is just going to play with the timing. Have Takashi go to the back. Flicker out from Hei. Not good at all.
RQ Akira looking to be in very strong spot. Takashi already jumping in, zoning out Hehehe again in the mid lane. Vexana not able to get close. Jumping in again. Daylight doesn't do enough damage, but Takashi finally has to flicker away after being knocked up with the Eternal Guard. A lot of cooldowns being used. Joe jumping in again, but the Ogi Shadow Kill fully soaked. Raging Sandstorm defensively to get away from the Glorious Pathway, and Avatar the Guardian even wasted from Legion Esports, all without achieving anything. And Gusta nearly snipes down Daylight, lands the Render's Apathy, not able to get the taunt. Here comes Joe again, but he gets knocked up, stunned instantly. That's the jungler of Legion gone. Takashi doing so much damage because Legion are grouped up under the Revitalize, and they've taken out 2 double kill for Gusta Lagusta.
Oh my goodness, Joe really wanted to make a play happen, but Phobia's passive just bonks you in the head with that big totem, and RQ Akira finds the objective. The first Lord of the game, finally, after a drawn-out dance. Legion Esports gotta go back to the drawing board. They had the right idea. The dragged-out fight would benefit them, but they have to always remember it's a push and pull. Legion Esports got impatient and paid the price.
Ooh, Gusta Lagusta just got Blade of Heptases as well, so fully intending to target the squishier members of Legion. Game slowly slipping out of their hands as RQ Akira, they're just so good at making a 5v5 look like 5 individual 1v1s.
It does seem so. Even Takashi has been doing the same thing over and over again. Just hop to the back, zone out the Vexana, zone out the Bruno, and there really wasn't much that Legion could do aside from, you know, forcing out his flicker. Malefic gun just got purchased by Daylight, so the extra range to match up with what RQ Akira has.
Yeah, Legion in a tough spot now. Their utility should allow them to be the ones controlling team fights and splitting up RRQ Akira, but now with a 5k goal lead, even if they do that, it's unlikely that they'll be able to pick anyone off. Joe hasn't even been able to go for Skypiercer as the Hayabusa still 0 kills.
I think Sagan was building components either for Holy Crystal or Blood Wings, but pivoted to a Winter Crown, which is going to allow RQ Akira to have an extra layer of utility. The survivability for Zusin matters so much. A push on the top side.
Glorious Pathway just to make sure RQ doesn't engage, and all they have to do is wait until the minion wave connects and the Glorious Pathway is gone. Legion, at the very least, able to defend their inhibitor. Not too much damage to worry about for now.
Honestly, it doesn't feel good when you use everything and barely take the hell bar. Takashi though, punish.
Well, finally an Ogi Shadow kill out, but a beautiful flicker raising Sandstorm into 3 members. RQ Akira though, too far behind to follow up, and that means Luis is punished for his overextension. King now by himself in the mid lane, uses ult to get away. Legion finding a breath of fresh air.
Get him! Come on. So close, yet so far. And that's kind of the overzealousness that you mentioned earlier on from RQ Akira. Luis saw the angle for the big play, but his team did not respond to it as they were not ready at all. Legion Esports finds some room to breathe. They keep all inhibitors alive. 50 seconds until the next Lord, but even then RQ Akira have gotten a pretty sizable net worth injection from the first one.
Yeah, this is not going to be a big obstacle for RQ Akira, but they got to avoid making mistakes like that going forward, because it's a way that Legion Esports could use to slowly claw their way back into this. Takashi has been doing a good job of basically 1v4ing the entire game, but in that particular situation, you are just making yourself an easy target for the Yogi Shadow kill.
Yeah, the only reason that he's been able to pull it off is because his team was there to back him up.
Hold on. That Luis taking a lot of damage. Quicksand Guard, Raging Sandstorm defensively. Here comes Joe again. Careful, sir. Half of his HP gone in an instant. Both teams disengage.
So 2 big ultimates eliminated right before the Lord spawns. No AOG for Legion Esports. No Raging Sandstorm for RRQ Akira. Bottom wave pushing in. RRQ Akira will have to deal with it. And that's going to be a job for Gusta Lagusta.
To be honest, despite RQ Akira's dominance so far, the game is actually still pretty 50-50. Daylight has been farming pretty evenly with Gusta, just a little bit behind because of his 1 death. The Bruno still scales pretty well into the late game, and if Legion can continue playing like this, RQ could be in trouble.
Once more, RQ is waiting for timings. Flicker, in particular, Takashi gets brought over the wall.
Gets pulled over by Joe's Quad Shadow, but he's tanky enough and his team is here. Glorious Pathway comes out, but Daylight, that's what we're talking about! Sagan is gone! Football right to the face! It is now a 5v4 in favor of Legion.
The Malefic gun is so good. That extra range, so deceptive.
Fear of Alpha connects on Daylight, but Wind of Nature comes out, killing spree for the Bruno. A flicker, Raging Sandstorm once again, but you're missing your DPS! Double kill for the Bruno! The RQ Akira making mistakes, prolonging fights where they don't need to.
Why is RQ Akira fighting that? You should not be fighting, you should be keeping your resources for a potential push. Legion Esports, they're gonna turn on to the Lord. Surely, there's no way to contest this. King isn't even back for another 15 seconds.
Conceal, they want hair, but a Terrify instantly puts a stop to their plans. And Joe gets the Lord. The game is instantly reversed. This is what we were worried about for RQ.
It all started with a bit of an interesting interaction with Takashi. He might be the master of following mobile heroes, but he certainly has no control over that passive that gets brought over the wall. But the fact that RQ Akira committed to a fight after losing Sagan and I think Luis, is a big red flag. Sagan and King, excuse me, the fact that Luis went for the counter engage, committed a flicker just for the Raging Sandstorm like the previous one in front of Legion's base is a massive, massive blunder.
It jumped the gun way too much. They already lost Sagan and King like you mentioned. And when Luis jumped in, Gustav wasn't even close enough to follow up on it. So again, disconnect there. The player is playing too fast, a little bit too hyper to try and make up for their mistakes. Glorious Pathway now to escort the Lord down. Bottom inhibitor gone. AOG lands in the center. Raging Sandstorm defensively. Sagan gone to Joe's Ogi Shadow Kill, who almost finds Gustav too. He has to use his Wind of Nature just to survive. And now Legion are officially in the driver's seat.
And Legion Esports fired up after yesterday's loss. We talk about this team liking to play that fast game, and they finally found that moment to step on the pedal.
Once again, going in, Nimid inhibitor this time, but the minion wave is cleared up, and they're not close enough to follow on top either. So RQ will keep mid and top inhibs alive, but for how long?
I know we say that this all happened because of a blunder from RQ Akira, but one small detail was also the fact that Legion Esports didn't lose that top inhibitor to that pesky cannon minion, which got retributed by Joe, because that would have allowed RQ Akira to set up a pretty good wave before they contest that second Lord on the bot side. Legion Esports have completely swung that goal into their advantage. I believe it's almost a 5k goal swing.
Yeah, it's even now, and that means Legion looking a lot more comfortable, since that means they'll be able to survive longer and go for more efficient fights. Even Joe now starting to become effective, even after being rendered completely inexistent for most of the game.
Oh, letting that Dusin through and beating it after almost entire world not daring to let it happen. And even with the right idea, right, Malefic Gun, you outrange the Dusin to a certain extent. Daylight chasing her down every single time she is spotted. And to make it even better, the next Lord is going to spawn on the top side, and RQ Akira are missing a bottom inhibitor.
Yeah, things are looking tough, but again, the game is actually pretty 50-50. A single team fight could determine things for either side, and that means positioning becomes that much more crucial. You cannot jump the gun anymore. Every decision has to be made with impetus in mind.
This is one of the hurdles that Legion Esports tripped over yesterday against Insilio. They had an inhibitor lead, they had Lord control, but they could not close out the game. Let's see if that adjustment that they have made since yesterday is going to pay off. This Lord fight is pivotal.
Daylight dropping Lord to 50, but probably will reset it now that RQ Akira are walking forward again. A very good way of winning this out is baiting RQ Akira into them, which has worked so far. They will find Luis isolated. Ogi Shadow Kill on him. Quicksand Guard comes out. Raging Sandstorm. He will escape, and that's a lot of cooldowns used by Legion Esports. They're gonna pull Meow back. Revitalize comes out. Eternal Guard and Avatar the Guardian misses, but Daylight almost takes out Gusta. He's still chasing them down. All of RQ Akira is so low. Unstoppable streak for Daylight on the Bruno. Gusta now trapped outside, and the bouncing balls is doing so much damage. Double kill, Wind of Nature, triple kill for Daylight on Legion Esports.
Daylight is the true assassin from Legion Esports, comes in from the flank with a sliding tackle and absolutely broke the ankles of RQ Akira, taking out two crucial members. Hehe shows up with a flicker, terrified. Legion Esports looking to take game one.
Yep, the crystal's wide open. Spear of Alpha finds two. Beautifully played. Winter Crown comes out to keep him alive. Gusta trying to clear the minion wave, gets a mega kill, but the crystal is still wide open. There's no minions left. They're still alive. They're still living, but they just blow up. A double kill shut down from here. And with that, Legion Esports will turn things around and claim game one against RQ Akira.
What a victory in game number one for Legion Esports, keeping the hopes and dreams of the entire Mekong region alive in this wildcard group stage, taking down the fallen kings of RQ Akira. What started out as a dominant early to mid game went straight down the drain when RQ Akira got too trigger happy and ended up botching their own lead. What a comeback, right? Composure from Legion.
Bad habits die hard, unfortunately, and this is something that RQ Akira has done time and time again. Trigger happy, definitely the right term to refer to this, as they had such a big lead. They were doing such a good job of controlling the map against a team that should be hard to team fight into. But one too many mistakes, one too many kills that should not have been given away gave Legion the room they finally needed.
Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate if you're RQ or Kira, because letting such a game slip away is not going to feel good. We talk about Legion Esports needing to go back to the drawing board at one point of the game where they were getting ran down. I think now you have to switch that mindset over to RQ or Kira. They have to go back to square one.
Yeah, gold laners are still always going to be a threat, and the reason why Bruno has been rising so much in popularity is not just because of his early game pressure, but how well he scales into the late game too. With that Malefic gun, he can reach so far, do so much. He was chasing down RQ Akira by himself at the end of that game.
He's chasing down Takashi, he was chasing down Sagan, he was like, Luis, you got quick stand guard, but I'm gonna blow right through your defenses if you give me enough time. And it's just such a good composure, such good recovery from Legion Esports, and all it took was RQ Akira to give them that one moment.
A single moment. That's how games can be determined nowadays. The meta has shifted so quickly to an aggressive style that once you let go of the pedal, you are giving opportunities. And Legion Esports were very quick to respond to those opportunities. I think Daylight definitely deserving the spotlight here for being the carry in that endgame.
Yeah, and throughout the entire game, Daylight only went down once, right? Almost a perfect game, a perfect KD for his Bruno. He did had a slightly hard time in the early game when Gusta decided that, you know what, I'm gonna go for Malefic Gun into BOD, into Blade of Hephaestus. Gave Daylight a bit of a problem, but overall still Daylight came out on top once he hit that item spike.
RQ Akira, they're an aggressive team. We know they're very good at isolated team fights. They're very good at holding their own and being independent, and they have confidence in this kind of playstyle, but it also means they may take things a bit too far and try to take matters into their own hands when you need the team around you.
And now that we've seen that Zusin get let through and at the same time beaten by honestly a very unlikely matchup, a very unlikely matchup between the teams itself, I find it pretty interesting. I wonder if more teams would also kind of start looking into this as a reference. And by the way, I just want to give a quick shout out, this time not to Beyonce, to our content team, because you know, this 7-1 KD for Bruno is also a reference to how Brazil kind of lost to you know, one of their World Cup matches. I'm putting it out there.
Oh my.
I didn't want to take this jab, but I'm pressured to do it. You know, my career is on the line.
I see you. Like, it's too perfect, right? There's a 7-1 on Daylight. Here's the reason that RQ Akira lost. It is very low-hanging fruit. I will give you that one.
Well, not me. I have to thank the back-end team. I'll give you guys that one. Moving on, we are seeing, like you said, the marksman is still the cornerstone for every single team, and it's reflected in the damage dealt alone. Gusta still deals the most damage, and then followed by Daylight.
I also really like Legion's idea of swapping the EXP and mid lane at the start of the game, right? You would think that having two tanky frontliners against a Zusin is a bad idea, but really they're not gonna be threatened even if they are pulled back at level 1, so they're fine there, and they're able to go assist EXP or gold lane very easily, right? He's not really in any threat as well. In fact, he actually threatens Takashi since he can poke him from further away and keep him in lane without having to do as much.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the only other time we've seen this was when SRG went out against Team Vamos, right? When they swapped that Zusin to the side lane to deal with a CC. But we gotta focus our spotlight on Daylight, the MVP of game number 1, gold laner of Legion Esports, 7-1-4 on this Bruno. He is just hitting shots and scoring those goals.
Daylight deserves a spotlight. This is actually a very fresh face and very new player in the professional MLBB scene. In fact, his pro experience only started late last year at the 32nd Southeast Asian Games. So one of the newest faces on the M6 stage and already showing us that he is a fresh breath of air.
Sometimes when we have new faces, it's always great to see the ideas they bring into the game, and people would expect one out of two scenarios. Either they blow everyone out of the water or they buckle under the pressure. Definitely not Daylight, as he just kept getting more and more confident as the game progresses, understanding that he is the strongest man on that battlefield.
We can see here in the highlights what exactly happened towards the middle phases of the game, where RQ Akira became increasingly scattered with their engagements. A formless lineup, a style that's very suited for distracting and confusing your opponents is something that RQ Akira is skilled at. But when your front lines are scattered in an attempt to scatter the enemy, the moment they regroup and take the advantage, you do not have defensive battle lines to play around.
I think what they ended up doing was confusing themselves, or starting fights that have already ended, right? They kept trying to beat the dead horse. Very unfortunate for RQ Akira, but the good news, the silver lining, is that it is not the end just yet, right? Legion Esports still has a chance, but so does RRQ Akira to keep that run in the group stage alive. And honestly, even if they drop this series, the most we get is the tie between them and Legion Esports, which will be settled tomorrow. But for now, RRQ Akira backs against the wall.
Well, I am at the very least glad that not everything is going according to plan here in the wildcards, right? Because we definitely went into this match with the expectation that RQ Akira would be the favorites as the M-Series veterans, and Legion Esports has just upended those expectations. Wildcards have been going pretty straightforward so far, so a little bit of spice always makes things interesting.
Yeah, and if you cannot handle spice, there's something sweet and savory for you. I know exactly what they need as they reset. It's something called Hello Panda right here. I've been spending some time learning the jingle. Forgive me if I butcher it. I only learned until the third line, so it's something. It's Hello Panda, Anna Gracia Biscuit. Yeah, I probably say the wrong lyrics, but it's something along that line. And
I think you were close.
I think I was really close, right? I've been listening it during the break, and I've been trying to memorize it. This one is strawberry. Me and LaFell had chocolate yesterday, but strawberry also is one of my favorite flavors.
I do quite like strawberry myself. I think it's pretty nice. Hello Panda is great. It's a good snack. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, hello
that.
Sadafa. Here's a Hello Panda.
Hey, okay, I'm gonna. All right.
All right, it's yours now.
We can proceed.
We'll get more of that. Thank you very much, Hello Panda, for being a part of this. Well, now we gotta take a look at what's gonna happen in the second game, because RQ Akira once more down 0-1 in this best of 3. A very unlikely upset. I think a lot of Latam fans watching this game would have their jaws drop a little bit after that game 1.
RQ Akira, we knew they've been inconsistent for a little while, but this is not a good sign. Let's go ahead and talk to Gusta Lagusta a little bit. We asked, between Inzilio and Legion Esports, which team is harder for RQ to beat? And Gusta Lagusta said, Inzilio is stronger, but Legion's early game is way more aggressive. We will overcome the aggression, of course, and win against them.
So far, it hasn't really aged that well. I'm still waiting for it. There's still a chance.
No, it is still accurate, right? They said they'll overcome their early game aggression. They did.
That is true.
They did.
They overcame the early aggression, but they didn't overcome their own mid-game aggression. So that's something.
Well, we didn't ask that question.
It's a food for thought, because I definitely wouldn't ask a team, how do you overcome your own aggression? Maybe they will have an answer in game number 2 as we head into the drafting phase, and you can already hear the bands popping out. The first one is going to be Matilda Bandao. I believe that will be by the side of Legion Esports again with the Cho, so not much deviation from game 1. Same for RQ Akira.
I think it's very interesting as well that RQ Akira are choosing to ban out Fanny despite being on the blue side. This is a hero you always force red side to ban, and it immediately gives people the impression that they're just not comfortable playing the hero.
Yeah, it's something you told me backstage in the green room, where Fanny is the must ban, and the only reason that you don't ban Fanny is if you know the enemy jungler have no idea or has very low proficiency on that hero. So RQ Akira sticks with the same 3 bans as game 1, Hilda being the 3rd.
Alright. Still pretty standard here. The Cho and Matilda specifically focusing on RQ Akira's early game so that Legion Esports doesn't get snowballed against is a pretty good shout. They did allow the Zeus in through earlier. They managed to handle the Zeus in. But it looks like, yeah, they're gonna ban the Loyi.
Alright, RQ Akira, do you have the guts to do it again? Because I think with how Legion Esports beat that Zeus in game 1, it's not going to come out this time, at least not as the first pick. Now Legion have an option to go for Zeus in. Will they go for it?
I want to see them lock it in, right?
Me too.
I just want to see the player go, hey.
I walk right into that. I hate myself so much.
It would be great, especially with the Hylos coming out now. Like, that's a hero that you can quite easily pick up.
Yeah. Now, we say that about the first game, right? When there's a Hylos and Gato Kacha, but I think circumstances are slightly different in game 1. The Bruno and Hayabusa were the big problems. Unless you go Hayabusa Drusin, which is a slightly rarer opening. No, they go for the Suyo, but the Drusin is going to be that option.
If this was like a month or two ago and you saw a team get a Zusin Suyo opening on the red side, you would wonder what the blue side was doing. But because the meta has shifted, these two heroes have both become a little less prio than before. But being able to lock them both in at the same time this early on is still pretty surprising.
And Christmas does come early for some people. We say that about the Zusin for RQ Akira. That one ended up being a loss, and of course it's mostly due to their own blunders. I think if you are RQ Akira, you probably should be looking at your jungler. The Alpha is the most direct choice into the Suyo, the Aurora as well for the control. So we see the Aurora for RQ Akira.
Aurora with Hylos, so that's gonna be a pretty solid combination. And the Joy coming out, picking it before Legion has the chance to ban it away. This can be a very annoying hero to deal with if you don't have enough crowd control.
Not the easiest hero to pick up as well, especially when Joy is so mobile and has insane burst damage to just remove you from the fight if you are a mage or a marksman. But the Gato Kacha might solve it, right? As now Electrifying Beast doesn't give you crowd control immunity, you get a good taunt with the Gato Kacha, you can still manage him.
Yeah, it's somewhat manageable, but I'd still prefer something that has a bit more reliable crowd control for now. Gatot is fine, but you really hope to get some solid lockdown, and even better, a hero that can invade and mess with the Joy at level 1. The Khalid is still open, but probably will get banned out after this.
I would be surprised if RQ Akira decides to, you know what, you can have Khalid. We are not letting Luis play it anyway, just take it. Take it. The full base is still up as well. I know Takashi played it in game 1, but it's actually Legion that bans it out.
If Legion is banning it out, it means that they want to play an assassin themselves. So the Hayabusa is still open.
I mean, they have Suyo, right? And unless you're telling me that it's Suyo XP.
Yeah, my bad.
I'm
starting to forget what happens earlier in the drafts.
Don't worry. Blackouts happen pretty often.
Yeah.
I think it's just I think we're just aging.
Nah, Joy stole all my electricity.
That's a good one. I actually have no follow-up for that. I have seen Suyo XP. It never works out well. The chip though, that does get banned out by RQ Akira. So it's another. I know Legion banned out chip in the previous game, and both of us didn't really like it. But this chip ban, I guess, is a lot more understandable, right? You want to protect the Joy in the jungle. There's no Khalid, but there's still chip.
Yeah, this chip ban is way better compared to what we saw before, because yeah, the best way to stop a Joy is to find her before she's ready to fight, because she does have to build up her electrifying beats, right? So chip is a great way of doing this, and with no Lo Yi in the game as well, that means that King doesn't have to worry about people suddenly appearing randomly in the jungle.
So Legion themselves ban out the Bruno. So clearly they're going for a slightly different approach. I would not be surprised if it's something like a Harith or Beatrix. I wonder how does the Harith fare in this current meta into the Joy. I would assume it's still not as bad with the Gatot. Beatrix isn't too bad of an option as well. Or unless RQ Akira gets Khalid and Lunox goes over to Legion, though I don't remember seeing Lunox being played by RQ.
Yeah, Lunox actually wouldn't be too bad, I think, even for Legion, because the Brilliance is a good way of getting away from Joy. Bruno is already gone. They already banned the 1-1-2, one of the few heroes that can actually outkite a Joy somewhat.
Yeah.
Legion's still gonna go with the Beatrix.
Yeah, just very stable. Now that I think about it, Lunox maybe it's not that good of a pick for RQ because they already have a lot of magic damage.
Yep.
So Moskov, I guess. What about the Clint, right? I know we have discussion about Clint into Beatrix, you know, the decent poke damage, decent burst from the mid to late game. Can buy Malefic Gun. I've seen some people buy it, but I'm not sure if it's worth getting early on. I think, at least for me, I need to test that a little bit more, but I
think it's not quite as good this game, because there's a Gatot and Suyo on the opposite side. Clint, I think, would be a bit too vulnerable to them.
Moskov, I guess? Natan, right? Late game, I completely forgot about that.
But that would be more magic damage.
There would be more magic damage. Oh, the options are a bit limited. So yeah, Moskov and Arlet.
Yeah, so I like this RRQ draft a lot. Harlan, Aurora, Hylos is...
Oh, wait, what did we say about
Well-
dealing with a Joy? Franco is your worst nightmare.
But as long as the Joy waits on... Because the Franco is going to be the main form of initiation, right? I don't like a Tot as the main initiator. But if Franco starts the fight first, Joy just has to wait a moment before entering. I'm not like, yes, I get the idea, but I'm not sure if it's the right answer.
And on top of that, not only do Legion Esports have to do with a Joy, you also have the Hylos that can lay out the glorious pathway, you have the Arla that's going to use the Flicker Final Slash. I feel like RQ Akira have a way better time, have more avenues to jump on Legion than Legion have on them.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like if they were going this path, they maybe should have considered Kaja rather than Franco. I feel
agree.
like he's not been having the best time, but hey, if they're able to get the victory with the Franco here against RQ Akira, that would be a great hooker for a great show. Let's jump into it, ladies and gentlemen. The Land of Dawn for game number 2 between Legion Esports and RQ Akira.
Let me just share a personal experience I had dealing against a Franco, who I have been able to, you know, manage the entire game until he decided to sell his items and start building full damage. So every bloody hunt is a one-shot.
I definitely have experienced damage Franco.
You have no idea how much I hate my life.
That is something that we see in pubs quite a lot. I also don't like it.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I do that.
I do not do that. I cannot land hooks.
So you just flicker, bloody hunt.
Well, I only have so much, but Louise also only has so much. Vengeance already used early on. 1v4, easy first blood for Joe.
You see, Luis, first of all, you are not invincible. You're tanky, but not invincible. Second of all, he has Vengeance, so you don't regen health. Which is pretty weird, because the rest of RQ Akira weren't even there.
I feel like Revitalize is still kind of better for Hylos anyway, though. Like, I get Vengeance, lets you tank a lot of damage, but Revitalize, I feel like, is even more effective. So, an interesting choice being made here by Louise. A First Blood, not too big of a deal for now, but another hook going to land on Louise, right into the taunt, and another 4-man gank.
What? Wait, did he just stand in front of a Franco?
A little bit.
Huh. You say you are bad at hooking people, but I guess if your target is stationary...
Is it really even stationary? I don't even know. I feel like his positioning was a bit strange, but well played on Gnart there. We are literally speechless right now, guys. We don't know what to feel, but Luis will avoid the Blade Surge. Daylight versus Gusta, so close! Gusta actually has the flicker out, so Daylight kind of wins that. Vengeance used early. A beautiful final slash into the Avatar Guardian, but Turtle still secured by Joe, and he walks away fine.
Man, this Hehe is such a menace as he walks into RQ Akira and casually uses their ultimate to reposition and survive. So Legion Esports starting off on the right foot already. This Hylos is not even level 4 yet, which means now Nart can start moving because he has Bloody Hunt.
So you know that quote from Gusta? Now it's aged badly because the early game from Legion, Bloody Hunt finds Louise once again into the Bennett's Rage. Gnart, another kill on the Hylos. Louise still only level 3.
Aged like spoiled milk, if I ever seen one.
Uh-oh, King, he's in the rock. Why did you come here? Your road just died here.
You know, if you tell me that Game 1 and Game 2 were played by the same team, I would not believe you. It's very, very contrasting. And not in a good way if you are RQ Akira. But this was not the RQ Akira we saw yesterday. In fact, I say go back to the drawing board. They have not come back from the drawing board.
I think they're still drawing. That's the problem. If anyone in the chat doubted us, so the many times we said that RQ Akira has been inconsistent recently, I think this is a very good example of what we mean, right?
I don't know. I feel like if you are Joy right now, you are fuming because there's nothing for you. Topside jungle is gone. They lost the top tier 1 in under 4 minutes. That's before turtle number 2. And now your Arlet has to babysit the Joy, and the Hylos is just starving. I'm gonna check in on what the Hylos has. Guess what? Only boots. It doesn't even have the first you know, half component for an item.
You could say that this does not spark joy for RQ Akira right now.
Marie Kondo is not impressed.
Yep, 4K gold lead, 4 minutes into the game, 4 kills for Legion Esports. 4 may be an unlucky number for us, Husky, but it sure looks good for Legion right now.
Good lord. Usually I would say that if you are the Hylos in such a vulnerable position, maybe the Elegant Gem is not too bad of an option. At least you get that extra regen, you know. You can only tank so much damage with Vengeance proportionate to your health bar, and if you don't have health bar, then it really doesn't matter.
At least you can get hooked elegantly, right?
I mean, sure, but you know, when that happens, I prefer to survive the encounter.
Maybe so. Gustato actually getting quite a lot of gold up here. They're gonna trade gold shields in the top and bottom lane, so Daylight keeping up, still having the 1K gold lead, nearly taking out the tower by himself actually. RQ Akira has been forced into such a defensive style of play that they can only move together. And now Gusta actually in trouble, getting caught out, has to jump away from Meow. Glorious Pathway, final slash misses completely.
Alright, that's the retreat right there. Another first item Malefic Gun, this time is by Daylight. You can see that he's out of range of the turret.
Oh, the Bloody Hunt, they found the joy, and there he goes, blown up into a hook on Tekashi! Gnard showing us how Franco is meant to be played, and finishes off Sagan at the same time.
That is the Hookmeister right there from Vietnam. Legion Esports delivering on a silver platter. We both agree that, okay, you are a joy, sure, Franco is a counter, but you gotta wait it out. Well, King didn't even bother waiting, ran straight at Franco, thinking that Daylight will be a target.
Ah, such a mistake there. You see Daylight, yes, that is a good target for you, but your team hasn't scouted the area out yet. You cannot be jumping the gun. It is the same mistakes from game 1.
Oh, you see Daylight, but Nart puts you to bed, so it's forced nap time. You're grounded. You're grounded if you're a Joy. Level 9, 0 and 2, you're running the temporal range, so you're looking to fight early, but now that window has completely closed thanks to this monstrous lead that Legion Esports has. 6K gold lead, 6 minutes into the game, 6 and 0. They can spin the lottery wheel after this.
Yeah, Daylight is getting accelerated so much, and now King, unfortunately the opposite. He's decelerating, getting pulled back a depth. Meow doesn't even mind standing in front. Free Turtle, Legion Esports is playing the entire map.
You know what, I say that the Joy is not that easy to catch, but now I look back and I'm like, okay, it's pretty... King isn't hitting his second ability. Unfortunately, he isn't hitting the tempo of his dash as well, but now it's just a complete disaster. This Joy, as much as I would like to say, still has a chance of recovering. I don't see that angle. Moskov needs a lot more time. He's gonna get a recall back. Thank goodness. If he got found out, Joe would have easily gotten a solo kill.
King has the same amount of farm as Gnart right now, so that's not good, because Joy recently has shifted more into a late game hero, so this slows him down heavily. But if RQ were able to delay the game another 10 minutes or so, they can actually even things up against Legion. So now is a demonstration of how good the Vietnamese team can push their advantage.
I'm waiting to see if it's going to be any fight
final
there.
flash, they found one Daylight actually, but he's able to flicker out. Glorious Pathway actually keeping Legion in place, but they found King again! Gustav though lands the Spear of Destruction, so trades 1-for-1 with Daylight. That's the interesting flicker, but it's fine as long as he gets out.
I think it's a well-spent flicker because he's aware that he's afraid that Legion Esports might catch up to him, right? But that flicker guarantees enough distance to safely recall. Could shut down onto Daylight. It's going to be quite a decent injection because if you are Gusta Lagusta, you're looking for your Holy Trinity, and he's still on road to get that Holy Trinity at a decent timing. So all things considered, not too bad for RQ Akira. I was about to say prior to that fight that it's an early call, but it feels like checkmate. But apparently not. RQ Akira found some breath of life. All they need to remember is that they have what it takes to jump Legion Esports. Tekashi is going to be the one to make it happen. They just need to trust him.
It does mean that they have to shift their scaling a little bit on its head. They have to use Gusta's timing to create space for King instead of the other way around. And if they're able to achieve that, then they can actually become quite a threat later on, because Gnard can only lock down one person. So if the Bloody Hunt gets used on the wrong target, RQ Akira can still run them down.
This Overlord is going to be guaranteed for Legion Esports. And now it's about dealing damage to RQ Akira. They've done a decent job in stalling that game out, you know, and finally kind of plateauing that gold growth that Legion Esports have been getting the entire game. So they've been able to slow down the snowball a little bit, right? They got some snow plows, they pushed away the incoming avalanche, but it's not done just yet. There's still the tremors, the aftershock of what happened in the first 7 minutes of the game. RQ Akira needs to keep the inhibitors alive, all of them.
The more towers they can keep, the better it will be for them to prolong the game. Legion not gonna let that happen though. This is a Beatrix we're talking about. The ability to just whittle down towers from afar is unparalleled.
For sure. Gusta.
Oh, the sun! Did he hit anything? He did! He landed on Gnard!
What?
Gnard got the hook! Flicker! Bloody Hunt still connects! Passive popped on Sagan. Meow jumps in, gets pushed into the towers by the final slash. He's in some trouble, but hey, is there to zone him out. Daylight finishing off the mid inhibitor, and they find Luis! He's gone! Double kill for Daylight! Legion are pushing straight in. They are 5v3 currently. Gonna take both top and bottom inhibitors at the same time. That's gonna be a lot of minions for RQ Akira to clear up if they want to keep themselves in this. A final slash lands on all members of Legion, but they have so much burst damage. Daylight goes straight for the crystal, and in an upset, it will be Legion Esports taking down RQ Akira.
The Vietnamese have done it. They have been able to not only draw blood, but take down the former overlords of the Latam region 2-0 fashion. A comeback in game 1, but a dominating takedown in game number 2, landing the KO punch, and in this case, landing hook after hook after hook. And let me tell you, Sadafa, what makes a good hooker is how you land your hooks on unintended target. That one final pull onto the Aurora sealed the face of our RQ Akira, giving the Mekong region one more shot at a potential wildcard finals on Sunday.
The moment you think that Gnard was in the wrong place because he gave the Moskov a way out, he turns it around and captures an important target that would stop them from pushing into the base. We did not like this, Franco. We thought it would be hard to play. Gnard showed us otherwise.
It's always a different feeling to be proven wrong, but I do like what we saw from Legion Esports. This was the version of Legion that I expected to see on day 1 against Incilio. Clearly what the coach mentioned, Coach Sabo said that they had to go back to the drawing board. They kind of readjusted Joe and just play with comfort picks. Wow, they feel really comfortable and they look the part.
Yeah, they went back to the drawing board. They put a lot of work into their drawing, you know, and it came out as a piece of Gnard.
That is a very good one. What a piece of work he is. I wonder if we'll see the Franco a lot more often. At least we know it's part of his arsenal, something that other teams, or at least tomorrow's opponent for Legion Esports, will have to look out for. They've gone through RQ Akira, they've gone through Incilio. Now there's only one more. The Mongols will be facing off against the Legion Esports tomorrow.
It does mean that Group B is no longer as clear-cut. It's a little bit harder to tell who actually will move on to the next stage of the Grand Finals. We're gonna need to check in on the scoreboard again after this, because this has really rattled my bones here, Husky.
Yeah, a 2-0 victory, right? We said in the previous series, if Nightmare can take one game off of Ulfanar, it would already be a massive, groundbreaking news. I came into this series with the same mindset, but a 2-0 for Legion, that is unprecedented. You look at the post-game stats, near flawless. Again, the only death on the side of Legion Esports is Daylight. Could not catch a break. That was a solo kill by Gusta Lagusta. A decent outplay in that mid lane fight, but overall it's just Legion dominating.
Also a 100% kill participation from Gnard on this Franco. 1-0-11, going straight for the fleeting time into the Winter Crown, because he's been doing such a good job already. This is the early game aggression that we know Legion Esports for, and RQ Akira were not prepared for it this time.
Not at all, even when you look at how they approach that early game with the, I would say, a decent idea, you know, taking that high loss for themselves, abandoning the thoughts of running that Zhu Xin. Big problem is that they were not on the same page, right? We've saw multiple times that Luis, he's trying to do his part by opening up the map, but without support, it's a very different outcome.
Normally Hylos is able to open up the map somewhat well by himself, but Legion was so quick on the draw. 4 members, multiple times in the first 2 minutes of the game. You are not prepared for that, and going for Vengeance means that you're not able to heal up any of that lost HP either, so you do lose out a little bit on that survivability. Legion Esports made sure that Luis could not play this game, and with no frontline, the rest of RQ is just easy pickings.
It doesn't make it any easier when we blew past the first hurdle and he's still at level 3, right? Really didn't have a good time at all. And you could see how hard it was for Luis. He tanked 50,000 plus damage in a 10.5 minute game.
Yeah, that is quite something. Like,
talk about taking a beating.
He doesn't even have that much HP, you know? It's like very overkill. Luis was the main target a lot of the time. And I think a big problem with RQ Akira is just that they didn't seem to adjust, right? There's no adaptability within the game itself. No matter how they change their draft, it seems like they still approach the game in the same way, with the same expectations that they can each make something happen. Because after Luis got stopped from playing the game, King became the next target.
And on top of that is also understanding the win conditions. I feel like, to add on to what you were saying, RQ Akira just didn't really realize that, okay, we have Luis, but we also need Takashi to be the tip of the spear. They realized it a bit too late, and by that time, certain blunders are happening. Takashi missing his ultimate, and then they kept trying to start to go for fights. MVP for this game is Franco, played by Nart. Definitely a masterpiece right here in game number 2. 100% kill participation, like you said. 1, 0, and 11. Essentially unstoppable.
I feel like the roamers are really starting to show up today. First Apex and now Gnart. They put so much pressure on the map. And even though we said that Franco would be difficult to execute, it would be safer to go for Kaja or something, Gnart shows, hey, I'm gonna show you things with the Franco you've never seen before. Bloody hunt one hero, that hero dies, you hook the next hero behind them. It's like such good gameplay.
You can just marvel at the highlights. Of course, at the very start of the game, this was just under 1 minute. The first blood taken by Joe, and then this one was really weird. Look at the positioning of Luis, right? Gives over a second one to Joe, and the rest is history.
And here, Gnart with a flicker forward into the bloody hunt. Kills the Joy, instantly lands a hook on Tekashi. And then the rest of Legion follow up so quickly. The coordination was beautiful.
But this one was the icing on the cake. Gusta flickers, dodges it, and
oh, that hook!
What?
That hook! I would be fuming.
I would be so mad. I would be so mad.
That hook actually just broke some rules of reality right there.
Hey man, don't question Nart. He knows what he's doing.
And he sure does. MVP of the game. A very clear-cut win from start to finish. So one-sided from Legion Esports. Something you'd never expect.
Is it the quickest game that we have? I know that Tianfeng Yaoguai holds the first and second quickest game, but I feel like this one might have topped it or slot itself into that conversation. Either way, let's take a look at the standings again. By the end of day number 2 of the wild card for M6, Openar and Tianfeng Yaoguai stands at the first 2 spots with 2 points each, separated by games win and losses. Nightmare Esports and GK Esports officially out of the running for Swiss stage. For Group B, Incilio leads the pack with 2 full points. Legion Esports and RRQ Akira are going to be tied for second, both with 1 point and same games match win-loss. The Mongols, unfortunately, have already waved goodbye to the wild card because they have lost 2 games.
So what is going to determine things is going to be tomorrow when RQ Akira will go up against Incilio, currently topping the group. Group B definitely looking a lot tighter in comparison to Group A, but we still don't actually know who the 2 teams moving on to the grand finals will be.
Take a look at tomorrow's schedule. This is going to be the highlight for some of our teams and viewers out there. Starting off with our first match, Nightmare Esports takes on GK Esports, followed by the Mongols against Legion Esports. And then the third best of 3, we have RRQ Akira against Incilio, one of the most anticipated one. top it all off with Ofnar taking on Tianfeng Yaoguai. Tomorrow we will find out which two teams will earn that slot to play a best of 5 on Sunday and eventually qualify for Swiss.
The last two matches are definitely going to be the most exciting ones to watch, with RRQ Akira facing off against the team currently topping their group to try and make it forward and be another appearance at M Series. And the last match being a battle between the fan favorites Ulfhednar and an unexpected dark horse DFYG, both still undefeated.
Yeah, the Vikings in wolf's clothing against the dragons from the east. What a fairy tale this could be if Tianfeng Yaoguai comes out on top. It's very unfortunate that we only get one team from each group into the grand finals for wildcards on Sunday, but I think what makes it even more interesting that there might be a situation of a tiebreaker tomorrow because of RQ Akira and Legion Esports, which is something to watch out for when we eventually get to that stage. But for now, I'm satisfied with today's game. I'm satisfied with what Legion Esports has shown us.
I think this last game definitely caught us off guard, and that's what we wanted, right? We wanted unexpected results and great gameplay, and Legion Esports treated us to both of those things, so I think I'm pretty happy with that too.
Absolutely. And of course, in between wildcards and Swiss stage, there is going to be a few days of downtime. But if you guys still want to sate your appetite with some MLBB action, I've got your back. From 25th to 27th November, the Asian Esports Games, or known as AEG, the largest MLBB women tournament in Southeast Asia, will be held in Bangkok, garnering participation from 20 nations from various regions, spanning across different parts of Asia and the Middle East. It is the last MLBB women tournament of the year, presenting itself as the perfect platform for MLBB women players that are eager to prove themselves. So tune in on those 3 days and find out which female team is the best in 2024.
It means that even in the short break between wildcards and Swiss stage, you guys will still have more MLBB action to catch. So make sure you guys go ahead and tune in and show some support to the women players of MLBB. I think that's going to be fun.
Yep. And of course, once more, I want to remind you guys to buy your tickets. Get them for Swiss stage if you haven't just yet, because you get to witness just 16 of the world's best teams duke it out, and not just in any event, in a world event with the very first time running a Swiss format, a very unique format that brings surprises of its own. So if you want to get surprised, get shocked, and get flabbergasted by what the teams have prepared, get them now and show up on that day to witness the best teams battle it out.
The first ever Swiss stage format for an M Series, for the first M Series held back in Malaysia after 5 years. An event you definitely do not want to miss. We still only know 15 teams in the main stage, but the last one we will find out in the next 2 days, and I'm super excited to see who it's gonna be.
Yeah, of course, once more we got the fan favorites, we got Ofnar, but now potential dark horse, right? Tianfeng Yaoguai, that's both from Group A, Group B as well. RQ Akira used to be, or at least at some point, is one of the favorites alongside Incilio, but doesn't feel like it. We also want to kind of look back at the play of the day today for day number 2. And let me tell you, we've had some insane one. This one in particular caught my attention.
It's going to be between GK Esports and Tianfeng Yaoguai. It was specifically the Spear of Destruction play where they were able to get first blood on Zeno from the FYG, immediately running down GK in an unexpected twist.
Look at Shen, look at the Spear of Destruction all the way from downtown, from the top lane. Long is going to fire it right now.
We can see up there, Long, and there it connects. I think Adin put it very aptly, right? All the way from China, the Spear of Destruction lands and finds its target.
Yeah, land on the vital points as well, the throat of the enemies, just like how they are here to get every single win that they can find. What an apt highlight to end the day, right? Truly worthy to be play of the day.
Really good stuff here in day 2 of the competition. After day 1, I was a little bit worried that the wildcards were going to end up being very straight line, you know, like a little bit predictable, a little bit like just everything is expected. But turns out that's not the case, right? The team still have some surprises in store for us. So we still got a little bit more, and hope that you guys will continue tuning in for the next 2 days of wildcards too.
Absolutely. The teams have surprised us. A lot of them have broken the mold, but that's going to be the end of the day. Thank you very much for tuning in for the day 2 of Wildcards. My name is Husky alongside Sadafa. Shout out to our colleagues Lafel and Nadine. We'll see you tomorrow for more action.
the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far